Hello and welcome to the final day of the WardiTV Team Liquid Map Contest Tournament 21. So good to see you guys. Thank you so much for joining us as well. We appreciate you being here as we get ready to go into some StarCraft 2 action. It's an exciting day because we are going to crown ourselves a champion today. And not only that, though, you guys can also vote officially from now the maps that you like the most in the TLMC. So you can do that at tl.net/TLMC or ! Maps in the Twitch chat, which is super exciting because I'm going to do my votes later on. That'll be fun. I am just double checking who we're missing. We have got 7 casters. Why have we not got 8 casters? Where is my final caster? We apparently just have 7 a day. All good then. Players are ready. Let's start off. It is going to be our opening map of the day. It's going to be Tourmaline. As we work our way through, of course, some round of 8 action. So if you missed it yesterday, this is what the bracket looks like following the first day of the playoffs. And of course, today is the final day, so we will round everything else out today. So we have got ourselves in the top side of the bracket, CLEM and MaxPax. By the way, if you missed yesterday's games, you need to just go watch that stream. There's 2 specific series, CLEM versus Bjorn, REYNOR versus Cure. They are probably series of the year that we've casted on the channel. It was freaking amazing yesterday. Yesterday was awesome. So go back and check that. CLEM MaxPax in the semis. Right now we're going to watch Spirit versus Sound, then Hero versus REYNOR, then our first semi-final, then the second, then the finals. That's what's coming up today. 5 series, 4 best of 5s. And that is going to be what's coming up. So without further ado, let's take it into the game. And let's kick off some action as we go to Tourmaline for our opening map of the best of 5 quarterfinals. In the top right hand side, we're going to start things off with the red Protoss player. This is Zaun, and he is going to be coming off of a confident win against Yakov yesterday, a 3-0, some fun games actually. It was the more fun 3-0 match that we had yesterday for sure. Definitely just seeing Spirit Zaun being able to come through some tough scenarios and able to kind of get through on his defense. How will it look today in the PvT with this hotfix Storm that does not do as much damage? And some people like it, some people think it's unusable, others think it's the greatest thing StarCraft's ever seen. We don't really know yet. As in the bottom left-hand side, our blue Terran player is Spirit. He got first place in his group, besting, coming on top of MaxPax, Cure, and Rogue. What a ridiculous result that is for Spirit to get first place into this quarterfinal directly. So no round of 12 for him yesterday. As we get going into game number 1 of this best of 5 series, and off we go. Tourmaline. This map that, honestly, every time I see this map, the one thing I think of, I'm like, how straight of a line does the worker get to walk from natural to natural? If you look at the mini map right now, you see the reveal kind of line of sight that the workers walked in. It's like the straightest line you'll ever see natural to natural. But the map gets very interesting once you do move beyond kind of natural to natural. 3rd base, 4th base options do become very intriguing, as we've seen in this tournament as well. I don't know if this map's really had that kind of big, epic game that some of the maps have had, but I think there's been a very decent showing of games still on this map nonetheless. And we obviously use it here as our opening map of this quarterfinal, the opening map of the final day. How wonderful. Hey, what's up, Mike6RS? Appreciate the 13-month resub on the Prime. Appreciate you. How you doing? Hey, Wardy, time to click on Prime. Thanks for running this tournament. Hell yeah, thank you so much. And hey, if you are, you know, feeling like clicking that Prime button and you haven't already, and you're someone else in the chat right now, get it done. Let's have a great day, guys. I'm feeling it. We've had such a great week. Really hoping the day ends with some banging games. It's just been an amazing week on stream, on the YouTube stream as well. I'll talk a bit more about that later, though. It's just been awesome. It's been a really great day. People are going to show up and it's going to start nibbling at some probes. So we have a couple of nibbles come through. The Stalker and the Warpgate comes up. The Twilight Council on the way through as well. The Adept and the Probes and the Reaper all setting up to maybe do a little bit of dancing, figuring out of what is going to go on over these next few moments. The Reaper pulls away over to that right-hand side. I actually feel like Spirit can... Okay, I actually really want Spirit to at least take one map, because he's probably the underdog here, even though he came in as the highest seed. So I do want Spirit to take at least one map, because I actually really want to see map 4 between these guys. I'll not tell you guys what that is in case we don't get there, but I'd really love to see map 4 between these guys at the very least. I actually really do think Spirit should be competitive right now with the current Storm change. I think Spirit is absolutely good enough to get up into Zaun's face, deal some damage, do some aggression, and actually play very solid macro games beyond that as well. So I think there's a lot of possibility and opportunity for Spirit in this series. Like I say, I think it'd be silly to be like, oh, he's not the underdog, even though he came in as the highest seed, because I do think he is. I don't think this is a matchup he necessarily loves either. If there was ever a time for him to have a good shot at Zaun, I think this would be that time right now. What's up, Spudster Bob coming in with the Prime sub as well. Thank you so much. Beautiful name as well. Love it. Thank you so much for supporting us with the Prime. Clicking the button. Thank you so very much. The Blink is on the way up on the side of Zaun, so it's a very standard opening from him. And meanwhile, Spirit with the Hellion and the Reaper just kind of poking a little bit is heading into the couple of extra barracks. Has already finished up himself the 1-1-1 setup, so he's got the Tech Lab. Blah, blah, blah. There's going to be a Raven on the way. There's already the Medevac and a couple of Widow Mines coming out. And we just get ourselves settled here on Tourmaline for the next few moments. What am I going to go? Hit the Proby. I see the Hellion coming across. A couple of probes starting to go down. Just having ourselves the Medevac. Oh, going to nearly get jumped on as well. Medevac's still going to be hanging around over there. Just going to be seeing the Robe Bay and the Nexus coming up as well. And yeah, Robe Bay will continue through. The Chargers coming up, Gateway coming by, the Observer coming online as we get a few moments of setting up. Zaun is going to play that Robe Bay setup. He is going to play towards the Disruptor, the Colossus. Obviously, probably the other way around, the Colossus, then the Disruptor most likely. And Spirit just has those few different units to try and poke about with initially himself. He's going to have the Widow Mine drop on one side. He's going to have the Raven ability to kind of drop auto turrets on the other. As the Widow Mine comes straight in, the couple Stalkers warp in as well. And these probes pull away. It's actually going to be a Stalker and 2 probes. It's a very effective Widow Mine, because the Prism across the map is going to get pushed back. We are going to see a couple more workers being cleaned out as we go. 3-4 workers already being knocked down just at this point. So actually, really not a bad start at all for Spirit, as you see the Colossus production on the way from Zaun as well. And that charge is still not far from being done. Just getting into really just way more comfortable positions here as we settle down. That Stalker looks to try and reach across toward the Raven. Not quite going to get far enough just yet. Stimpack, Combat Shield, and the +1. All building as well. Marine Marauder Medevac is in the production. And this Medevac still bopping around a little bit to figure out where it wants to be and what it wants to do. A nice auto turret just coming straight down. And again, great harass, man. Massive probe pull. 2 workers go down. Success, success, success for Spirit. Stimming in at a few of these Stalkers. And they actually have to micro into the Prism to help them get away. So, really not ideal. Fire units gathering up. Guardian Shield is active. A few Stalkers still joining. Again, combat, concussive shells, and +1. All on the way through. The Thermal Lance is coming over right now. That Colossus is still producing. We just have a little bit of bio. Readying for an attack towards the 3rd base. Shots go down. The Zard's going to take some hits. Just going to see the Colossus loading up. A couple more shots coming down. A couple Stalkers taking damage as well. Marauders just continue to kite back against those few Zealots, so they continue to make their way over. Prism loads up, the couple Stalkers drop back down, the Colossus still right there. I mean, it's not a bad fight for Spirit. He's going to come back in with his auto turret. He's going to continue to deal good damage and good harassment so far. We had a couple of Vikings, we had a bit of Marine Marauder on, and we are going to be seeing Spirit able to really net himself a good little edge for the moment. That Ghost Academy coming up on the side of Spirit too, so he's already looking toward the Ghosts. And he is building Vikings as well against the incoming Colossus, right? So he is pretty much well set tech-wise. And Zaun, definitely the one that's being bullied in this early stage of the game. I wonder if this is going to become kind of the norm at PvT, where Terrans get to kind of be the bullier a little bit more once again. That's really been shut down so much recently because of Storm. You know, one good Storm, bam, everything gets shut down and turned around. That's kind of how it felt like a lot of the time, and so Terrans, I mean, it's been a difficult time for Terrans, so really wondering where the balance shifts to. Who's going to feel better at which stage of the game? That Storm change obviously really is still looming over us. We're still kind of, like I say, figuring a lot of it out, to be honest, as well. So it'd be fun to see what the players kind of come up with and settle down on as well. Because right now it kind of feels like they're just going back to the old faithful kind of Colossus builds. Push forward here is actually having a bit of power. SCVs are going to pull in. It's very important that we just clean this up. Oh, I was going to say, can we get the Prism? Oh, yes, we can. Oh, my God. I didn't think he was going to get it before the warping completed, but we do. Zhao is going to lose everything on this 2 Colossus shove, and Spirit gives up only 13 SCVs. He's only down 5 workers, so he's still essentially ahead in the game. I can't believe he got the Prism. I actually was looking at the Prism, I was like, wow, it took a lot of hits there, but I'm pretty sure that warping finishes, so I was like, yeah, I was sad he didn't get the Prism. And then boom, it died, the warping got cancelled still. That second shot hit big, and that is massive. Getting the warping cancel makes that army disappear, and all of a sudden, Spirit is the one just running across the map and getting into position to try and shove into this topside base. Raven is going to be getting the anti-armor missile off. Hits the backline, which is actually where most of the Zealots were, funnily enough. And with a tank in position here too, Spirit bullying his way forward. Zealot on the other side, going to cause Spirit to slow down a little bit. Just as he's getting some ghosts, wants to be careful he doesn't lose those ghosts as well. I feel like those Vikings maybe could have been more aggressive sitting on that Colossus with the anti-armor missile. I appreciate you don't want to lose them to the Stalkers too quickly. You're not going to see exactly that here as the Vikings do commit. They do get one Colossus. Hey, the Zealots go down. We're actually going to get the next Colossus. It's not too far forward. Battery overcharge or energy recharge on the battery is not enough. And hey, Spirit comes swinging on Tourmaline for map number 1. This felt like a Spirit game start to finish. And here's me being like, I think he's the underdog. But he swung at Zaun every single step of this way. And he really took a lot of opportunities to just knock Zaun down, take down workers, and just push himself more and more into an advantage in the early stages. Beautiful stuff. And we head into a game 2 in a few moments to continue that action. Guys, because we had some really long games yesterday, I actually have no snoozes on my ads today, so I'm just going to have to be a little bit more aggressive than usual just with the ads at the start of the stream to build up some buffer. The last thing I want is for us to end up in a long game and us to have ads during it because I can't control them. So, apologies if we do like 3 minutes after one game for a couple of series, because yeah, I would rather just be safe than sorry and make sure that we try not to interrupt the games as much as possible for people who do end up seeing the ads. So, just letting you guys know. Because, yeah, usually you have like... Usually when I start the stream, I have 3 lots of like 5-minute snoozes. And every hour, one of them comes back. But because yesterday we used all of them towards the end of the stream with the long games, I have none of them. So, I basically have like... I basically just don't have 15 minutes of wiggle room that I would usually have, you know? So yeah, alright, that said, we are already in the lobby, so if the player's ready up, we can just start game 2. I got that started quickly, so we should just be able to go zip-zap zooming along nice and speedily. Go goes to Spirit, we click start, and it's Satellite Years for our map number 2 of today's opening best of 5. Couple of maps here early, which are the maps that have been lesser seen. There is one map right now that, funnily enough, actually sits the least seen of all, which is Mothership, our 3-player map. A little sad. I'm not going to force this one into series simply because Mothership has had some good games and some good showings. 5 players is a reasonable amount. I just really hope we see it a couple of times a day so it gets up a little bit more, because otherwise the map play counts are actually really leveling out very nicely. So if we could just try and hopefully get it there for Mothership as well, that would be awesome. As Zerg Burger, thank you so much for the 5 gifted memberships on the YouTube. How about that for some generosity and some love? Thank you so much. Going out to Rhubarb, Gene, Jared, Javier, I'm murdering your name, sorry, and Cliff Vutu. And Cliff, I'm just going to call you Cliff. There we go. Let's just not go into the second part where I can't say it because my brain's not there. There's a couple of ad blockers. Thank you so much for the YouTube member gifts. YouTube popping today. Love to see it. It's been an amazing week for the YouTube. I talked a little bit about this yesterday, but we've actually had more YouTube subscribers over the course of this tournament in the last 5 days than we would usually get in 2 months on the YouTube channel. So really amazing seeing the YouTube sub count actually going up. I know I've been obviously talking about it a lot the last couple of weeks, or like this last week specifically, and trying to push it a little bit more, but showing signs that it's actually worth pushing a little bit because the entirety of the YouTube is really on the up because of it. So amazing to see that having some positive impact. And thank you, Zergbecker, for some YouTube love. As we have ourselves the engineering bay coming down. The couple probes are looking to nibble at that SCV. And we do have ourselves the SCV pulling back to the front. Probes got to wrap around on the engineering bay right now. And the orbital command and marine will be coming up for a couple of moments. Obviously, seeing this early means you can just get the probes around so you don't have to put your nexus in a weird place or anything along those lines. It's going to be fairly well handled, and Spirit is going to be pushed away. That SCV going to have to turn and elsewhere for these early stages. As our reactor comes down on the barracks, the SCV is indeed returning home as well. And yeah, Nexus, Probe, Stalker, Warp Gate, all coming up as well, bringing a lot of that along with it. I like where we're going, guys. I like what we're setting up to right now. For the moment, looking good, feeling good. Very exciting. Bunga going to get thrown down at the front. Just going to try and get that settled, as we do have, again, the Twilight Council, the Nexus, the Adept, and the Warp Gate. A bit of everything still being brought online here for the next few moments. Just going to gain a lot of that brought into play right off the get-go. Couple commands in his buildings, triple CC from Spirit, and going to play a bit more of an eco-focus game this time. Obviously getting that third CC up nice and quickly. Played a good amount of ability to, had a good amount of ability to kind of get in there and really kind of push the issue and really get things done in that last game. So we'll see if Spirit can kind of reattach himself to that kind of, playstyle once again here in this game number 2. Very solid stuff from Spirit, really was. Hey, Spirit in the top 4 of this event would be pretty darn sick as well, and I do think top 4 is going to be rough if you end up playing Hero or REYNOR, but hey, if you just took down Zan, you deserve to be there as well. He had a great group stage, he beat Cure, he beat Rogue. I mean, Spirit has been playing well, which is amazing to see, like I say. Link is going to be on the way out. Robotics facilities halfway done. The gateway is coming about as well. Just bring that gateway over. Siege tank is going to relocate ever so slightly. It's funny, you see it move just the slightest bit, but those little movements can actually make a big difference sometimes. Not sure if that's going to be the case here, but sometimes the slightest of positioning on tanks, especially when you're talking about blink defense, can actually, like I say, really make a big difference and have a high impact in these games. So, yeah, something to think on initially. Barracks loads, I mean, kind of lifts and just moves over to the side. We'll take the tech lab, the extra barracks on the way. Good scout, the hallucinations, Zan sees everything here. And we're about to start asking ourselves, what is this next little step going to be? Like, what is our build order going to entail? And it is a Robo Bay, like I say, kind of back to All Faithful. This is a style that didn't fall off because it was bad. This was a style that fell off because Storm was so much better. Why would you go Robo units when you could have High Templar? Was really kind of the statement Pros players made. So we'll see what happens. Stimmer +1 coming through, the extra couple of barracks coming up. Again, the Robo Bay Forge all coming online, the Nexus coming online, the Charger building. And we just have ourselves that factory finishing up in the main with a tech lab, so we're going to have access there. 2 more barracks, but don't forget that Spirit obviously played an early triple CC this game, so going to 5 racks really just sets us up onto the production that matches the economy. +1 charge on the way. There's going to be Zaun getting those upgrades started. The Colossus and a few extra gateways coming by as well from Zaun, so a lot of preparation on that. As the few Stalkers just sit out the front, the orbital command is slowly floating its way into the low ground. Stalkers just trying to again find a couple of shots here initially. Not going to find too much. I mean, that's fine. There's only 4 Stalkers. They're not meant to be able to do too much. And combat shield coming about. The +1 and the concussive shells coming online. We just have again the Marine Marauder force building. Not even as much harassment this time around. Not a single probe has fallen. Ooh, nice little surround here. Spirit coming in from the left side, and Zan was caught off guard a little bit, so 2 Stalkers down immediately. Great catch for Spirit to begin with. Currently, army supply in his favor heavily. Stalkers stepping out, just going to see the Thermal Lance and the Immortal coming over. A couple of Zerds are going to be still warping by as Down looks to get prep the defense here. Needs these Colossus to obviously do well against those Marines. Try and nibble through that. Let's just have a couple of Zerds coming in from the left-hand side. A couple of SCVs begin to come in. SCVs just going down, 9 SCVs falling. I mean, that's actually a big deal. We do get 1 Colossus over here, so that little bit of a dive through looks good. And the drop in the main finds probes to match the workers being killed for Spirit. So Spirit actually getting a good bit of damage done there. Losing 1 Colossus is very painful. 1 big splash unit that really should still be here. Now missing. We have no energy on this battery either. This is a scary moment or two. A Colossus needs to pull back. Zound just sitting there. I mean, that Colossus could have pulled away easily, kind of further towards the Nexus or so, and did not. It just didn't need to go down this quickly. Like, yes, Spirit stepped towards it, but that should have been a moment you take advantage of a little bit as Zound. Now Zound just about scraps together a defense, but you're now splashless. I mean, just abhorrent usage of the Colossus, really, right? You just leave it out there. You just let it sit as the Terran steps into you. Do anything, like make him step further into all your other units. Now SCVs are pulling because Spirit knows there's no splash damage, so he thinks he can just win the game with an SCV pull. Let's see if that's true. Hold position not doing much. Good job from Zound to get past the hold positioning SCVs and to try and minimize their effectiveness on this situation. We got another couple of Zards warping in, trying to get in the front. We are going to get rid of the tank pretty quickly. This SCV pull may have been misplaced by Spirit, and Immortal goes down. We've got a few probes up in the front. We are Zealots too, as we obviously kite backwards with the bio, nullifying the probe pull a little bit. But Down is kind of getting to the point where I think he's held on. A lot of these units have been low HP, and as we chase, we're going to be able to get rid of... I would have liked him to target the medevac, I think. Let's turn again, a couple of Stalkers. Back down into the center then. Okay, well, that was a crazy little affair, but Zan has swung this around. Spirit with the SCV pull, feeling like he had a way to end this game. I gotta say, it's been some clutch defense from Zan. Outside of losing the Colossus, I mean, that really made his life more difficult. But even to begin with, it was kind of like, all this time, Zan's supply has not looked great. So very clutch defense from him. Stalkers get underneath to deny this Liberator. Does that give Spirit a chance? He will probably get this 5th base on the right side. The Nexus is going to be falling already as the few Zealots step over. They're going to try and charge through. The bio units will load up, escape in toward the main base. And that's the problem that Zan currently has. Just the mobility of this Terran force is absolutely delivering. The Observer going to see that those medevacs are still there, and we could probably get some units in position to try and deal with it. The Stalker Blink not quite good enough to kill that Lib just yet. It's going to be away into the corner. These medevacs are also away from being camped for the moment. A few Marines are going to step through. Zealots are going to charge up. We are going to go after the siege tank. Colossus play a bit of cleanup on a few Marines as well. And actually get a couple of the reinforcements at the end there. This is my issue, is that these medevacs are still on the map, and we've not really made a good play to shut them down just yet. High ground Stalkers to target some medevacs would be great. As we blink to the low ground. Kind of a crazy move when, like, if your opponent's right there, you already have units on the low ground. Blinking to the low ground does nothing for you. Oh my god, that Colossus didn't even hit the Marines. It hits the Marauders. Zound is having so many issues in this game. Like, he's had so many little things that if you just add them all together, I think he would have won this game comfortably by now. But he's just making a little mistake after a little mistake, and this Colossus wandering up the ramp and just kind of hitting the Marauder instead of the Marines. If you hit the Marines, those Marines die. And I don't know if you then kill the Marauder before you lose the Colossus, but there's probably a good chance if only the Marauder is hitting you. And then again, he blinks to the low ground. He already has units there. He blinks to the low ground, exposes the main base. When the Stalkers are already covering kind of where he needs to be to stop the Medivacs going to a more annoying location. I think that's a chaotic game, right? And a lot of chaotic moves obviously add up. And obviously from an observer point of view, we're like, what are you doing? But the reality is it's just a bit of chaos, and it's hard to make all the right decisions in all the split-second moments that you have to make them in. See the Bio dropping back to the main base. Spirit keeping it very busy as Zaun commits to a base trading scenario across the other side. I mean, base trading is a little scary. Neither player has like a huge army supply advantage, so base trading here is Zaun, where it felt like you were kind of doing well anyway against a Terran that has a lot of mobility still as well, remember? I think I like this recalling home, but I don't know if I like recalling home with half the army. I mean, the armies are kind of split here. Blink isn't far enough forward to get those Medivacs. I was going to say, maybe if we can fight half the army versus half the army, and obviously we still have enough over here that's not just going down. Going to see the probes pulling through. There's a siege tank that's going to cause issues. A couple of units just wandering home. I mean, what are we going to defend on in there? Main and natural versus a main, and I guess there's a floating CC that becomes a natural again from Spirit. Spirit is going to continue fighting here. Pro's going to pull forward to try and buy time. There are the other units coming from the other side of the map. They're going to arrive shortly, and they're going to run through. I mean, Spirit's going to step into the Immortals, into the Stalkers. Stalkers want to get rid of the Medivacs here, stop any lift-up retreating potential. That's okay, one Marauder save. It's not going to be good enough from Spirit. He has to type GG, and Zaun is going to take game 2, and we're going to get tied 1-1 in this best-of-5 quarterfinal matchup to open the final day of the Team Liquid Map Contest tournament. Man, okay, fun games already. Zaun and Spirit definitely delivering a little bit in these early stages as we ready ourselves up for game 3 of this series. Our third map will be Risen Memory. That was honestly a chaotic game, and I actually think Zaun did a very good job to save it, because, like I say, I'm quite critical of a few moments from Zaun, but only because I felt like he made his own life so much more difficult than it was going to be otherwise. Yeah, definitely just a few, like, the first Colossus going down was, okay, that happens, but the second one should have been a bit more protected. I mean, every Colossus that died in this game was so avoidable, and we're talking about a set of, units which, you need to preserve Colossus. These aren't high template where you warp in, you whack an energy recharge on it, and storms are good, and then we're good. But you got to protect the Colossus. We got to keep that count high. As we get ready for this game 3, just double checking we got everybody. I think we do. We've got 8 bodies filling the spectator spots, which I think is what we had before. So we'll ready up and go into map 3 of this series. It's Risen Memory for this continuation of the quarterfinals. Heading into this in just a sec. We're going to start off in the top left-hand corner of the map. It is going to be our blue Terran player for this third map. It is Spirit in the top left-hand side. And he takes on Zaun in the bottom right on a map that has, been very quietly good, I think, in this TLMC. Some solid games. I don't think there's been the super crazy long, like, oh my god, that game was epic on here. That doesn't say much, necessarily say much about the map per se, just I think this one, which maybe is kind of a solid performer, but may not stick in a lot of people's memories, is all. So very interested to see, obviously, how the voting goes. Obviously, if you guys do want to vote, it's tl.net/TLMC. Votes are now open, so you can vote for your favorite maps, support your map makers that made the maps you thought were really cool. And public vote has a big impact on which maps do get chosen for the ladder. So if you're a Terran, go vote for all your Terran maps. If you're Protoss, go vote for all your Protoss maps. And if you're Zerg, vote for the maps that look pretty, because there probably wasn't any Zerg maps in this pool. But real talk, do vote. !maps in the Twitch chat. We'll give you the direct link there as well if you would like to check it out. Like I say, voting is awesome. It's great to have multiple different kind of forms of feedback, essentially, right? From the public vote to, the player vote, and there's going to be like an organizer vote this time. These things are very important because it just gives you an overall good depth of information about these maps and the perception and public presence about them. So, do you vote? You could be influencing the upcoming ladder map pool. Couple pros coming over. SCV is just going to be getting there. And let's just have Engineering Bay block again, just not really doing much. Zound seems to be pretty on top of this. I would not mind if Spirit just didn't Engineering Bay block for a game or two, because if Zound's checking it every time at this stage, is it really turning into that valuable of an opener? I don't really think so. Like I say, usually it's one of those nice things to mix in, because then your opponent doesn't see it every time, they don't check for it every time, they don't bring that probe down early. Let's just have the reactor coming up on the barracks. And yeah, command center coming through as well. Next, this is halfway done. Warp Gate and the Adept in production. A couple of the SCVs building through as well. Everything fairly peaceful for our first couple of minutes in on Risen Memory. Again, Twilight Council not far from being done right here. It's just going to be having that on the way. Expected tech choice early. Again, does Zan once more go toward that Robo Bay? Does he have a different approach for this game 3? While he's played Robo Bay both games, he obviously played a different approach to that Robo Bay. In that first game, he really tried to get aggressive with the Colossus. Bam! Got shut down and denied. In the second game, he played a lot more defensively, and it was Spirit that came across the map, trying to knock Zound down instead. So, funnily enough, both games, the aggressor has come out as the loser of this of the map. So, a small note to make, as Blink will begin on the side of Zound. So we get Blink's down, Warp Gate coming up. Two more gateways are coming online, and with the two barracks as well, it is looking to be very similar to what we've seen previously. As the Robo from Zan is the next step of this. We have the Medevac finishing that will take 2 Widow Mines across the map and look for some damage from Spirit. And I guess we'll just ask ourselves, are we going to see that starport swap to the Tech Lab again and see another Raven? Obviously, if you are going to start seeing a lot less High Templar openings, that Raven may become a lot more popular again. In this case, it's going to be something different from Spirit. He goes Liberator. But the Raven will be a bit more popular because you're not going to have the feedback shut down and then it can't do as much. And the Raven was popular enough during the High Templar heavy build orders as well. But maybe even more so now against these Robo styles, where Raven, again, just has additional utility because there's actually more realistic chances for interference matrices to go off, more realistic chances for the Raven to be truly a part of the larger fights because, again, you don't get feedback as often. And so you do have the energy to actually spellcast and, like I say, take part in those engagements and help your Terran teammates out. Good amount of loads. Oh, what a lovely position. That is absolutely disgusting. Wow. That is actually disgusting. It's completely invisible. It's completely invisible to Zam because he just drops it out of range and he just runs it to the high ground. And obviously you can't see the high ground. What he would have been able to see is the targeting. But obviously, there's none of the usual things you're looking for to deal with that. That's just a great advantage-taking position from Spirit. That's him figuring out the map and showing us a little bit of what is, I guess, a little bit of a funky design where this kind of overlap of the main overlooks the back of the natural. And Spirit absolutely just takes advantage of that. Gets 4 workers, the other Widow Mine got 2. That was a very successful start considering our Widow Mine is still alive in a medevac, so we still have some of that pressure available, and that keeps Zound pinned back a little bit more. And Spirit got to be smiling about this so far. Like, that was honestly a really nice opening. As now our Stalkers do get a couple of Marines freely in return. Marines come back over. The couple of gates come through. The pylons on the way. Concussive Shells +1 coming online as well here currently. So again, just a little bit of everything coming through. This medevac thinking about zooming in toward the main base, it seems. Borderline disgusting. I mean, it's just if you build anything on the side of that main base, you will see this. Like, if this was a PvZ and a Nidus goes up there, everyone laughs. It's like, well, why didn't you have vision of your own main base? It's the same sort of idea. It's just not as necessary in PvT. But to be fair, like, this could have also been a Hellion drop, right? I mean, maybe he sees things, he sees the mines, so he knows it's not. But if this is a Hellion drop and you don't have vision, that's 4 Hellions fully unloaded and running at your mineral line as well. So it's not like main base vision is an unheard of thing, an unnecessary thing in this matchup. So yeah, I mean, he abused it very well, and I'm just not really thinking about it on this one. As you see, a couple of Widow Mines going to get some Zealots. For the most part, Spirit retreating away, getting chased heavily as Zaun pushes him right back across the other side of the map. The attack upgrade finishing soon on that engineering bay. We'll power Spirit up a little bit here in this game 3 as the Stalkers step to the top left. There's a mine there, but server shut down. Spirit's going to go Templar Archive. Spirit's going to go Ghost Gammy. There is Templar Archives on the way from Zaun, so he's very gateway heavy right now. No sign of Colossus, so the lack of a Viking build here initially is right, and the Ghost Academy is the correct call as well. Let's see, finish just needs to morph into an orbital. And yeah, get the Ghosts out, and that's going to be nice against the gateway heavy force, but then obviously nice against the fact we're just starting up Storm. And Zaun is going to switch it from a couple of different Robo builds now into this Storm build order. And just go for a different approach with some different splash damage and just a different way of playing things out. Third command center is down, landed and mining. Spirit's economy looking cozy for the moment. And thank you so much, Najib2. How you doing? Thank you so much for the 8-month resub on the Prime. Thank you for clicking the button, supporting the stream today, and helping us to put out more StarCraft. We appreciate it. Thank you so much. Big bio stim up here to find a couple of Zealots. We kill 1, 2 recall. And yeah, those High Templar warping in, gathering that energy and prepping to storm it up whenever the moment arises. Maybe soon, because Spirit is moving down the right side, and fortunately for Zaun, he's moving up the left with these few Zealots, but there's a bunker there. And I think with the missile turret and the sense tower kind of walling that bunker off, those Zealots are right to just back it up and just fall away. You know, if this was 10 Zealots, sure, you're going to cause chaos still, but with 4 Zealots only, bunker is actually a very reasonable defense. We are going to drop the first Storm, and hits a lot of the Marines. Zaun pulls back. And is not going to continue to chase that again. Chasing through the storms now is one of those things which you have to be a little bit more cautious about. Because, yeah, you take a lot more damage if you chase through storms nowadays. So, just can't really do that like you did before. I think that was a moment where maybe in the past, Zaun might have still tried to push forward and do a little bit more in that army. Instead, he gets some damage done. He's going to retreat away, pull back to this left-hand side. The Spirit looks for the chance. Try and come down this position. Zealot's actually going to get around. The Ghost's in trouble. We kill 1. Second's going to die as well. It's actually really nice just positioning there from Spirit, having the Ghost in the front looking for EMPs, but instead getting caught. And Zaun takes advantage. There's a few Marines and Marauder unload on the right-hand side. They are not going to stop the pile on those. The warp-in is good. That defense should be absolutely fine. And Zaun is still moving on the other side of the map, pushing forward with Zealot Stalker. A little bit Bio turns around, pulls back in the end, and does start to play defense, but Zaun obviously feeling good. He's still sitting on this side of the map. Just how much does he want to push in? Does he really want to try and make a proper effort to go any further right now? Or what is this going to look like? Moving straight up. That's the sort of storm which I think would have been great in the past, but now it's doing a lot of damage to the Protoss army in comparison. Again, that's kind of like an old use of storm, right? Where it's like, I'm going to storm exactly where he is and just force him back instantly. You need to try and hit the storms a little deeper now. Or if you are going to attack through your storm, just be a little bit cautious, because obviously there, you were the one that sat in storm for like 4 seconds compared to the Terran player. Seems like nobody's used to the storm duration. I mean, that makes a lot of sense, right? It's still a new change. They've obviously not been playing Storm every game because a lot of people have been getting back to the Robo build, so it's not being used as much lately just yet already. And it's one of those changes where it's just like you've got an intrinsic timer in your head as to how long a storm lasts for and when you can attack through your own storm or not. And that's just completely wiped out. So there is a lot of kind of muscle memory and kind of just natural kind of instincting to kind of rebuild and kind of build from the ground upwards again in terms of storm timing and how it works. Because if you don't, if you don't do, so much of StarCraft is automation, right? And being able to do so many things comes with being able to automate so many of those things. Obviously, you don't think about engagements being automated, but kind of letting your units chase through storm is one of the things that probably is kind of automated in kind of how you play. As I'm talking about that, obviously distracted to take some losses. A lot of the Stalkers fell. And Spirit able to nab a little bit of value in this one. Now the double medevac here, but that's going to be a recall to be in position. That is going to stop it, but we are going to also hit the front base. Spirit just going everywhere. Hits the EMP on that Nexus, but the recall already used. We drop a storm in that. We'll get rid of the Widow Mine if nothing else, and we are going to get there to play defense. Only 5 probes lost across those attacks. Not bad considering as it all started. It definitely felt like Zan was underprepared and starting to already kind of be a little bit rattled with everything that was going on. Those cannons coming up, that battery on the way. Stalkers wanting to get after that medevac, but unsuccessful for now. Still 4 High Temple on the map, rebuilding a few after those losses earlier. As the army of Zaun. Obviously now Colossus based as well, so just going to have that multiple kind of waves of splash damage. The Ghosts are coming up with the rest of this army into the center, and the medevac Viking leading in the skies. Obviously need them for Vikings against the Colossus. It's going to be a big part of this. As Zaun, I was going to say looking for the fight, but he ends up just turning around. Eats some EMPs on the Zealots. I think couldn't find the... maybe he was looking for a storm. Everything was pretty clumped there. Spirit's going to come around the right-hand side and come in from this direction. There's a couple of Templar coming in initially. That's absolutely a storm position. Because what that storm does is it pushes you away from the Nexus. Doesn't push the Marauders away, though. They were a little bit too close still, and they are going to get the kills. The Nexus Nexus falls, and Spirit very much so lives. And now we're dropping the main base, man. Spirit's doing such a great job of being all over. And he is just going to find himself the +3 attack upgrade. What a great catch that is. He's going to realize there's more opportunity here. Goes for a pylon. Obviously, the other forge was maybe open as well if he'd gone for it sooner. But again, just getting rid of the +3 attack upgrade. Already slowing down heavily in terms of how he's going to continue to set up and how strong he's going to be feeling in a lot of these compositions and a lot of these armies further down the line. So great job on that one. As a 3-3 comes up from Spirit. Viking on the way. +2 ship weapons coming up. And 3 Nexus on the way through as well. So Zaun having to not just replace what he lost, but also trying to re-establish new locations. He's getting the top right corner of the map. He's getting that bottom left-hand corner too. It almost feels like right now these are bases where he's like, man, I really hope Spirit starts sending his drops here so that he kills a Nexus I don't really need. More so than like, god damn it, I really need economy. Because I just don't think that's true right now. We're 15 minutes in, yes. But now I think he's 5 bases comfortable. I don't think you need to kind of rebuild, like double build base 6 and 7. Trying to get back up through the center. Dark Shrine on the way through. Robotics Facility number 2 being added on. We are trying to drop a defensive storm here. Spirit has too many units there. So Zaun is just going to end up base trade. And he was already too committed across the map. So Spirit needs to get forward. One of the big things about base trades that used to be a big benefit for the Protoss was they would have a lot of good storms to kind of buy time. I don't know if the storms, because of how many you would need to kind of make storm impactfully buy time now. I'm not sure how much that would do. That will do a lot, though, if you do actually just walk into the one storm that casts and sit in it. That's going to be trouble. That's not going to be fun for you. Jesus. More SCVs going down as obviously Zaun continues on the other side. A bit of Bio is going to be there. The +3 attack on the way up. We get the advanced ballistics. We get the cloaking. VMPs going down. We are going to see the Prism falling. We are going to see the Vikings making their way through that. The Colossus taking a lot of hits. I mean, Spirit just returns back and actually cleans up so much of this army. How much remains for Spirit? Well, he has a bottom left base. He's going to be a 3-base Terran. There's actually a 4th, very far bottom left corner, we could call it. And Zaun has some rebuilding to do. Zaun actually maintained a lot more probes and maintained a much more comfortable base setup. We'll need to kind of get some more units on the map, though. Those disruptors are going to be important. He needs anything that can essentially buy time as well, because he really needs to get up into a position here where he can just keep the Terran army from attacking in, especially when it's a 140 army supply of Terran. Like, the Terran army is going to be bigger as well, so disruptors to kind of split this army up and to kind of force it back, give you time to make picks is a big deal as well. The Stalker setting up. We are going to be seeing the army of a Spirit still heading down to that bottom right-hand side. Stalkers get underneath. Command Center will get cleaned up. And there's going to be a few more Stalkers warping in, trying to defend one of these incoming bases. This base is going to be in trouble, but then the main army from Zaun is nearby. There's a Disruptor shot! Bang! Bang! Double shot, double kill on so many of those units. I mean, you complain about the Disruptor shot not killing a lot of stuff from full HP. Just fire 2. That's, okay, I don't know if that's a bad storm, because it basically kind of keeps Spirit from moving over to that right-hand side. More storms available here. Zaun trying to attack in. Army supplies closer than they were. There's still a lot of work to be done. Couple storms coming through, stopping any of the bio, closing the gaps. High Templar going down as they are just wandering forward, unfortunately. The only thing we can really argue that they were looking for more storms. Do we have the blink? Yes, we do. Full medevac goes down. Spirit tries to load up and get away. Where are we at the end of this? 42 probes killed. So Zaun lost a lot. He also obviously lost a lot of army units as well, as a Ghost just shows up over here and is going to try for a bunch of worker kills. Zaun is down 20 workers. Army supply is similar. And because Spirit actually gets those bases, and especially because he kept that bottom left, like 9 o'clock base online, Spirit actually has the locations to mine from as well, to ensure that his workers have been able to mine throughout this. And I think that's a big deal, because Zaun knocked bases down, but Spirit really recuperates and had enough to kind of keep him afloat during all of this counter-attack damage that he did. Keeps him in position. Why does no one get Cloak? He has Cloak. He dropped the EMP to hit the battery and then missed, I think, and then hit the Ghost instead and a couple probes. I didn't see it in full, but I thought that's what I thought. Initially, I thought he just EMP'd the probes, but that was the thing. He had Cloak. He could have just cloaked the Ghost. Was the cannon there already? Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I don't know if that's just been added on recently. Anyways, moving on. He might have re-emptied to remove recall, but that's so weird to remove recall on a base that you're attacking with one Ghost. But like, it could have been the idea as well. It's just, yeah, I didn't see it clearly enough to see what his intention was with it. I'm gonna hit a nice storm there. Keeps the army back once more. The Vikings gonna get that. So it's going to chase through, just going to be having the bio. Taking some shots, medevacs are going down. Marine Marauder, medevac Ghost just building up. Medevac comes back down to the center. DT started to run in, but the missile turret in good position initially. Very nice as well. This game's obviously in a very fun kind of position of recovery right now. Hey, what's up everyone from the Hero Marine Raid? Welcome. How you doing? We're tied up 1-1 in our first match of the day. It's a quarterfinal between Spirit and Zaun here. Thank you for joining us. It's, I mean, this game's been a mess. It's been very scrappy games, actually. Game 1 was very convincing from Spirit. Game 2, Game 3 have been very scrappy all over the place. We're going to engage in right now. There's just going to be seeing these elves getting a decent jump. He doesn't have to. Did he not have detection? Oh, there's so many ghosts in the front that he could have gotten rid of that he's not been able to. That was not it from Zaun. He was missing the splash. He needed the disruptor goes down as well. I felt like a good fight, but he just didn't have any real damage output. He's also down 2 armor upgrades. And those ghosts just sitting there dealing damage. I really felt like I was watching the ghosts a lot. I was watching for those ghosts dying and they just never died. The detection wasn't there. And Zaun is not going to have enough to survive through this as Spirit knocks the top right base down. Is now double army supply and I think is going to be able to potentially ready to go. Gonna get rid of the Nexus over on the right side. Just gonna be seeing the 4 extra Vikings coming up. Marine Marauder still producing through. I mean, Sound's going to do what he can on the other side, but Spirit's going to step on forward. SCV's retreating away. Medivac's able to heal through that storm damage very comfortably, so doesn't stop Spirit from really approaching. We only had the one High Templar, so we have nothing to follow up from. We have one Colossus for Splash left over, and that's going to be the issue here. We just do not have enough Storm to throw, any Colossus shots to fire, or any Disruptor shots to land. GG. Spirit is going to take 2-1 advantage in this best of 5 quarter final. I'm doing my best to not reply to people who are... I'm just doing my best not to reply to you. I'm just going to leave it at that. We are going to head into game number 4. As Spirit leads 2-1. We're going to Mothership. That's why I really wanted to see us go to game 4, because it's the map we've seen the least of in the tournament so far at this point. I can't... Okay. I've got to say this part out loud. You can't complain that Storm does nothing, and in the same message complain that Storm is killing Protoss units. You can't complain about... These two things can't make sense. You can't say that Storm is not doing enough damage, while also saying Storm is the result of loads of Protoss units dying. Like, if you drop a Storm... And if you drop a Storm that does more damage to you than it does to them, that's probably not a good Storm. But you can't say it's not killing Terran units and say it's killing Protoss. Like, you can't... Like, those things are, like, complete opposites of each other. Like, the damage can't be not enough on one side, but too much on the... Like, I can't not mention that part. Like... Okay, we're just insulting people. We're just gonna... just take a day break. If everyone complains, it's probably in a good spot. Yeah, I think so too. Pros players stop summoning their own storms. Man, I tried to use this logic yesterday or 2 days ago, REYNOR. I tried to tell them, what if Protoss players just aren't used to, like, you know, the concept of Storm being there for longer yet, and so they keep walking it, you know? They don't like that. So, some people don't like that. Yeah. I also love it's like, see, Protoss has no reliable damage output. I'm like, he had one High Templar. It's like, yeah, he didn't drop any Storms because there was no High Templar. Like, when people complain about, like, moments in games, it's like this... I think we really have a tendency... I probably do it too in some of my defense and my own arguments, but, like, we really have a tendency to, like, take one thing and just not look at the big picture. You know? I was seeing the Harston video on Reddit. Yeah, the one where where Harston rolls units into a Protoss who has no splash damage, apart from Storms, no batteries, no nothing. And just doesn't micro. Yeah, honestly, I think the quote of everyone's complained, so it's probably fine, is probably a good one. And honestly, like, I'm still just interested to see where we go over the next few days. Like, we're still going to see new things. Like, people, Do you know how, like, think how long it took people to start abusing Storm in the last patch? Like, Energy Overcharge didn't just show up and it was like, alright, everyone's on Storm on day 3 of the patch, you know? It took a while. So, you know, it's almost like things take time to develop. So, yeah, we'll see. We'll see. CC coming down early. CC first into the double gas follow-up is going to be the choice here from Spirit. This will take a few moments in game 4 to get set up. Mothership is this 3-player map that has had the tendency to play into some longer games so far, which is kind of good, because usually 3-player maps have the issue of like, oh, this position is bad for this guy, and bam bam boom, 5 minutes in it gets abused and the game ends. So it's overcome that part of the problem. It's overcome that part of the 3-player map problem, if nothing else. I've enjoyed the games we've had on Mothership, because obviously we have had some longer games on Mothership. I think it's been interesting. I guess my question with Mothership is going to be, is this a map that could really kind of maintain itself and maintain its status throughout the entirety of a map pool? Like, if this got added to the ladder, would we regret this? Like, I think this map would be a really good addition to the ladder, but I don't know if in 3 months' time we're going to feel the same way about it. And that's not necessarily even the fact it's a 3-player map, it's more the fact that I feel like that about a lot of the maps that then generally trend toward longer, bigger games. Because I'm like, oh, it's this map. Like, I used to hate watching Eternal Empire. Because I'm like, oh good, we're going to play Eternal Empire. I'll see you guys in 20 minutes when they start actually fighting each other. So, yeah. What map am I forcing today? There's no forced maps anymore, REYNOR. It was just for the round of 12 map 1. Well, I mean, I sent you the map list, so we're kind of forcing the maps, but, you know. You get a veto now. You get, like, a veto, and you get to pick the order, and you can just, you know, just pick the maps you're going to 3-0 on. You don't even have to worry about the other two. Easy. Easy. Take a few moments early into that robo facility from Zaun as the blink comes online, so kind of maybe a bit more back to what we've been seeing in the earlier games. Zaun, of course, down 1 and 2 in this best of 5. If Zaun loses this, we are guaranteed a non-mirror matchup semi-final, by the way. It has been such a long time where we've seen so few mirror matchups in the playoffs of a tournament and so on. It's been a really nice bit of it's been a really nice refresher, honestly. The playoffs of this event have been a lot of fun so far. Yesterday was great. I mean, the tournament in general has been a lot of fun. By mirror matchups, I mean PvP. Yes, there's been a lot of PvP lately. You're not wrong. But that is exactly what I mean. Medevac is figuring out air blockers. The thing about these kind of triangular maps is obviously you can't just have... well, you can actually see it over here. Like, it's walled off over here, so that would be kind of crazy that this base has no dead airspace behind it. So it's basically mirrored with the air blockers on these other areas. So I didn't really think about the fact that the map is kind of pushed into the top right corner. But yeah, there's air blockers to obviously kind of make sure that each of the bases are fair in that regard, at least. Charges coming up, Stimpak Combat and +1 all coming through. We get our unit production continuing to build up. Actually, we're going to go Templar Archives again from Zaun. That's it, guys. Take your argument. Zaun's crazy. Or Storm is actually just maybe still usable. We're going to find out. Get ready to rage. It's another Storm game. It's so sad. I actually want them to not play Storm because I'm sick of talking about Storm. I want to go back to just enjoying StarCraft. You guys remember games 1 and 2 when Storm wasn't cast at all? We are going to be seeing the Storm and Charge coming about, +1 Concussor Shells coming in, so we are really getting all of the bio upgrades here in the near future. Yeah, I mean, Spirit is already pushing down this right-hand side, looking to get towards this natural and third base area. The couple Stalkers will take a few hits and get pushed away as the army continues to come down for the moment. Storm is halfway done, so we're close to it, not there yet. We don't have a High Templar yet. We actually morph an Archon instead, because the thing Zaun is kind of feeling a little afraid about this. He will have a Guardian Shield to pop on these Stalkers. Does a lot, changes a lot of the damage output, so does a lot for you. Allows you to step forward a little bit as well. So comes back up the right-hand side. The Stalkers trying to figure out where to be. I'm just going to sit there, sit and steady for the moment. Storm is about to finish. Extra gates in the Forge, both building up, so the future looking bright for Zaun. Still just needs to survive kind of in this moment, because we are already attacking forward here as Spirit. A couple of shots, so Woodermine is good to get a kill. Nice little grab. This is going to be the Woodermines dropping into the natural expansion here, just looking for a little bit extra, so that when it back finally shows itself, a few Marines into the main base as well. Spirit's done a great job of getting all over the place in these last few games. He's really been good at kind of dropping and causing chaos and being very hectic on the map. I definitely think it's built into kind of the mistakes that Zaun has been making as well, because Spirit is making sure that the games are going fast, and Zaun has not been great at preemptive measures, basically. Like, he's not been great at getting ahead of the drops, at getting ahead of the aggression, you know? It's definitely had some issues there. The Stalkers get that medevac kill. Still got Bio advancing to the south. The High Templar looking for a Storm. It's going to slap bang right there, and it's going to keep this army back. The Woodermines do unburrow and relocate in time to keep themselves alive. So Storm would kill a mine from full HP now. You just sit in it the whole time. So 6 seconds is, you know, it's lengthy, so there is time to unburrow, relocate, and kind of move out of it as well. It just put you on a timer to do that, right? So you got to make sure you do that fairly soon. And there's the couple of mines will sit at the front, and Spirit does not find another way in. Going to actually rotate around the left-hand side. Now Zealots go up the right. They are going to look for some counterattack. And we want to have a sensor tower up, so we're going to get a little bit of preemptive warning, and Spirit might be able to do a good amount of denying that from happening. Storms come down. Zaun thinking about chasing through the Storms, and at the end decides he's just going to pull back through and not chase, because he was also about to chase into Woodermine. So it's one thing, I think he probably could have actually stepped through the Storms there, because he was very close and he was very on top of that army. But then he's going to be ended up into Woodermines. That splash is going to add up, and then your Zealots are going to be very bruised, and that's going to make it very difficult. So Spirit just steps away as a couple of SCVs go down to the counterattack. I really think we should petition to name Storm Psionic Drizzle and change its in-game description to tickles enemy units from above or something. I like it. Oh. I will continue to move to the top. I'm at the moment of just acceptance of, like, the balance line. It's fun. If this is our future, I think StarCraft's back, you know? Colossus on the way. Excellent thermal lens build. +2/+1 on the way through. A couple of Ghosts and Vikings on the way by. We got our starport in production as well, so we bring that straight up. An extra one so we can make sure we get enough Viking production as needed against the incoming Colossus. The preparation there from Spirit is the right set of structures and the right set of stuff to make us and to get us into a nice little position. We will have the chance to move still around that right-hand side. TG upgrades are still ticking along nicely. A couple of Vikings and a few Marauders coming about as well. We have the extra SCVs, the missile turret, more barracks on the way also. These Stalkers just gathering into the center of the map, so just going to have those sitting tight and figuring where they might want to go. They end up poking and get pushed back pretty quickly. It's kind of a late part of the game for Stalkers to go pinging around looking for this and that. Alright, Templar gets a feedback off, but will fall to the Marines. Stalker blink for the medevac. Oh, we didn't get them in time. It was very close to actually getting that as... Ooh, medevac got stuck on the air blockers. I do think the air blockers are one of the more frustrating things about maps like this, where it feels like you've got space to click the mini-map, but you don't actually. Storms continue to push the bio back on that bottom side. Oh my god, the Terran ran back into the Storm! Holy goodness, it's happening! They can do that? Whoa, crazy. Whoa, it lasts for 6 seconds and Terrans can also not move back through. Holy goodness, I just learned something. Real talk though, we actually are going to have Zam winning the fight pretty convincingly. And we are going to be seeing this army continue to come across, looking for the chance to kind of get forward. I mean, this was obviously a very good fight, and we are just going to go and swing our way at this, position where Colossus probably goes down here. Well, we save it from the Marauder. Colossus actually lives. And a few units coming back from the other side. That High Templar does not get to cast anything. It just goes down, but I don't know if it matters. 170 supply, and we are looking at a Game 5 of this series. As, yeah, Spirit just does not have enough left. GG gets called, and Zaun is going to make this a 2-2 scoreline. And now I memed, and now people are going to be mad that I memed. I love streaming. It's great. Alright, Game 5 coming up, guys. Our final map of this series is going to be the wonderful Throne of Dunes to wrap us up. Excited that we got all the way in this best of. And let's go into one final map of it, as it's been back and forth. Like I say, we go all the way one way, we go all the way the other. Thanks for joining us. Viewership popping for our first match of the day already. I think we're in for a good day, guys. I'm feeling it. You guys are feeling the first series is a full 5-game matchup. Hell yeah. I don't know if we can top yesterday's games. Yesterday's games are really good, but we can try. We can try. Alright, just waiting for the players for a moment or two here, guys. And we will kick this off. That template was the steadfast of Protoss units, does not get to cast anything. That's brutal. And yes, the correct time to make it, because he actually gets to cast some stuff nowadays. That just made me laugh. Alright, we're gonna go into our game number 5, and we will kick off into Throne of the Dunes. I mean, let's be fair. It's not like there's a lot to cast anymore, guys. I mean, the only event I've casted in the last, the only offline event I've cast in the last year was also a, was also an EWC. There's not a lot, there's not a lot of SC2 going on anymore. Ay. We need the, this is why I'm making WardiTV. It's the only chance I'm gonna get to cast offline anymore. Back to being the online caster. Top right side, it's 2-2. In the top right corner, the blue Terran player is Spirit, as he takes on the red Protoss in the bottom left corner of the map. We have got Zaun. WardiTV. It's happening, man. I think it's happening. I think we're going to do it next year. The 10-year WardiTV anniversary WardiTV. I'm feeling it. I'm feeling it. Uthermal makes his return to the Wardy household, but this time he's looking for the championship instead of just half an hour of banter, as it was last month. Game 5 setting up, get ready to roll, and we yeah, take a couple moments. Next is coming through. Barracks about to complete. To lift the Wardy trophy. Yeah, I'll get my dad to 3D print us another trophy like you did for Cast of Civil War. Marine just gonna come across. Probe. He's gonna steal the trophy? No, no, no. He means he's gonna lift it in position because he'll be there working as an admin. He'll be moving it around for the better camera shots and stuff. Silly. It's so presumptuous. Command stands are coming about. We are going to see our factory on the way through. The next is building on the natural, and the reactor and the refinery continues to come about here. As we just take a few moments. Adept and the warp gate continue to build in. We get the sentry coming online. We take a couple of moments to... we're just establishing Game 5, guys. Not a lot going on just yet, as you can see. We're just waiting, chilling, and excited for this game to really break out into some action. Starport going down. Here's the heli and the couple of Marines coming through. We had a Twilight Council, and meanwhile the Sentry and the Warp Gate coming online as well. So all of that coming into play right off the bat. This hallucination will make its way toward the upper right-hand side. Two monuments at the ramp is not clear if it's unpassable terrain. Yeah, I guess it's basically making the presumption that that this is never this large of a Reaper hub, right? I imagine this is the only Reaper access point, so yeah, maybe could do with some actually fairly good feedback. Didn't really think about that, but especially for someone less experienced, I think a little bit more indicator in the main could do. Even just like you know when you usually have like the lines or just some sort of indicator that like is like, oh, this is clearly where you can jump up and down, just something like over here, this is clearly the up and down part, right? Whereas this doesn't really have the same thing, right? And I presume we can jump up here. Yeah. Someone just make a cut in the map? Well, this ramp is all sorts of little doodads in it, huh? Yeah, we'll just pretend that's not over there. Typical, once again, pros players getting the main base, which is not cut in half. And, oh, no, there it is. It's still there. Okay, so that's just it looks good from this angle. It just doesn't look good from the other side. All right, back to something that actually means something, which is the Widow Mine drop trying to get in. We do have the Blink is finishing soon. Robotics facility not far from finishing. We do have our engineering bay, barracks, reactor building as Spirit gets into the next step of this, which is kind of what he's done before. Let's have a look. I mean, it's been really fun back and forth games as well, where obviously a couple of them have been scrappy. I think that last game really was the most convincing from Zao. A game where he truly just shut down any attempt from Spirit to truly be aggressive, got on top of it quickly, dealt with it nicely. We're going to unburrow, reburrow this mine. Probably, I was going to say, probably would have been better just to go for it, but maybe it was the distraction he wants because he gets more probes in the main base. Actually, 6 workers in total in the end. I didn't even realize myself that that was a double mine. And when I say double mine, I guess double medevac. 2 lots of 2 mine drops. It was doubled up, so yeah, Spirit getting a bit more value from it, but still 6 probes, and now you've lost 2 medevacs and 4 mines. The problem is there's nothing keeping Zound back either, so that little bit of extra investment, like, yeah, it found something, but you lost everything as well. Obviously, that drop in the natural makes more sense now as to why he was trying to force it a little bit. Yeah, makes a little bit more sense. Well, Stalker's obviously feeling free to get on the map because we've just cleaned up the 2 medevacs, so we know there shouldn't be really any more pressure coming anytime soon, so we'll try and make use of that as the hallucination goes down. The Stalkers will gather up. And yeah, we look for openings. Obviously, flat ground into the natural expansion means that we can maybe go after that bunker if we want to really pressure. I'm actually going to recall home. Yeah, I think he's afraid of this medevac. And the potential timing of that medevac, right? So instead of walking home and maybe being out of position, just going to recall to ensure that we are kind of back home and set. He clearly is not intending to be back on the map anytime soon, otherwise you'd want that recall to be off cooldown just in case. So Zhao just saying, hey, I've got this ability, I'm not going to do anything for the next minute and a half, let's just recall home, make sure I'm in as good a position as possible. I mean, in this case, he's more towards the 3rd and natural, it drops toward the main base, but at least then you're kind of blinking from 3rd or natural toward main base rather than I'm still in the middle of the map walking back. In the end, this medevac's taken an absolute eternity I will get to the word soon. It has taken an absolute eternity to arrive, so he would have had plenty of time in the end. but there's nothing wrong with a little bit of caution. The Stalkers actually do step back on the map. I guess let's see if we've got anything else going on back at home soon. Because of shells coming up, the Robo Bay is halfway done. Immortal +1 coming by as well. Those Stalkers stepping through. A couple of Marines beginning to go down, and the Stalkers decide to blink away. Out of trouble for the moment. So the scan coming down. And the Widow Mines trying to drop around the back there once again. Actually going to come back into the third base. We dropped one, but the units are still nearby, and that's an instant shutdown. Now the Stalker's going to get underneath that medevac. That's some good damage. Medevac actually keeps moving out. Main army coming across from Spirit, looking to get aggressive here soon. And notably, we are into the Robo Bay here for this game number 5. So back to the Colossus after a couple of games of Storm. That's 5 probes there. That medevac flying back up that left side. Zound just didn't catch on to the fact there was a Widow Mine in it. Didn't see it dropping, and so that is a good connection for the 5 workers. Observer here, yep, is visible. That is how that works. Now, it is visible, so that's an easy spot, and Zound probably doesn't want to leave his observer in stasis in observer mode right above flat ground the Terran can move across of. Hey, what's up, Ed Nom? Thank you so much for the 59-month resub. Sorry, I actually missed a sub earlier as well from Dito, just after that, the Hero Marine raid as well. Thank you so much for the 6-month resub as well, made on the Prime. I remember seeing that, I was like, I'll shout the sub out after the game. And then I got tilted about people talking about Storm instead, so appreciate it, mate. Thank you so much. So I can see our bio. Trying to move in there, that one Colossus has a lot of work to do, especially if we can hit those Marines. Stim forward, Zound is not being good at keeping the Colossus alive today. I get it, like, you stim forward, you don't have range, so it's a little bit more exposed, but surely you've got to be aware of the fact that Spirit, especially when your Colossus earlier died of the same thing, you've got to be aware that he's likely to make that move, and you've got to be so ready to pull that Colossus away. Spirit picks the right moment, gets the kill, and just keeps that Colossus count low, stops Zound from building up too much of the splash damage here in this 5th game. Road is just going to get healed up, drain some of that medevac energy. Zound is going to be able to regather and reset himself here in this game 5, and we do see some medevacs currently boosting away down to the bottom side of the map. So they're going to join up together. +2 and thermal lance all coming through, and we have a few probes coming up. Robo facility in production as well, and those Stalkers looking to intercept a couple of units here. They fire a couple of shots off. One Stalker goes down. And that Disruptor already building from the Robo facility as well as we bring that through. Nexus is on the way. Robotics facility about to finish. And again, we'll have ourselves the double production available. It's going to be necessary if we keep losing Colossus, if Spirit is going to keep clicking on them like a madman. Those Colossus need to be replenished, replaced, restored. Just thinking of more words to use. I mean the exact same thing. Emphasis and all of that. I have to say this map is gorgeous. It is, isn't it? I actually really like it. You know, I think a lot of the time I look at the mini map like, oh, it's all yellow. Yeah. But I really, you know what I really like? I like the fiery kind of lighting that's on the map as well. It's very well decorated while having that kind of shaded back tone. Like it doesn't have like a pop of color, but it does what it does very well, I think. Yeah, I like it. Honestly, all the maps are very pretty in the TLMC. And in their own way, everyone's done a great job, as they always do. Like the map makers barely ever show up with like the the ugly maps. Realistically, they always look great. Like it's one thing to make a map work in terms of like being a good StarCraft 2 map layout. It's another thing to then make it look pretty. Like it's like you just have to have both of these skills to be a map maker in SC2 because everyone seems to have them. It's crazy. It's been a long time since you had a desert map. What was our last desert map? Can't think of one that pops into the like immediately into my mind. Someone's gonna be like, this map that's currently in the ladder map pool. Current ladder map pool doesn't exist in my head because we've been doing TLMC all week. Sandworm was deserty. That was Sandworm was deserty. That never made ladder though. We just used that in Wardy tournaments a little bit. Yeah, last time we had a ladder map that was sandy or deserty. Well, disruptor shot's gonna fire. They're all gonna miss. Turns out 3 disruptors in the same place in less than 0.4 seconds will in fact not hit anything if the first one hits nothing. The Disruptor goes down. Bio still chasing. See this Disruptor going down as well. It's going to be another nice grab. The Vikings are overhead. We continue to advance forward with this force. The army of Zaun looking to try and step through too. We're going to be seeing the Stalkers getting up. The Zealots are going to get there. A couple of EMPs go down. Disruptor shot to the top. I liked it. Focused on the Marines. It's a good Disruptor down the bottom side as well, but these Vikings now land. Those Vikings doing what they can to continue their way through this, and we continue to pressure our way over to the left. That, my friends, is a Disruptor donation. Two of them just get thrown into the Terran army. They're not Banelings. They don't explode on contact. Zaun playing a bit too much off-race Zerg, maybe. I don't know, but that was not it. And that's a couple of units that you probably need after a big fight. You know, annoying to kind of go back to the drawing board. It's like, oh, I only have 2 Disruptors now when you should have 4. That's actually a very sizable difference. Got your shield popping, and we are going to chase through. It's actually a good fight from Zaun, especially as no EMPs come out down on those Zealots, or very minimal EMP comes down on those Zealots. Another Disruptor shot not able to land just yet. Back over to the side. Orbital Command about to finish. Our couple of Ghosts still coming through. +2 ship weapons coming up as well. Our army will gather. And we go back around over to the left-hand side. Couple of Disruptors. The +2 armor. All the Zealots come back across. The Prism is going to be there. We get into warp-in mode. I mean, Zaun's ready to send this. Oh, we're going to come from an interesting direction. He's going to run into the Disruptor. It connects on only 2 Marauders in the back, actually. The Disruptor went too far. The next one actually hits the front line. So some of those units take damage. I mean, Zaun's in a weird place where he's actually going to be cornered into the Terran bases. Or can he actually escape top left? He's going to escape top left. Wow. He finds a way out. I thought he was going to be cornered in. He moves back decently in the end. Obviously some shots on either side. Zaun's army, I'll always say it, Stalker, Zealot, Disruptor is such a stand on the map. You can do a lot, you can be annoying, but it's so hard to win games with this unit composition. It's so difficult to close games out with Zealot, Stalker, Disruptor. It just doesn't really happen a lot of the time. Vikings take a step back down into the bottom left-hand side, so they're going to come running straight across here. Do have our Disruptor still moving through, +2 armor coming up, another scan coming into place. The Bio army is looking to chase. A couple of Disruptors going to get caught in an EMP. We're going to kill one. No, he don't kill any. Wow, really good split for Spirit. Now he actually just killed 2 of the units. He split forward to avoid the Disruptor shot. Well, now we're going to fight. Well, there's a lot of Zealots in open space. Not ideal. Spirit has to go pulling back. Stalkers blinking forward. We actually target fire down a couple of Stalkers. Don't mind that because we can kite the Zealots for days. There's a lot more Disruptors in the background, but you're starting to see the numbers not being effective enough. We're not killing enough. We're going to split into the Disruptors. Spirit is a madman. He does not care. There's another shot available. Hits only a Marine, as it does create distance, though, between Zaun and Spirit's armies, which Zaun was desperate for. Unfortunately, he's still not got anything else to help him, and he's still in a bit of trouble. Stalkers get underneath. The medevac goes down. The back and forth is great between the two of them so far. Nexus and 2 more Colossus building up. We got Liberators, Ghosts, Marines, Marauders, all leaking out into the fleet field right now. Spirit continues to build up in a big way. Zaun has a ton of bases. He's got a lot of locations. And this is where Spirit's been good in the previous games, where he's been able to just start dropping around multiple places, you know, hitting all these different locations, really being aggressive. We'll start seeing a little bit of that now. Top left base is going to be in trouble, and if Zaun is fully focused on this right side, that top left may go down. We'll see how much Spirit's able to do there very soon. Let's see what Zaun can do with his main army. Diving to this planetary fortress. EMPs go down. Stalkers blink in. EMPs onto the Zealots as well. SCV repair good. Fire just needs to get onto the base. One Ghost and EMP would have been beautiful. Although now we're chasing. The Disruptors are kind of abandoned. The recall is decent, but like I say, even better is A, Spirit gets away, and B, I think the chase down over here is actually very good from Spirit as well, as Zaun now on recall cooldown. Now you've got a lot of time where you're not going to be able to quickly relocate around the map. And on a map that is now as drawn out as Throne of the Dunes, you know, a map where Zaun is trying to take both far left and far bottom right corner bases on this map, like, there are going to be issues with repositioning. There are going to be moments in this game where now you just cannot be where you need to be. I mean, one base bottom right goes down already, and Spirit's going to start abusing it beautifully, just dropping to the top left. Zaun barely has enough supply to warp in, but he gets a major jump forward here, and we also see Colossus arriving as well, something we have currently no Vikings against. There's a couple that just show up. Oh, no detection! No detection! The Ghosts are just going to stand and fight. Vikings are going to get through. The Stalkers are playing the chasing game. Okay, they do get rid of those couple of Couple of Vikings. We are going to see the Ghost just sitting in the back, though. The Observer's on the right-hand side. Oh, my God, go the other way. The Ghosts are killing the Colossus. Oh, my goodness. Now we're going to start saving the Colossus as the Observer gets there, and the Ghost will go down. Finally, the detection gets to the right place as Sound just too busy to realize what was going on through so much of that. Finally, we realize it. A couple of mules are going to drop down as well. I did think the Ghosts were going to do a little bit more. I thought they might have killed the 2 Colossus, not just barely kill 1. As we now have the Zealot Stalker coming over. I actually think if they target fight, because they were actually hitting different Colossus all the way through, I think they did the damage to kill like 2.5. They just split it across all 3 Colossus instead. But, you know, if you target fight, it could have been really nice. We will have the bio. It's going to sit back, a couple of Zealots going down, and it is a chance now for Zound to maybe, you know, put the foot on the gas pedal and just send it into this base and really look for a little bit more damage here. They'll blink back. Marauders are going to come stimming forward. We take the opportunity there. Bio to the front. A couple Stalkers taking hits. The Marine Viking force still gathering up for the moment. That's a good Viking fleet, at least against the Colossus, which is what we really need. It's been a nice switch from Zound. Actually able to get a good amount of these Colossus up and actually get them, you know, built in here. It makes a big switch from having that kind of, oh my God, I've got to hit the Disruptor Shot army versus I've actually got like a stable damage output army. A bit crazy as we are going to see a couple of EMPs go down. The Vikings take a step to back away for a moment or two. Prism to the bottom right-hand side. Now we scan up to the top. Another army still just moving through there from Zound. Bioforce in position. As we see the Stalkers blink underneath. The medevac goes down. The Vikings are going to come over. And very narrowly getting another Colossus. A little bit more bio going to be there once again. Our 2 Nexus are on the way. The +2 ship weapons coming up. We're going to find that bottom right base. There's another recall being used. Oh my God, I love it. Spirit says you just recalled half the army. Hello! He jumps on the other half and yeah, immediately just, you can see the overreaction. If you want to recall there, recall like a handful of Zealots or something, but yeah, that was maybe a bit too much, and Spirit knew it instantly. He knew that tendency from Zound was there. He's seen Zound do it multiple times. Unfortunately, it's still going to cost Spirit this command center. He is now going to try and relocate to the top side with another base. Obviously, these forward bases becoming an issue to hold onto. Zound re-expanding to a lot of the locations that Spirit killed off in the last 3 or 4 minutes of this game. We are 20 minutes deep here on Throne of the Dunes as the Zealots run straight into the EMPs. The Vikings are going to get busy immediately on the Colossus. Target fire them, please. Make sure let's not split that damage too heavily, because if we want to win this fight, we need to take those Colossus down. Beautiful Prism from Zound on the other side, just as Spirit is fully locked in onto the rest of this army, and doing very well against the rest of that army. I actually wonder if we actually almost need the Zealot Warping to help this force out, because, yeah, we are in trouble. The Zealots actually do start to come over. They're going to try and help this, but we're only on Zealot Stalker right now. Is that good enough? EMP's going down. The Bio will run and start a step backward. Stalker's dealing some damage. It's low HP. We've been stimmed up to crazy numbers. The Zound has so many minerals. Not a lot of gas in the bank, but he could warp in a bunch of Zealots here to still join in. We get to this choke point. Those rocks have been huge. Spirit has ran back to those a couple times over to help him with the positioning and to help him to survive. Colossus still buildings, just have the Stalkers getting underneath. Command Center will go down here. The Zealot Stalker still pushing through. CC's in trouble. And we have ourselves an army pushing into the top side. Planetary Fortress having issues there already. The Bio going to be right there too, pushing the units back the other way. Liberator producing. The Ghost on the way out. A couple of Disruptors building up from Zound as well. Zound has a lot of units, and Spirit's just not rebuilding as quickly as Zound is, and Zound may just win the eventual war of attrition here, where both players have been, you know, making efforts to knock down each other's bases and economy. Zound had a few more bases, and Spirit, he did knock down some of them, but he lost his own bases and never really got back to them. Bottom right base just survived an attack at low HP as well, so another mining base that remains from Zound as he blinks through. Widow Mine shots going off, and it does look as though Zound is going to just about scrape his way into the semi-finals of the WardiTV Team Liquid Map Contest Tournament. The Zealot Stalker pushing on through here, going to take a turn, jump onto that orbital command. Awesome game, fun map once again. Delivering some fun army movement, delivering some fun positions. Unfortunately for Spirit, it's been a hell of a run, like I say. Topped his group, got straight to this quarterfinal, well deserved. Put up a hell of a fight here against Zaun, and even in this final game, there's been a lot of moments where I could have maybe swung either way, but Zaun just about better in this final map. Gonna go fight. Mineral line's getting disrupted. The Vikings are there. The Colossus going down as well. And that is going to be GG. Zaun is going to take it. He is going to be the winner. And he will go to the semifinals looking to play Hero or REYNOR, pending the result of that next matchup, which is what we're getting to. I mean, yesterday I think I called Spirit Zaun the warm-up, but it was actually an absolute banger of a series. We get all 5 maps, and we will get ourselves into this next map in just a few moments, which is going to be for our next series in just a few moments in the form of the PVZ. So that is coming up. And like I say, we'll be into that very, very shortly here. So we're going to hop on over to Korea and get the videos started and get into Hero versus REYNOR. I'm going to nip BRB a couple of moments, guys. I'm not going to be long. I'm just going to leave you guys on screen. I just want to get the videos started, and while they video, I'll take a second to get this underway. If the Korean server wants to let me connect, always love that one as well. It's a classic. Alrighty. Alright, video starting, guys. I'll be RB. One moment. I'll be right back with you. The usual videos come through. And it looks like we're going to go to Satellite Years for map number 1 of this best of 5. Quarterfinal matchup. Winner will play Zaun as our next series after this as well, just to keep you guys on track with the schedule. It will be MaxPax CLEM will play as our 4th series today. If you're waiting for that one, that comes up a bit further down the line. Alright, veto. Pick. For a few more invites there, just missing people. Yeah, we'll just wait for a couple more map picks, and then we're set to go, guys, into REYNOR versus Hero. So exciting best of 5 coming up. Getting into this in a few moments. Just take a second to start off the selling out of the day. If you're watching, do consider doing the usual things that help out so much. If you're on the YouTube channel, you can hit the like button on the stream. Helps us out a whole bunch. There's a major benefit. Obviously, if you're enjoying a lot and you think about coming back again in the future, you can also hit the subscribe button. I've been throwing the stats around, how like 50% of people aren't subbed to the YouTube channel that are watching and so on. So, you know, that's still true. It has not changed. We actually had, like I say, we've had crazy amounts of subs on the YouTube channel the last few days. So appreciate that. Appreciate all the support and you guys responding to me, saying it all. So thanks so much. Keep it going if you can. Helps us out a whole bunch. And obviously we will also have on Twitch the ability to drop that follow button as well. We've actually had a lot of followers on Twitch relative to usual too lately. So it's just been a great week of streaming, honestly. Been a great week of streaming. Hard to complain about anything as we are, I believe, good to begin into this this next game, guys. So if our players are ready, REYNOR and Hero are about to take us on a ZVP journey. Starting on Satellite Years, dropping off on the Ruby Rock, and stepping into Tourmaline for our first 3 maps. And we'll go from there. Ready, GLHF, REYNOR, Hero, best of 5 coming up right now as we get this one ready to roll out of game number 1 of this series. So we kick this off and get this going. How's my voice today? My voice is fine. Yeah, my voice almost always recovers overnight if we cast. Very rarely if like I have a super long day and it's very shouty the next day. Maybe it's a bit rough, but it was just too much shouting yesterday all at once. Just needed a night off, and it's back, ready to give you guys more action. In the bottom right-hand side, we've got ourselves our red Protoss player. He is going to be Hero, who we did not see yesterday because obviously he was the player to win his group and take a seed directly into the round of 8. In the top left, our blue Zerg REYNOR did have to fight through the round of 12 yesterday, and it did not look like he was going to be here. If you did not watch REYNOR versus Cure, you need to go watch this series. I think, honestly, REYNOR Cure, Beyond versus CLEM, 2 series yesterday that I think are probably going to be on my top. I'd probably say they're going to be on my top 3, but let's be safe and say top 5. Probably top 5 series of the year that I'm going to cast on this channel. They were absolute bangers. Both of those series were great. Part of the reason why it's been such a great tournament, those 2 series really lifted up day 1 of the playoffs yesterday and really hard carried. They were so good. If you did not see them, do yourself a favor, go watch them tomorrow, later today or whenever you get a chance, because yeah, they were both amazing matchups. Both amazing matchups as we have Catch, Gas, and Pool getting underway for our first few moments, a gateway building up. REYNOR's been doing a lot of the Lingbane Hydra. Obviously, you know, Storm is a bit different, and a lot of the Zergs have been figuring out, hey, can I throw Hydra Lingbane at my opponent? It's been in a variety of ways. 50 drones, 60 drones. Some people have been doing the 85 kind of drone where it's not an all-in kind of in terms of economy, but it is all-in in terms of you're stuck on that tech and you're not teching out of it. Because there's been very Lingbane Hydra focused, we've seen a lot of the Lurker follow-ups as well, because that comes naturally from the Lurker Hydras. We've also seen a fair amount of Spires being sprinkled in with their new cost and the changes. Spires have been sprinkled in a fair amount as kind of follow-ups as well. So, just a few of the things you might be able to imagine seeing out of REYNOR in this series. Obviously, he did take down Cure in the round of 12, but we did get to see a little bit of him against Classic in the round of 24 in the group stages. Not 24, round 20. During the group stages, he did obviously have a little bit of a showing there and gave us a good little bit of a sighting as to what was going on. And again, like I say, those were some of the things that we saw from him, and that was also combined with some of the other things we've seen in general from Zergs over the last few days. And it's been nice. We've actually had Zergs in this competition. We actually had Zergs alive all the way through to the round of 12. And so we've actually been able to see quite a lot of Zerg matchups and how Zerg is dealing with the meta changes as well, which is really awesome. Because, yeah, we had an absolute distinct lack of Zergs lately, so it's so nice to get some of them up and running. It's very, very nice. Obviously, Hero is a regular here as well. Hero, if you weren't here yesterday, if you didn't hear, yesterday Hero was we pointed out that Hero was a multi-time champion of the Team Liquid map contest tournaments. His streak got broken last time out. He won map contest tournament 9, 10, and 11. Which is obviously a pretty crazy streak, so clearly one of the guys that just vibes well with the new maps. REYNOR, not one of the guys that played in a lot of these events, but has never made the top 2 even, so just little things to note. Obviously, REYNOR, very accomplished and great player. And this series is just a great one because you've got 2 of the best players in the world right now going at each other. And honestly, I have no idea who's going to win out. I'm going to be slightly biased to REYNOR just because I want to see the ZVP semi-final. So, you know, just trying to avoid the PvP, and that's literally the only reason I have a bias. Both these players are going to be great. Both of them could be great competitors. There is a world where if, like, Hero wins, we maybe get PvP, semi-PvP final as well. So, you know, the less chance we have of the PvPs. So I will be slightly biased in my hope for REYNOR in this one, as Twilight Council and a Forge come online initially. Just going to see the Spore Crawler going to be there, pinging the Oracle a couple of times, and pushing that away, up to the sides, up towards the corners, keeping that back for now. Was it close for Mixu to get out of the group stages? Mixu, yeah, Mixu nearly made it out of groups. He went 1-2 against Zaun, and I actually think he had some winning opportunities in some of those games he lost against Zaun. If he'd been able to win another map there and win that series, I think Mixu would have indeed made playoffs, so yeah. I've actually been, I mean, from what I've seen so far of this kind of new meta for ZVP, I actually really like it. I mean, throwing burst back to kind of the Lingbane Hydra meta of days gone by, I actually always thought that was a really fun meta to kind of play in and watch for, so. These Zerglings moving about, sorry, Inferior Adepts moving about, we need some Zerglings to move about and come and deal with these Adepts. It is charge and +1 on the follow-up. This is a build Hero's done a fair amount lately, where you get charge and +1, and he ends up just hitting with a ton of gateways and a ton of zealots, and if the Zerg is not prepped for it, it's very painful. Now, REYNOR's playing a melee upgrade opening. That's not ideal against zealots, but what can be fine is if he adds on the Baneling Nest, and if he has Banelings to help against the zealot wave. The question is he going to have that in time, because it's not something we can, you know, it's not something you can guarantee say is something that you kind of need typically at this point. You're going to get Templar Archives too, so might even have a couple of Archons if he does end up arriving with an attack some point soon. There's the Baneling Nest now. Obviously still a ways off that finishing, Morphing Banes, etc. See if REYNOR can identify the aggression coming and be prepped in time for an attack of Hero. If Hero comes, I mean, what are we on? 4 gateways? It's not super crazy. It's not actually the super aggressive Zealot charge build that I was initially thinking. Templar Archive kind of takes us away from that kind of option. But it is still going to be Charge Lord Archon to begin with. Obviously, maybe even Storm, dare I say it. Early game here from Hero as well. As the Templar Archives finishes, we will see the Oracle taking a bunch of shots, and the Queen's putting some effort in to make sure that Oracle ends up going the other direction. So making sure that that's not going to have a chance to stick around here. The Oracle is going to try and set up a cheeky little stasis ward over on this side. So that's going to charge on up, and actually going to be running straight in towards those Queens, and so Zealots, yeah, bit surrounded by the Lings, with Queens here to support. This was fine. Actually, nice stasis keeps the Zealots alive. Well, I thought it would, but enough Lings apparently still chasing. Only 3 Zealots get out low HP, but good first defense from REYNOR. You can obviously see the follow-up already building through with the Oracle moving about and reveling, but the main thing on the production tab is indeed Storm, getting very close to being done. That's obviously a big factor as well. Just taking another step across, we'll take a couple of moments to settle ourselves in here. Just gonna see the Lings actually getting a chance to jump on top of some of the rocks over there too, and now the +1 missiles, Baneling speed, and the Hydra speed all continue to come out as well. The Lings trying to get themselves on top of a few Zealots here and just seeing if they can make a chance to get on top. No opportunity just yet, as we just have a little bit of moving around. Lingbane Hydra going to come back the other way. And you're going to see a nice little Storm coming down. A couple of Storms coming down here as this army wants to jump on top of these High Templar. Storm's going to obviously persist for a little while, giving these Hydras a chance to kind of, you know, be held back. One more Storm comes down there in the end. I think REYNOR's really eager to maybe get a couple more of those High Templar there. This is 80 drones, and obviously Bane speed about to finish, +1 missiles about to finish. Things getting better. Good split from REYNOR. Dodges that Storm. Takes no damage from it, apart from a couple of Lings that end up running in accidentally. In the end, we're going to drop one more Storm. We forced a lot of the Storms already. Okay, this is huge. By morphing the Archons, you're basically not going to have Storm building up on those High Templar. And that means that we might have a chance to just break through here as REYNOR, but he's also just getting pushed back at the same time. Did this cost him a little bit too much? Was Hero just about okay in the end? Maybe he indeed has been just about okay. I think that is actually the true situation at the end of it all. +3 attack coming up, the Mothership and the High Templar building through. We add on the Immortal. And I think it's fair to say that this is indeed looking as though we are going to have ourselves a REYNOR kind of held away, but it's not done yet because this is still kind of the mid-tierish tech on both sides. The Mothership will definitely be a helping hand from Hero, as REYNOR is just setting up for another big wave of Lingbane Hydra. 3 High Templar only on the map, which is not a lot. REYNOR will have to pull back and deal with this Prism play initially before he tries anything else here, so that's going to be step 1 of these next few moments. Mr. Missiles is setting up. A couple more Storms coming down. The Baneling's trying to reach forward. There are more High Templar available with Storm Energy. The Bane's from the other side, but not enough of them connect. I was going to say those Hydras are dangerously clumped as the Archons play the chasing game. The Zards on the other side. The Queen's trying to get rid of the Prism, but it's not happening. The Prism lives. And the few extra Zards continue to make their way through. REYNOR is going to get here. They will play cleanup nicely. Actually preserves the Banelings as well, which you gotta love, right? Just making efficiency happen. Keep those Banelings for aggression. I just don't know if the aggression is going to work out. With a Mothership now available, upgrades are still steamrolling through from Hero as well on his way to that +3 attack upgrade. I don't know if we've just already seen REYNOR have enough shots at this and just not get it done. The Hydras that are arriving for this next fight as well are now battered and bruised, so they're not even high HP to go into this, which is going to make those Storms even more deadly because we're so close to these Hydras just falling off already. So that part of this is also just extremely scary at this moment. A couple of Lings getting busy, Zealots going down. You see the +3 attack upgrade building up on the Forge as well. So again, like I say, that final upgrade up for the attack for the Protoss. I like this a bit from REYNOR, kind of coming around that right side and maybe just ignore the Nexus there and just try to get straight to the army. Funnily enough, Hero kind of moves forward and attacks onto the creep a little bit, which is a pretty brazen play. REYNOR does cancel the 5th base. And as Hero steps forward, I mean, you actually really do open the chance of maybe coming in from both angles, or maybe just kind of turn this into harass on the bottom side because Hero was not nearby to play defense at all. It's the supplies that we don't love for REYNOR. Infestation Pit will start from him. He's got to try and scrap his way out from a pretty difficult position at the moment. Hero just wants to, I mean, Hero needs to be, honestly, just, it feels nice to kind of move out if you're confident, but at the same time, this is a composition right now which gets better for you as time goes on, because REYNOR's about to be playing maxed out, so as you wait, you're going to have more available army supply for any particular fight, and you're going to really take away from the swarmy feeling that the Lingbane Hydra initially is meant to have and is meant to be able to play with as well. So we're kind of losing out on those possibilities and those chances and those options. 14 extra Lings producing through for the moment. We will see the other units just stepping across as well. Things trying to make their way through, and they are going after this base once more. The Bane's going to protect. We're going to have enough to cancel this Nexus. Yes, we will. Comfortably so. And the Lurkiden and Hive on the way, so REYNOR looking toward the tech switches and the tech progression. We'll keep it in this. Again, that is kind of the expected situation here because, as mentioned, you're kind of playing to kind of, playing the Hydras. The Lurkers are the next best thing that you get to. The problem is we're not quite ready to fight yet. The Lurkers are, still a distance away, and that's why now REYNOR's fight timing is looking good. This high ground base has been very cool for him. Rich Vest being gassed now gets jumped on though, and REYNOR takes advantage of, Hero being across the other side of the map. So REYNOR plays for the counterattack that will go very well. 13 probes, a few units getting caught up in that as well. REYNOR doesn't lose too much in that process. Still needs to find a way to fight this army, and maybe on creep spread out, it's going to be the way. Storms are not brilliant. A lot of these Banes actually do get through. We do keep the High Templar alive. A couple of Storms available still on a High Templar that was full energy. I thought he was out of Storm, but he actually had a couple left over because, like I say, that one High Templar full energy did not stand out. Lurkers now morph in, so REYNOR might just about have survived the Lurkers. But do we realistically have a way to kind of make these Lurkers good enough? I'm going to say I don't think so. He's only, he's still got to get Lurker upgrades too, so we're not fully there in terms of Lurkers being as good as they could be. So that part of this is obviously, not exactly ideal either. Mortal Archon High Templar moving through, the Mothership overhead. Coming around that left-hand side, and we look for the chance to move up into this left side base location. Archon's going to get their extractor going down. We're just going to see the I mean, the space is just going to be given up. I don't think REYNOR can justify fighting it. He needs his lurkers in front of where he's going to be defending, but he just was not ready at all. And again, this is just the remnants of him, you know, being in a struggling position. I mean, this is what you're looking for right now as Hero moves down. Just started to drop the storms, wants to try and REYNOR to do what he can with these lurkers. Those storms obviously will two-shot lurkers now, so if you drop 2 full storms on the lurkers, they will die. And obviously we mentioned a lot about the storm duration, and doing 110 damage total on the location you drop it on now. Again, it means maybe we're in a position where lurkers need to try and unburrow and dodge away from a lot of those storm positions. Hero, the only reason he's not super steamrolling ahead is because REYNOR did a great job denying that 5th base and kind of kept Hero away from the clean, easy kind of solution. More storms just dropping through. The lurkers still sitting back and sitting tight as we are going to be seeing units start charging forward. The Zealot's coming in. Time Ball comes down. Mothership is going to fire from above as well. Immortal Archon doing its thing. I don't think REYNOR has enough to hold on, but it got a little bit closer than I thought initially. The supplies actually got kind of close for a few seconds. Then the Immortals got onto the lurkers, and it really did come to a close. GG's, and it is going to be Hero to take the opening game as REYNOR just never quite getting enough of the Lanebane Hydra aggression going the way he needed it to. GG's, and that's going to round out our opening map as we head to Ruby Rock for the second game of this series, with Hero taking the 1-0 edge in the best of 5. It wouldn't have been a REYNOR match if he doesn't start with some sort of adversity. That's definitely been the case for him in this tournament as well. Losing map 1 and kind of battling back has been a big part of his play in this tournament, so we'll see if he can indeed do the battling back portion of it. As I'll drop lobby links down, and we should be close to getting into another map. Missing me some players as we get our next game ready to roll. Mothership's so good in PvZ, it melts through lings. Yes, it really does. The Mothership is actually kind of a crazy good unit to get nowadays. It really... it really did promote itself from being... I really did promote itself from being a bit of a meme unit to actually being very good. REYNOR asked me, why is Storm Drizzle one-tapping my units? Everything just evaporated. I just love the... I think what's making me kind of start laughing about Storm is that we're just at such opposite ends. I mean, I said this as well with the with all the change that kept coming in. It's like, it felt like there was no middle ground for Storm, right? Either Storm was completely unplayable, Protoss don't think they can use it, it's never going to be used again, or Terrans literally cannot ever play against Storm. It's impossible, it's too good. There was no in-between, and I feel like now that Storm is here in this current version, I think we found the in-between, because it's the takes that are extremes, right? You know, it either does nothing, or it does everything still. Yeah, it's great. I think we've maybe landed on a version of Storm that feels reasonable. With, again, a lot of figuring out still to be done, with this still just being early stages, but yeah, the balance winding feels good for it. Psionic Drizzle, but it do be melting everything. Ruby Rock for game number 2 of this best of 5. In the top left-hand corner, the red Protoss player here is going to be Hero, as we have in the bottom right-hand side, the blue Zerg player, REYNOR, as we get straight into game number 2 of this best of 5. Let me take a couple moments to get ourselves set up here, as we have Hatch Gas and Pool coming on through. Gateway coming up, and get settled down and get going. Access building as well. Probably just obviously going to be sitting behind this mineral line a little bit. A couple of moments, taking some time. Taking it chill. Sorry guys, give me 1 sec. Sorry, heard a weird sound. Turns out, it's just Ellie. She's back home. She was just out, so I was like, why is there a weird sound? Who's in the house? Oh, it was just the dog. She does in fact return. Alright, link speed is building up here. You get the Stalker, the Warp Gate, the Stargate, yada yada. Early game PvZ is doing its thing. As we get settled early. And yeah, a couple of lings on the way through. That link speed coming about. And we take a few moments to get ourselves established in the early stages of Ruby Rock. Game number 2 of this best of 5. Hero leading 1-0. Let's see the Adept gonna fire a couple of shots at Lings. We do see the Oracle is about to finish up the Warp Gate building by. Again, Hatch and the Spore coming up as well. So we got a lot of that on the way. Get a couple of drones and the Queen coming through as well. Let's just have the Adept is going to take the chance to shade about. The Stalker going to poke at the Overlord there and is going to be able to start doing some work. And just bring that a little bit low for the early few moments. Not bad, not bad. A few Zerglings will be there to try and fight back the other direction. They're going to come back into the center, just go after the Stalker. Just aim straight for that Overlord, which is going to go down with some pretty good ease. Just a nice little grab. We're to see what our style composition here is going to be from REYNOR eventually. I do think Lingbane Hydra is, like I say, the hot topic right now. It is the cool thing to be doing. It's just good. We've been seeing some good defense against it. It's making this PvZ matchup fun and interactive recently. As that's Twilight and the Forge from Hero. So we've got to see what Hero wants to do as well. Stylistically speaking, he has obviously a little bit of choice himself. Look at Hero making proper walls on new maps. Yeah, that is kind of crazy. I haven't really... You know what it is? It's lack of notice because it's just been normal, you know? We've not really had the Hero moments. There's been a couple times he just didn't wall. That was maybe a little bit interesting, but for the grand scheme of things, it has just been him actually just doing proper walls. Yeah, it's a good point. Very well said. You see the couple of stages will try and come down. Dodges are pretty good. We do get one Queen caught in that, but as well the Oracle engine being used, the Adepts are going to shade to the main base, where maybe they do have some opportunity with one less Queen here, but actually going to recall out. And yeah, there's that recall on Adepts. And anytime you're recalling Adepts, I said this a bit yesterday, you got to be a little bit kind of like wary of like, oh, why are we recalling the Adepts? Why are we so desperate to keep those alive rather than just going for some drones and shading them and just keeping me running around? And maybe it is, you just put them in a bad position. Maybe it is, hey, I really want these Adepts alive because I'm going Resonating Glaives, and I am absolutely looking to put myself into a winning position in this game with a lot of Adepts hitting all at once. Now, REYNOR has a Roach Run, so he finishes up a structure that's going to be extremely important for him here, as we just need these gas to come up and get some more gas mining going, and then we can afford us some Roaches, which, like I say, is going to be a big deal, because we do kind of want to get in a position eventually where we're going to be able to kind of, you know, have something proper against these Adepts. And right now, we don't have it. He's still droning. And I'm a little bit afraid, because more drones are not the direction we need to go in right here. Glaives is done. The thing is, the Adepts are not here immediately. As the Oracles move across the other side, the Lings try and move across the other side. The Oracles turn them around. Now some more Lings on the way up. I just don't know if we're going to have the lava to deal with this amount of Adepts. Roaches build, but the first 3 are on the way. I think REYNOR's in some serious trouble. The Adepts just shade into open space, though, and it is a lot of Lings. Melee is so close to being done. If the melee upgrade was done a few seconds sooner, that would have been very nice. Instead, a lot of these Adepts end up just surviving. Into the main base they go as we start to jump around. REYNOR needs to get a lot of units on the way right now and try and minimize damage taken during this, but it's not looking pretty to begin with. It's definitely not the start we were looking for, to say the least. We're going to see a few more of the Adepts coming back around. Resonating Glaive still active. Those Roaches are dropping. Queen in trouble. A few Zerglings coming about. Yeah, I think this is going to be a little bit of a tough one to crack as the Adepts go back the other way. And I think Hero is glaving his way through to a 2-0 lead in this best of 5. A few Adepts still getting after the Roaches, still getting after these Queens. The drones transferring, but REYNOR just caught unprepared for this game. And a good game is called. And Hero will take game 2 of the BO5. Uh-oh, scary business as a 2-0 lead for Hero here puts him into prime position for this series to really tick over in his favor. Game 3 coming up is going to be on Tourmaline, so we'll get that started. And while we get that started, I'm going to try and grab a little bite of my lunch, and I will just put you guys to Ellie-Cam, who's watching me, waiting for me to take a bite of my lunch while I take a moment to just grab some food. Alright guys, thank you for some patience. Let's get into game 3. As in the top right, our red Zerg player is going to be REYNOR. In the bottom left, our blue Protoss is Hero. You get Ellie to cast, just put a monitor in her face, and based on her reaction we can guess what's happening. Yeah, you'll be able to guess whether there's food or not. That's pretty much the one thing she lets up. That's the one thing she lets people know. Am I eating Ellie food, or is Ellie eating water food? No, she's definitely eating my food. You guys do notice she never is here until I need to eat, and then she's always here. Might have accidentally trained that into her. Whoops. Your food is always Ellie's food. That's true. Over to the bottom left. Cybercore next coming through as the hatch gas pool comes up. And we just take a couple of moments early on Tourmaline to get set. Raining down 0-2. Can he bring it back? Or was Hero just truly looking a bit too sneaky and cheeky on this one? What's up, Soul Man? Thank you so much for the 11-month resub on the Prime. Appreciate you. Thank you so much. Overlord will hide. Stalker will wait. I was gonna say, that's a sentry. I was like, are we just gonna hallucinate to A, kill the Overlord, and then B, what are we gonna do from here? And it's 2 more gateways early from Hero. Maybe some pressure. I mean, REYNOR will see with the Overlord those gates coming down. Or at the very least, one of those gates coming down. Now the Stargate. And a few Lings even stepping across the map to try and get a bit more info on this, so... Interesting sequence of events and a bit of a different way of doing the builds as usual from Hero in these early moments. Three Adepts all at once as the Oracle will be on the way from Hero following this, so I guess we're going to arrive with just a later Oracle, but a higher Adept count than you'd usually have for this point in the game, basically. REYNOR is still prepping with the Spore Crawlers. He's going to get a Rotron ready too. That Ling, with Ling Speed, is going to get a Probe, so it gets a nice little deny there for a little bit. As thank you Growlung for the 20-month resub on that Prime. Appreciate you. Thank you so much for supporting the channel. Appreciate so much for keeping on subbing. The Adepts commit. One of them getting caught by the Lings. The Queen's going to have to put a lot of the defense into this. As the Ling count is going down pretty swiftly. REYNOR will start losing a couple of drones here. Now the Adepts recall. In range of the Queens, that should be away safely. And they do pull home as no defense on the third base. A few Adepts stepping back. Oracle, I have just been seen there by the Lings. I think REYNOR's got a good idea of what's going on. And he's just droning, which I think is fine, as long as you then get a few units up to deal with the next wave of Adepts. Because obviously there's still been a high gateway count throughout this, so you're still got to expect to be able to deal with that at some point soon. Handful of Adepts warp in, we begin to shade across the map. Oracles head over to that far right hand side. Actually are committing here. Is this perhaps where REYNOR can find out how it's over-droned? I think it's getting honestly a pretty good connection. Queen in the main base has to run for the Spore. Spore's going to do a lot of damage. Queen goes down. We do not kill an Oracle, unfortunately. Well, REYNOR gets 9 drones. I actually thought I think he was fortunate to kind of not lose the Oracle, like I say. Got 1 extra drone at the end there because of the Adept. That just survived. REYNOR's still on an okay work count because he was kind of greedy heading into this, so I think overall he's probably looking at this and saying, I'm kind of fine, I'm kind of alright with where I've ended up, everything considered. Hallucination takes a chance to keep moving about. Templar Archive still building online. +1 and Blink in the production tabs currently. There's 5 Hydras coming up. +1 missiles, group spines, road speed. A lot of good things on the way at the moment. Add that +1 and Blink on. Add that Storm on as well. I mean, like I say, Hero making a very comfortable follow-up. But I think REYNOR's been fine so far. Here's the difference from him, obviously. Road speed finishing, getting a missile upgrade this game. He's going to be moving much more quickly in toward Lurkers more than likely. There's the Infestation Pit already coming down to potentially give us that Hive tech. REYNOR and Hero both expand to the forward positions, and that's going to make this map very short from bases to bases, so that's going to be an interesting thing to keep our eyes on here. Because that really does reduce the distance you have to go to get from base to base, and I think that will have a big impact on how some of these upcoming trades end up going. I mean, yeah, already a good amount of units on the map for each side, so I don't think anyone's going to kind of get the bullying kind of advantage here, but yeah, it's one thing for us to definitely watch for. Without Storm done and no splash damage, it's actually not a bad moment for the Hydras and Lings. Just poke about, they get a few kills. No speed though, so they've got to be careful about trying to get away. I don't mind that. That was a good little poke in, see if there's an opportunity, see if we can kind of get a little bit of something done without being overly committed. And then REYNOR stepping back without, like I say, getting himself too caught up or too committed here overall. Putting himself into a bit of a better position. And just a lot of everything else still coming through. We have Hero positioning nicely right now. Just gonna see the Stalker's gonna join up. A couple of Storms gonna go down. Hero is gonna get jumped on though. A couple more Storms. REYNOR's deciding to fight through this. No more Storms remain. The Archon's Morphin are gonna be in trouble. And the Lings are gonna get on top of those Stalkers as we chase them back. The tail end of this fight is probably gonna be very, very positive for REYNOR, getting some extra kills at the end. Now some more Lurkers morphing in. We had the +2 missiles coming up. Seismic Spines on the way through. And we get that going as the extra Lurkers will be finishing very shortly. The Lings, Hydras, gathering right now as we settle ourselves in toward the bottom left side. Lurkers for up. Stalkers get bullied back. A couple of Oracles gather together. We'll have ourselves a chance to jump onto a couple of these structures already here. As we see another Storm coming down, the Lings and Lurkers gather up together. We got the Fleet Beacon, we got the Stargate building. A couple of those Zealots coming up still. As the Lurkers being here now is huge. I think the momentum that REYNOR has in this game is going to be massive, and this short distance base to base now is definitely going to benefit the Lurkers, especially because you end up in a very choked up area. So how does Hero get in position to really fight against this? I don't know if he does is the realistic answer right now. Got the Blinks forwards, gets a couple of Lurkers, but we're still so close to just being, well, we are sieging this base, essentially. That High Templar goes down as well as it leaks on in. Man, those other two High Templar are super low. I'm scared for them. Those cannons will stop the Lings from doing too much, but the supply is looking good for REYNOR, and the bounce back in the series may be coming online. Mothership will start from Hero. There's a lot that Hero's on his way to that he's just not ready for just yet. A couple Storms coming down now, going to be part of this. Just getting through. The Stalker's getting hit hard. The Archon they get jumped on as well. The High Templar does drop a Storm. We're instantly splitting from it. We actually burrow our Lurker in it, but not sure it's going to matter. The fourth base goes down, and REYNOR is going to continue through. As you Stalker still going down. The cannon, the pylon, everything just dropping. A few more Zealots still trying to get on forward here. As you get rid of the pylon, the cannon, they keep on pushing through. And I really feel like REYNOR has got this game in the bag. I don't think the Mothership's going to change much here. Especially in a game where you currently have 0 High Templar. We warp in 2 to try and keep ourselves kind of alive and afloat. And that really is the least we could be doing right now is... Yeah, those Lurkers burrow up. The Zealots are going to step forward. I just want to try and step in toward that natural expansion. We see the pylon already going down there. The Lings are going to keep busy. The High Templar are still waiting for their Storm energy, but the Archon falls. The High Templar are dead. Oh, the save with the Mothership as they comes in with the cloaking. Now a Time Warp, but now the High Templar have the energy to Storm. Funnily enough, they're still going to die in that corner. It was a slick save for a moment, but only for that. GG's, and it is going to go 2-1 with REYNOR getting it back a map, and we will get ourselves ready for a map 4. Alright guys, I'm just going to throw us to the BRB screen while I host the game. It's going to be like 30 seconds. I just want to take a couple bites of my sandwich while we get game 4 set up. Update, guys. REYNOR needs 3 or 4 minutes, so we're actually going to go for a slightly longer break just while we wait for this for the players to be ready. So it'll be a little bit longer than expected. Alright, guys, still just waiting on REYNOR. Like I say, if you didn't hear, basically REYNOR just needed a couple of minutes, so we ended up... I actually didn't need to run ads for once. I was just saying to buy a 2 my sandwich, and then REYNOR's like, break time, right? BRB. So, I did run ads because obviously he was gone. We've missed absolutely nothing. He's just come back. He's just readied up. And if Hero is also ready, we can kick off into Game 4 of this quarter-final matchup here today. After this, the winner is taking on Zaun in our Semi-Final 1. And then MaxPax CLEM will be readying up to play Semi-Final number 2 for our Grand Finals to round us out. Players ready. Let's go. Let's keep the games moving here in the Team Liquid Map Contest Tournament Finals. Well, final day. Thank you so much, Zidud, for the Prime sub. I appreciate you. How you doing? Thank you so much for priming us up. Thank you so much. And let's get ready to rumble into Celestial Enclave for map number 4. Hey, this map's kind of interesting with the in-base expand and the mineral walk, and the base layout kind of encourages some longer games, I think, a lot of the time. I think that was one of the maps that Zergs might like quite a bit, to be honest, so let's see what goes on. As in the bottom left side, we're going to have the red Protoss player had a 2-0 lead. Going to let that slip away by a map so far. It is going to be Hero. As on the top right, I believe Zerg is REYNOR. Yes, guys, I did in fact destroy my sandwich during the break. Look, if REYNOR's gonna give me the opportunity to finish my lunch, I'm gonna finish my lunch, you know? I'm not gonna hold back. I see the chance, I'll take it. I was just gonna go for a couple bites. REYNOR was like, here, eat the whole thing. Thank you, REYNOR. Appreciate it, buddy. Game 4 on Celestial. Let's say a funky map with the worker-only kind of walking pathway. I swear REYNOR loses the first 2 games of any series more than anyone else. You know, there is maybe something to that as well, where like REYNOR is a very vibes-based player, and him picking up the vibes in games 1 and 2. He's like, okay, cool. Now I adapt, right? Now I see what's coming. He's maybe throwing some trickery at me. I know kind of the level of safety I need to play with as well from this point onwards. So yeah, it's I definitely think it's one of those things that kind of adds up over time and does make sense. Hatch, gas and pool coming through. Stop blaming on REYNOR. Yeah, I will show you guys the DMs after if you really if you really need to see it. Look, I'll defend myself. I'll defend myself if necessary. Probe is going to be coming about. The drone is going to be there to turn it back around the other direction. We see the hatch, gas, and pool all coming through. So a lot of that coming online. Again, Cybercore is already producing. The Nexus is coming up. We have ourselves the Queen, the Lings, the drone coming over. Now, Celestial, they've definitely expecting it to take a little bit of setup time in these early stages. Adept is getting Chrono Boost and Shade. The Stargate building. So we get a lot of that coming online as well. Just see the couple of Lings going in after the probe here. That probe is going to have to take a moment to step back, go the other side. And Ling speed very close to finishing. I actually do like this map for REYNOR to take another game back in this series, to be honest. I'm kind of feeling it. I think we might have a full 5-game series here. Second time today already would be huge. Maybe I'm getting ahead of myself. Maybe I'm just getting a bit too excited. It's going to be a Void Ray out of Hero. He has gone into a couple of quirkier build orders the last couple games. Obviously, Void Ray is not super wild. It does remove vision on the map and then lets you kind of do a few different things behind it, whether you just play normally and scare the Zerg, or if you actually try and take advantage of that lack of vision and scouting. Either way is a pretty, pretty fine way to kind of set up and do things. Void Ray plays a good cleanup. We have the Oracle and the Warp Gate come through. And yeah, nothing weird. Just Twilight Forge behind this, and just getting the Void Ray out to play a bit of, like I say, play a bit of sneakery, but nothing really actually being truly done with anything just yet. It's a good amount of drones to get brought online as well. So getting those all up. I genuinely thought he just activated Pulsar Beam to kill the critter. I saw him, he activated Pulsar Beam before revelating, and I was like, oh my god, he's gonna activate it to kill it, like, what a monster! No, just one of the creep teamers just did it, and it just looked like a weird ordering of things. Obviously works out fine, no problem. Roadrunner and drones continue through. The couple of queens are going to be there to push the Adept around a little more. Extra gates building, the +1 attack coming through. Obviously the Lings knocked down a set of rocks there and opened up this space between the bases. Is going to become a very comfortable corner kind of 4-base Zerg. I do think that's also a very comfortable kind of 4-base Protoss setup you can get to as well, so maybe that's an issue if Hero just decides to play super late and REYNOR doesn't necessarily want to go there. He might not be able to do much about it. I think this map is definitely not a Lingbane Hydra kind of map, right? It is one thing I definitely note, and we obviously see REYNOR kind of agreeing with that as well in these early stages. Blink is going to be the follow-up from Hero. He gets 4 more gates. And there's a Spire from REYNOR. Ooh, that's a big shift to kind of mix up. Mentioned we might see it in the series, but I was thinking more as kind of a follow-up to the Link Bane Hydra and switching out. It's kind of just a Spire off of not really much else going on, to be honest. Wings, a couple of Overlords all on the way through. Get that +1 missile upgrade starting REYNOR, so look for a follow-up here. This is scary, though. He was just walking up to his 4th base, and he could not be less prepared, to say the least. He's got a few Zerglings. Queen's out of position. Oh, okay, had a few more Lings on the other side, and actually it's Hero who's maybe caught. REYNOR forces the recall and turns that into a very comfortable defense. And Blink halfway done, +2 attack still coming up. Add on that Nexus. A few Zerglings still peeling around one way, then the other. As the +1 missiles and Roach speed, it will be coming by. So we're going to obviously have Roaches on the ground. And we'll see how many mutas we make, and if we want to keep on making mutas, probably not. This is more like a 5 to 15, you know, big range, but 5 to 15 muta kind of game, and then just kind of building a lot of Roachling on the ground. Otherwise, probably more towards 5 mutas, I think. I don't think we're looking to actually get into a super high number. Just a few to force some pressure, just a few to force some units other ways. Right now, got to build some units to make sure that we don't let this Stalker push get too much done, so we kind of got to get on top of that ASAP here, as the Void Ray setting up for the moment. Lings gonna run into that stasis. Wow, that pullback saved the rest of those Lings getting caught in that. That could have been much deadlier, much more problematic than it turned out to be. +1 and missiles and the road speed then is going to be done soon. So REYNOR getting a lot of his kind of fun stuff that he's been building up for. Infestation pit's halfway done. The Overlords are still popping out. So a lot of the tech is coming through here from REYNOR. Again, he built those 3 mutas. Pretty minimal kind of investment. And he actually did go up to 5. So 5 was like the minimum that you can build here typically. He's going to have those 5. They will hit. And like I say, if they can cause a big overreaction, then brilliant. The more you react here to those mutas, the better it is. Because it's not a lot of mutas. So realistically, like, you don't need to do much. And realistically, if this is just a little Stalker Warp in here, and we already have cannons in place, that's probably more than good enough, to be honest. 2 meters go down. The Oracle's still lurking in the center. We're going to throw down the Fleet Beacon. We're actually going to make a Phoenix. I don't hate just 1 Phoenix, but like, let's again not make too many. The more that you build into things that aren't going to help you on the ground, the more that REYNOR can capitalize on that as he goes Hydrogen and Hive. And only feel as though this is probably looking to be Lurkers eventually as well. So Hydrogen is done. If you start the Lurker Den now, it'd be done around the time of Hive. You can get Seismic Spines or so started nice and quickly. Phoenix is just going to stop these mutas from lurking in the corner, which is why I think 1 Phoenix is a very reasonable investment. The Phoenix very nearly goes down. REYNOR plays a bit of micro backward. And if you're wondering who has the ping advantage, nobody. They're both in Korea, so it's actually an evenly pinged game. As Phoenix Muta is one of those things where ping does have a little bit more of a, typically does have a little bit more of a factor. But in this case, it doesn't happen. Oh my god, that Stasis Sword doesn't catch any of those units, which is very unfortunate because they ran right by it. REYNOR shoving, throws a couple of biles down. At the end of the day, he's mostly on his way through. I mean, he's on his way through to those lurkers. That's going to be the main point of contest for him is... Oh, but he a little bit too far forward here. The blink forward from Hero. And REYNOR turns into the blink and says, well, if you blinked into me, I can actually take the fight. It's a very funky trade. We're going to finish off that Archon. The only problem is retreating becomes expensive. Typically, as you retreat here as a Zerg, you lose a ton of extra units. Now, this does free up supply for Hydras to produce, but maybe a bit more supply freeing than what REYNOR was originally aiming for. That's a massive wall-off that's going to be cleaned out here. Do we know about it? It looks as though Hero's pulling back for it. I think he's going to get there and play defense, and that's huge because if those Lings got in, they have access to the natural, the main, the in-base. There's no stopping them. There's, pure, unfiltered chaos that you're basically going to have coming around. +3 attack and break coming by. The Mothership is the next step from Hero here as well. But REYNOR is getting through to the lurkers, and he's getting to the lurkers in a comfortable position. That was not true in the earlier game he played lurkers, and obviously the last game, yes, he was, but the game before that, he got to lurkers as he was already kind of dying. Well, positioning the lurkers until the stalkers walk right into reach, and then make sure that he gets the absolute maximum value there. So it makes it look as though he's not actually ready yet. Stalkers step in, we get a lot of extra shots off, and we actually really hurt a lot of those stalkers. That's damage beyond the shields as well. And now we actually are going to get in with some Ling Roach over on that other side. Going to open the door to get through here. Lurkers burrowing, doing a good job, hitting these stalkers nicely. I just want to try and get down and away. And again, keep pushing this army. We're going to have that base on the top side getting engaged onto. The Zealot's getting there quickly. But it is going to be the counter-attack of REYNOR that also finds a good amount of damage. Yeah, we're relying on the lurkers right now. Here on the other side of the map, I mean, he loses like every probe on this mineral line. We're going to pop the cloaking. The Roaches will run up to the main base just to try and get something more out of this right now. Mothership is just going to be a big part of this in general. Wants to get to the rest of the army, which is still fighting on the other side. REYNOR's supply has been dropping, and it does seem to be going the wrong direction for him as he's just gone a bit too caught up. Losing that base is a little scary, especially as the hero actually has the bottom right 5th base still coming online as well. High Templar coming about. It's going to be seeing the +2 melee, the lurkers still building up. But can REYNOR get back to what he needs right now? It looks as though a hero is likely going to find himself in a really good position, and maybe one that can even put this game in his favor shortly. Got a couple lurkers coming out, the +2 melee coming through. Spines, lurkers, good places. Buying time. REYNOR just needs as much time as he can to try and get built back up. Yeah, I love these counters. A moment of the game where a hero needs to make sure he can kind of deal with this and not, worry too much about being back at home. Warping the Zealots will reduce the numbers. We're going to recall into the in-base with the Mothership as Hero makes a move. He's been loving some Mothership recalls. He did one against Sterile in the Maestros of the game. That's a big one as well. In-base expand deleted. And now we're going to recall home defensively as we are going to get to the base that the Lings were on. They didn't get close to killing it, but they did have a good time there for the most part. So, not a bad few moments as we are going to see the couple of lurker shots are there. The Archon gets pushed back so far. Extra Hydras, extra lurkers coming through, +3 missiles, +2 melee. A lot of stuff coming up as the Zealot Archon gathers together. The few Stalkers join in as well. Coming back around the other side. Seeing the lurkers burrow up. The Hydras are going to be there. I mean, REYNOR's surviving, which is one thing, but then he needs to keep doing work on the other side. He needs to get through some of these other places. Otherwise, he's not going to be good enough overall. Let's get down there. 5 probes being picked away at. I mean, like I say, it's the right ideas, it's the right things to be doing. REYNOR in a very awkward position. Like I say, this is necessary damage. It's just so pinned back base-wise. The fact there's still units like in his in-base expand is terrifying as well. Yeah, he gets a High Templar there at least, so still finding a little bit more value too. As we're going to come back up here, so again, the kind of attack through the in-base and into the main. And once more, just another sick play from Hero. And REYNOR can't get in position to deal with it. Like, he's got to get up his own ramp, which is obviously a horrible position. Lurkers over here will burrow and I think should be able to deal with those Zealots. But it's already been the cost of a ton of drones. And now Hero clearing up the Hydras very comfortably. It's really going to be down to the Lurkers, which are going to have to hold their own. I mean, honestly, the supply comes back quite evenly. Hero still does have a lot of money to spend. Do we have detection? No. The cloaking is good. There's the Overseer, and we are actually on a lot of Lurkers there. Hero just pretending there was never going to be a chance of an Overseer showing up or anything is kind of a huge deal. Quarter is stepping over. Let's see those few Zealots gathering as well. But still active, just seeing the Tempest continuing through, the shields coming up, the extra Zealots are on the way. We're going to be having, I mean, the eventual defense from REYNOR may happen, but man, it's been expensive, like I say. They've got a Void Ray hitting your Hive right now. I just don't know how much we really recuperate from this. Falling Lurker trying to get back together here. Let's just have Mothership gonna go and kill drones. It's also an effective attack against workers, so that's kind of working right now as well. These queens might want to drop a transfuse or two on this hatchery just to keep it back healthy. This Mothership's just an issue. Like, this Mothership's just lingering between bases, and REYNOR can't get rid of it. And as such, it's been able to recall and just cause absolute mayhem, which is a little bit silly. Just had no real way to kind of, like I say, answer it, as the Mothership here with a couple of units showing up. Tempest shows up as well. I mean, at this point, REYNOR is not really rich enough to go Spire, but maybe he just has to. Things come through, those Archons join up. Couple of shots, Tempest already getting into those lurkers there initially. Timeball coming down as well, helping also, as we just have ourselves the attack continuing forward, and it looks like Hero's going to make a bid for this base. REYNOR's got supply, but I don't really know where it is. I presume some of it's that supply up in the production tab still. Hydras and Vipers would be a great addition, but we're just not there with them yet. They're not on the field right now. REYNOR doesn't have the supply to hold on. Hero pulling his way through. He's going to be seeing the lurkers continue to ping their way through this, that, and whatever. This really is GG kind of territory. Hero takes it 3-1. Yep, knocking down REYNOR here and advancing to the semi-finals, which, my friends, is going to give us a PvP round of 4. Hero is going to be playing against Zaun. I'll be getting into that in a couple of moments. So, I'll get the video started for that. Figure this out. Just do some counting as well quickly. Perfect. So I'll get that ready, and we'll get ready to go. Perfect. We'll get this sorted out, guys. I'm just going to throw us to a break screen for a couple of minutes while I get some things sorted. We'll come right back. It's going to be more StarCraft. It's down here in the semis up next. Alrighty, guys, how you doing? It's going to be some PvP coming up in the semifinals as Zound takes on Hero. The winner is going to move to the finals. Hero looking for, I think, his 4th ever TLMC finals. I don't think he ever got 2nd place. So, some excitement there. As I think we've got everyone in, if we're ready. We can get this started out. So, Zound readies, Hero readies. Let's get into some PvP in the semifinals, guys. So it's going to be Zound Hero. After this, we get into CLEM versus MaxPax. It's going to be a good couple matches. And we get that ready to go. So, see what happens. Kick this off. Andromeda going to be our opening map for this PvP. So we have 3 series remaining here in the Team Liquid map contest tournament. Let's see what it looks like. Top right-hand side, in the semifinals, our blue Protoss player here is going to be Zound. And in the bottom left, our red Protoss shall be Hero. We get settled, we get it rolling, and we have a look to see what our plans will be. Gates coming up, assimilators coming through, and we get settled down for the next couple of moments here as we get started for now. And yeah, find ourselves a PvP semifinals, guys. Like I say, CLEM MaxPax in the other semifinal as well. Gates coming through, the assimilators coming about just that, and we just have ourselves obviously 2 gates each coming in initially. So yeah, nothing surprising for the first few moments of this PvP. First couple of moments looking kind of what we would expect it to. Okay, and the cyber core is again just going to be on the way through for now as our probe gets in toward the main. Probe will nibble, so a couple of minerals. Just gonna try and be blocked. Cute little things there, nothing really too serious just yet. The sentry coming up from here are going to give him a little bit of vision, a little bit of a chance to scout around and kind of see a little bit of what's happening. A couple of stalkers and that warp gate coming by. I'm just going to see a couple more units warping up. Just speak. A couple stalkers again will just come by just to see the adepts coming up, the warp gate on the way through. Really, I mean, robo facility obviously from down is just some aggression, while we will see the expansion from Hero, so that's started. Nexus will be taking some pings. Obviously, one of the benefits being the aggressive, some early damage, but we're actually seeing a Nexus from Zound as well, so he's also going to get that on the go right here initially. Two probes, but then that Stalker stuck in the main is actually going to go down as well, so that is going to be a kill. Recall does nothing, and the Prism on the way. Not going to be too great right now. We're getting into that Warp Prism. We're getting into the ability right now from Zound to try and get some macro on the go, but if you don't have units, it's not ideal. We actually hallucinate a couple of Stalkers. Gonna step straight across here. Actually has a lot right here, and right now the Prism not there to help, so we're actually gonna be able to Oh no, force him up into the main base. Now obviously you could force field him on the ramp, but there is the prism to kind of free you from that. That should not be too much of a problem. Just gonna see those stalkers and those sentries still going on the Nexus though. If you have to cancel this here as down, it's a disaster. You're already the slower expanding player trying to be the aggressor. Going Nexus from here would be pretty crazy. But yeah, I mean, right now it looks as though that is just the case, and this is becoming brutal. There's the Immortal, one more Force Field. Again, Prism could be used to kind of elevate it down. Now you decide what you want to do. We're going to pop Guardian Shield and right-click the Nexus. So we have made this decision as Hero to go for the kill. Second Stalker goes down. The sentries will finish the Nexus off. We recall. We're going to get one sentry home. No, we actually get two sentries home. The other Stalker's going to turn around. So we actually do get that KC on the Nexus. That's a huge bill play. It cost you all your units, though, pretty much. I mean, it cost you a lot of your units. And you're going to push Zaun into being a very aggressive Protoss in return, because now he's going to feel like he has no choice but to attack, right? So you've basically forced Zaun's hand into, oh yeah, you must attack right here. There's no other real way for you to go about this. And that's exactly what Zaun will do. Prism loading up, coming across the map here on Andromeda, as Zaun looks to counterattack for the win in this opening game of the semis. Prism loads up as we just ready ourselves. The rest of these units ready to step forward also here. Let's just have Prism actually going to go into the main base. I like it. Mortal's going to maneuver around with that Prism and be a bit annoying, but we actually get Stalkers underneath the Prism. Prism gets zoned out. Prism's going to die with the Immortal inside. Disaster from Zaun. Get out of this game, buddy. This one is, yeah, this one's done, man. The Blink position was so good. Zoned out the Prism, got the Immortal stuck. The only real way to save that from Zaun was to bring the Prism back in and hope Hero misclicked it or something, which he did try to do, to be fair, but obviously it just didn't work. It's going to be GG's. Hero taking the opening game of this PvP as it all goes wrong for Zaun in that opening map. Hey, what's up, Walgran? How you doing? Thank you so much for the 70-month resub. Let's take a moment while you host up Game 2 here, guys. If you're enjoying the stream today, don't forget, of course, to, as usual, like, subscribe, follow, yada yada. We already talked about that one earlier, but also, if you really are enjoying and you want to see more StarCraft 2 and you want us to keep on being able to run these events and all the rest of it, do consider supporting the channel by using your Prime subs. If you've got a Prime sub available, if you've got a regular sub, obviously you can do that as well. That helps too. If you're feeling generous, you can give some subs. There's so many options. Support the channel if you can. There's also the Patreon page, patreon.com/WardiTV. 100% of anything you pledge on Patreon goes directly into tournament prize pools, and hence allows us to keep on running more and more SC2. Because we're in the off season, we got a lot of SC2 that we want to run, but we can't do it without prize money. So you guys are the big reason we can afford to run tournaments. So do consider supporting if you don't already, or if you already do and you just feel like supporting more right now. Whatever, all works. Like I said, just trying to raise some funds to keep on cranking out the events over the next couple of months. Thanks so much for listening, and thank you, Reno2K, for the Prime sub at the end of the sellout. Ready. Freaking French casters just keep joining and leaving this series halfway through. I never know how many casters I'm meant to have, because sometimes they join, sometimes they're AFK. I never know what's going on, man. Just switch from YouTube to here to check if you can sub. I appreciate the dedication. Hell yeah. Thank you so much for giving it a go. Thank you. Alright, we are going to go into game number 2. So we have ourselves in the bottom right-hand side, the blue Protoss player down a game. That first game obviously became an absolute disaster for him. I think one of those scenarios where pretty much anything you did was kind of not looking ideal. That's definitely not a great situation. Down in the bottom right, looking to bring it back on 10,000 feet, as in the top left. Our red Protoss is Hero. Game 2 of the series. This guy's Hero did beat REYNOR, giving us the PvP here in the semis. A little bit of chrono boosting onto the Nexus to try and get some work done. And yeah, 10,000 feet gonna be swinging on at us. I've enjoyed this map. It's been fun. I've kind of enjoyed it and seen a lot of the. It feels like a really fun map for army movement. So that part's been particularly exciting and interesting. Yeah, it's been an enjoyable time. So what's up? Perfect. Thank you so much for the Prime sub as well. Appreciate you. Thank you so much for subbing us up and helping us out. Thank you very much. Probe gets up in toward the main base, so we have a little peek around to see what our plan may be. It's a pylon from Hero, so aggression coming online. PvP definitely not the best matchup to test out the the wonderful world that is new maps. Obviously, it's a little bit unfortunate because it's actually good if the match goes on long, but obviously a lot of PvP ends early. Oh, in the kind of the early game and also the Stalker phase. And those things just don't naturally kind of teach you the ins and outs of kind of how the maps work and how a lot of the movement works and so on and so forth. So, but obviously you sit back and enjoy the games, and hopefully we do get a couple of longer ones over time. Drop down the gateway here is Zound. So Zound being aggressive, Hero being aggressive with the sideways Stargate. Looking to catch Zound off guard initially. So Hero's going to be the one to strike first. Zound will be the kind of player playing follow-up. As the Adepts get there, they're going to grab a probe. And continue to settle and rally over these next few moments. A couple of Stalkers coming through. The Adepts will go pinging onto a pylon for a couple of moments. And gates coming up, warp gates coming through, add on some Stalkers. And we'll already see a little bit of a fight coming in over on that side as well. Depth showing up. We're not going to go Stalker for Stalker so far. See, that Stargate is now done, and we have the Oracle moving down. Battery going to be done, so Zound is actually very well prepped for this. We're not going to build a second Oracle, so yeah. Stasis Ward, if anything. But probably realistically just not much to be done. Oracle shows up. It's going to activate and try and drain the battery energy, which it will do a decent job of, but then a Stalker warps in. This Oracle can't stick around forever. And this, I mean, he's going to try. One Stalker is taking a long time to actually get the kills. We actually have 3 probes, and the Stalkers, you push that back. No, Hero just walks down the ramp into these Stalkers here. Uh-oh. I mean, maybe he wanted to because he wanted to kind of fight in the open space a little bit, but yeah, that was scary because he had very few initially. Obviously, a couple more showed up eventually. The Adepts in the front putting some work in now. If Phoenix is going to allow us to lift up a Stalker as well. Oh, Hero starting to actually make this work a little. So utilizing his Stargate, he goes down to just 1 Stalker, but should be due a warp in. And Adepts again did a great job of tanking as well, as it's only 4 Stalkers right now. It seems very manageable, especially as you're going to lift up another one with the Phoenix here and again reduce that number down. Micro backwards from Zound. Obviously, Phoenix now out of energy. Oracle can be used to activate in a moment of desperation, but we just don't have enough follow-up and support for it just yet. We are going to drop a sentry so we can force field, and a force field here is going to get you a free Stalker as well. Take advantage of that, thank you very much. A forward gateway of Zound obviously providing the quick reinforcements, but it's going to be kind of stopped for now. I mean, we are not going to have another force field, so at least that allows us up, and now the gateway is depowered. New pylon on the way. Hopefully that's a minimal amount of downtime here as we are having another Stalker showing up. The probes are going to pull. We've just constantly been in trouble here as Hero trying his best to kind of recuperate from this position. Something could have gone into the gap there and stopped these Stalkers from continuing to run through. Probes are going to actually mineral drill their way onto said Stalkers, and we get a couple of kills. A couple of them still moving back the other way. Phoenix, Stalker all gathering up, the Oracle coming around. Probe still in production here currently as the single gateway there actually depowered because we never got the pylon close enough. So unfortunately the pylon actually does not power both gateways, meaning they're missing some of the production you're probably meant to have at this stage already. Stalkers will clean up the Zealot, taking that down. Stalker's still getting jumped about on. I mean, this is kind of a feisty moment, and I actually think it's going to be a big moment for Zaun, who gets through a bunch of stuff and is able to come moving through. More shots coming around right there. And Oracle's out, the probe continue to come around. Just have ourselves the Stalkers coming up at the moment, and we are just going to see the Zealots getting into place as well. And I just don't think it's going to be enough. It looks as though Zaun's got the numbers, but we're defending the main with a battery, so maybe, just maybe, that defensive advantage can come through here. I already see some probes starting to pull, though. It's never a good sign for Zaun. Is significantly ahead. The probes will do honestly pretty well against Stalkers. It's always surprising how good they are against Stalkers. But I mean, the reality is you're also pulling these probes off the line. It's less mining time available, and just the little things have kind of ticked this one over into kind of just tick this one over into Zaun's favor. There's those few probes kind of coming through once again, trying to get down there, not quite able to just yet. Oh, that's a massive stasis on the other side, so that Oracle actually delivers in a big way. So that's actually very cool. That does help you as the couple more probes go down. 10 workers killed there. Probes about halfway through. Stalkers pulling back up around the top. Another battery eats the recharge. Go back and forth again. Probes pulling into the center here. Obviously no blinks. These Stalkers are pretty committed being up in the base. Again, you look at the numbers, though, it doesn't feel like it should really matter. A couple of them will load from Zaun, which obviously gives you a chance. Obviously, these are all of the probes. We've only got 13 of them left, and Zaun, I think, will finally find himself the victory needed. Here on 10,000 feet, GG. Zaun is going to take game number 2. We're tied up 1-1. A bit of a contest here in the semi-final. No one just going to be rolling over and falling over in this one. It's going to be a battle to the end. As, yeah, 1-1 tied up. And going to Old Republic for map 3 of this series. Let's do it. Let's do it. Players ready. We just need the casters to all join us here. Good to go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I think is good. Ready. And we go directly to game 3. Like I say, keeping it rolling here in the PvP. Get this one started. Alright, let's go to Old Republic. Let's get this started out. As we have ourselves in the top right-hand side, the blue products who ties this series up is going to be Zaun in the top right corner. Taking on the red Protoss in the bottom left-hand side, we've got ourselves Hero. Game 3 of this best of 5. And thank you for joining us today, guys. Appreciate you all being here for some TLMC tournament action. It's been good fun. All week long, I've been really loving running this event. It has been an awesome week of games. And just a note of what's coming up this week. So tomorrow we're going to have WardiTV Mondays. We're actually going to have double WardiTV Mondays this week because next week's WardiTV Monday is going to be brought forward because I'm not here on the Monday. So we're going to be here Monday and Friday with 2 Monday Cups. I know, don't ask. And then Tuesday and Wednesday is going to be Leo League Cup as well. We're also going to be doing some OSC Rising Star on Tuesday. And on Thursday we're also going to have the OSC Rising Star. And then we're going to have the Thursday is going to be OSC King of the Hill. So that's everything that's going on over the next few days. So it's another 5 days of StarCraft in a row coming up after this. So if you're enjoying what you're seeing, if you're enjoying the casting and the content, fear not, there is more to come. And that's why you should like, subscribe, and all the rest of it. Because, yeah, it gives us a good old chance for you guys to see more awesome games of StarCraft 2, more awesome players, and everything else included. Probe. Gonna nibble at the other probe for a couple moments. Take a few as we settle on down. So those probes go nibbling. Cybercore's building up. We add on the probes. The Stalker's on the way, a Depth Stalker building from Hero, Warp Gate coming online. Stalker hitting that probe nicely, just going to chase away. Obviously, we have had a little bit of a final one blockage coming down as well. So we go back and forth. Little probe getting a nibble to help out too. And that robotics facility will build on the side of Zound. So we get the robo facility coming through from him over the next few moments. Getting that set. That will take the chance to shade up. Have the Oracle again building by, the Warp Gate coming over. A couple Stalkers are going to be there with a couple Stalkers. And we sort of push that back the other direction. Oracle and Stalk coming up. The Warp Gate Prism coming online as well here currently. A little bit back and forth. The Adept and the Stalker pulling back over to the left side. That Warp Gate's still about to finish here. Obviously, Hero is well on his way to that expansion. Is Zound just going to join him in an expand? I mean, with the Prism out, you'd imagine he wants to go and get some more damage done. That seems to be the plan. Again, Prism Stalker still gathering together. It's just going to be that Oracle about to finish. And Hero's still invested into that. And this Oracle into the mineral line right now finds a lack of a battery completed. And that's obviously a major deal. 4 workers going down right off the bat. Pretty huge factor straight away there, as you still have the Stalkers regathering. 9 probes dead. It's a big deal. I mean, now you got to go in, but that's not good as we walk straight into the stasis ward. Zound walks into a horrible position. Ouch. I love that he just instantly gets out of there in that moment as well. Like, he knows exactly what he just put himself in. And Hero is going to end into a 2-1 advantage following that. Fourth map, I believe, is our good old trusty Mothership. So a little bit of PvP on Mothership coming up right here for game number 4 of our series. Here in the replay a second, so we just need to wait for him to pop out. Mothership, which is actually one of the few maps that has not had a single mirror matchup played on it throughout the competition. Gonna get a PvP here. Funnily enough, 10,000 feet was the other map, which also did not have not had a mirror matchup played on it until earlier in this series. So a little bit funky there, as we will go. Drop our lobby links, readying us up. Should be settled in a second, guys. Thank you for the patience as we get hosted. Very exciting. Alright, I've got 8 casters again. Players ready. Hero leading 2-1. And a map away from advancing to his 4th WardiTV TLMC tournament finals. He's won all 3 that he's been a part of before now. And kind of crazy, man's making a name for himself on new maps. What's up, by the way, Montreckle coming in with the 100 bits as well. Thank you for the support. Thank you for bitting us up. Thank you for cheering. As we get into Mothership, the 3-player map, which has some size to it. In the bottom 6 o'clock position, he's going to be the player who is down a game in this series and looking to hopefully find a way to bring it back. It is Vitality's Zaun. He takes on the red Protoss in the top left corner. This is Hero. Fourth map, Hero, one more, and he is through into that final as mentioned. Zaun looking to bounce back at the moment. Again, after this, guys, the series which I think a lot of people are waiting for today, MaxPax versus CLEM. A look at some more PvT on this new hotfix storm. Can MaxPax find out ways to keep himself alive and afloat? Or will it be a drizzly day? It's going to be fun. I'm actually genuinely looking forward to it. After CLEM played some ridiculous PvTs against Beyond yesterday, it's turn to play, hopefully, some ridiculous TVPs. If CLEM and MaxPax play the style of TVP that we've seen between CLEM and Beyond, that we've seen between like Spirit and Zaun earlier today as well, if MaxPax and CLEM play games like that, we are in for an absolute treat, because those kind of TVPs are wild. You put two of the best players in the world up against each other doing those sort of things, it's going to be a very fun time. Cyber cores will set up, the Nexus coming over. And stalking the sentry coming by and getting produced here early. As Hero's just on a super fast expansion. Does Zaun want to let that happen? Does Zaun have something to say about it? These are the questions we ask ourselves here already. That panel canceling. Again, just a little bit of annoyance. Both players going to play a Stargate, so a similar time Stargate with an earlier Nexus for Hero. I love his position already. Yeah, Stargate coming through on both sides, about halfway done. The Hero is just going to have, like I say, the worker advantage. Obviously, this needs to not be like Phoenix versus Phoenix for Zaun's sake, I think. He needs to probably go an Oracle and try and get some damage done, more than likely. Gonna be one of the better ways to maybe get something done. Still in the Adept will come through, the Adept coming around there. The Oracle gonna settle down also. Just gonna see those sentries and the Phoenix all building through. That does shade up that ramp. Force field in a good position. The Stalker's still taking some hits. The Phoenix arrives. Going to be Hero going for the Oracle, so at least it's not Phoenix versus Phoenix. Then it is going to be Hero with the chance to maybe do some damage to the Oracles. The Phoenix with the chance to shut those Oracles down. There's going to be a lot of what we're looking at here. I'll go back down to the bottom. Again, Twilight and the Gateway coming up. Stalker warping in, just going to be seeing the Phoenix. Actually going to jump on that Oracle immediately. It does actually get a distance to move away. Does that Oracle stay ahead? It looks like it shall. And Hero at the same time walking into the natural, looking for a little extra. Gets the Stalker. Battery there now, and Hero decides to step back. But not a lot out of this. The problem is the Phoenix come around. That's a couple of freebies that we are able to grab. They will do very well in that regard. Facility is not far from being done, so we get that completed very shortly. The couple batteries coming up. Stalk still producing. The Blink is on the way from Hero. Bringing that online right now as well. Finds a way back through. It's probably just going to commit here. Escapes away. The Phoenix are a little bit too far to catch it, actually, so it's going to be okay for now. The blink already beginning. A couple of the probes building from Zaun. We have now a pylon going on both sides of the map. Phoenix still just joined together. Next is Blinkle coming through. The pylon's coming down as well. The Stalker's still settling in for the moment. Just gonna recall home. Very safe play. Doesn't even want to wander home, but there's not really much else going on. We do see him just taking the third base. Hero obviously feels as though he's very comfortable and happy with the position that he's in at this point of time, so just going to roll with that for the moment. And Stalker, Oracle, Blink building through. The Phoenix go up the left-hand side as well. Looking to make their way up and over there. Phoenix will nab a few of them. Cheeky little probies down. Stalker step over. Phoenix taking damage. Again, a couple more of the probes taking damage already. And the Blink is coming through as well. So Blink coming about. Gates and the Forge coming up. Charges on the way over. And yeah, it's going to be charge on both sides. The Stalkers do take the chance to knock down a pylon over on the right. So we knock down that pylon. We depower this gateway. And obviously depowering that gateway is a nice little something. Is just to have the Stalkers and the Immortal going to clean out that position. Charge on the +1 both coming up from Hero. Give the charge a chance to get going from Zaun. Get that started. And yeah, a bunch of gateways on the way up as well as the Immortal continues through. Just getting that into position. Temple Archives is building already from Zaun as well. Again, playing that much later third base, way behind on economy. Hero is just leading this game at the moment. A map that has seen a lot of later game scenarios. Maybe we can draw this out later as Zaun, and maybe we can avoid the current disadvantage. Maybe we can stop Hero from attacking in such a way and, you know, make some things happen with this. So that's what we've got to kind of cling on, hope to for the moment or so. Stalkers come about, the charge and the +1 come up, Temple Archives coming by as the Phoenix is going to go in after a few more probies. A couple of workers going down already. Again, Archon, Immortal coming up for now. So far, so good. Our Stalker is just going to zone those Phoenix. Hero, he obviously lost a few probes, but that's still comfortable on 3 base expansions at the moment, I would say. Hero's going to try and even take a 4th. Gets that started. Upgrade coming through. The Stalkers going to pull back a little bit. The Prism continues to go. Again, Gates and the Zealots coming about. The extra Zealots on the way through. We're starting to poke around, obviously, again, looking to try and take that little bit of the army edge and see if you can do something with it initially. For a bit of something right now, not finding it just yet as the Archons continue to play. There's also an Immortal coming up as well. Big movement from Zaun. He likes to, I mean, I don't know if Zaun wants to attack him, but maybe he just has to attack into the 4th and try and play denial there after being behind on it. Maybe that's what he feels like. Stepping over the beautiful Monster Energy logo. Don't know if we've mentioned TLMC, sponsored by Monster Energy. Thank you so much, Monster. We appreciate you. We love you. Without Monster, this Team Liquid map contest would not be happening in the way that it is. So shout out there. Let's see our Stalkers. Getting caught a little bit there for Hero. A couple of back and forth moments. We are going to be seeing the Stasis Wards catching a bunch of the Zealots also. So a bunch of those Zealots taking hits, trying to go back the other way. this was obviously helping Hero a good amount. He's also ahead on upgrades. There's no doubt there's a good reason for Zound to be just super aggressive right now and just keep on trying to push into this. It makes perfect sense. And it's going nicely for him so far. Those few Phoenix still trying to gather up. You do see the extra Zealots running in. Phoenix are going to do some lifts where they can. I mean, Hero has just maintained like a 20 supply lead throughout this, and it's now starting to extend as he breaks onto a lot of these techier units. The Archons are going down. The Immortal is abandoned. There is the Prism to try and evacuate with and micro with, but it's just not going to be enough. Zound does not have what he needs. It is Hero to advance to the finals of the Team Liquid Map Contest tournament here today. So Hero will go to the finals, and we'll play against MaxPax or CLEM, pending the next semi-final result. We'll get that European server matchup on the way in just a few. Guys, remember, voting is open for the Team Liquid Map Contest. If you want to vote on your favorite maps, you can !maps in the Twitch chat, or you can just go directly to tl.net/TLMC. That's tl.net/TLMC. And you can vote on your favorite maps. Make sure you vote. Your votes count towards which of these maps will end up in the ladder map pool. So make it count. Make it worth it. Get your vote in. It's absolutely worthwhile. Do that. And do it while we get the videos done, because it's obviously going to be a MaxPax CLEM matchup coming up. It's going to be a great one, so get your votes in now, and we'll go from there. So we didn't see Missing New today, unfortunately, but we did see Mothership. Just add the numbers up here for myself, guys. Old Republic, so Andromeda. We saw 10,000 feet. That leaves us with these maps that have been played less. Awesome, just need to find CLEM as well, and we can get this going. The voting's not live yet? No. Very sad. Well, you have the link when it does go live. I got told it would be, and I saw the link worked, so I just assumed it was working anyway. Alright, like I said, just finding CLEM, and we'll get those videos started, guys. CLEM MaxPax Best of 5. Coming up soon. How's everyone feeling? How's everyone doing again? Thanks for hopping by and joining us. Appreciate you all. Hey guys, like I said, just waiting for CLEM to log in. He's on the way. Just a couple of moments and we'll get CLEM MaxPax videos going. Let's see what our maps are going to be actually for Hero CLEM. We've actually ended up, right now, every map has been played 7, 8, or 9 times in the contest, so once again, we've done it! We've done it again! We've got the maps to be played evenly. Hell yeah. And the maps to be played evenly, that's what we like to see. Alright, we are just taking a second. Still waiting for Clem to log in. He said he was coming. We can get rolling soon. Do, 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 do. Yeah, I'm just waiting for Clem, guys. I mean, I've already sold out a lot this week, I feel. I don't want to push it no further, you know? Ay, ay, ay. It is kind of crazy, like I say, I mean, I'm talking about a lot about the YouTube subs, but it's kind of crazy just how well the YouTube subs and stuff have done. Like, we have really pushed it to some crazy amounts of subs this week, so again, thank you if that's one of you. Obviously, hit that sub button still if you have not already on YouTube. It helps out a whole bunch. As we'll get MaxPax and Clem ready to veto. Would it be a tournament without MaxPax and Clem playing against each other at some point? Probably not. We're going to get into MaxPax Clemmy in a second, guys. Clem's so eager to veto a certain map that's been vetoed a lot. He vetoes it before it's even his turn. Unbelievable. Unbelievable, these guys, huh? F for Talisman, it is an F for Talisman situation, yes. Talisman is not well loved. Unfortunately. Alright, first video down. And now some map picks. As we just take a second and get ready to go into our first picks of this series. Let's see what our first map will be. Do 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 do. Bum 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 bum. Bum ba da dum bum bum ba da dum bum 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 bum. It's gonna be Taito Citadel for map 1. I don't think we've seen Taito today, but lovely. It's one of the maps definitely wanted to see a bit more. Magnetic North will be map 2, so Taito, Magnetic North. Celestial Enclave will be map 3. So those are the maps we're guaranteed to see in this best of 5. We'll talk about the others if we get to them. For now, let's get ready to host up. Everyone's joining the lobby. Everyone is pretty much set to go, go, go. As MaxPax vs. Clem is apparently a hot one. Everyone is joining this lobby. Everyone is here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Now we've got 11 casters. See, how do we go from 8 to 11 casters? I don't know. It makes no sense. Ready GLHF from both sides. All right, let's do this, guys. Let's get into our second semi-final. Again, a series a lot of people want to see. A lot of people enjoy watching a lot of the time. Let's see what's going to happen as we get ready to go. It is Taito Citadel as we start this semi-final of the WardiTV Team Liquid Map Contest Tournament. It is going to be in the loading screen, but now the bottom right of the map, the red Terran player, Team Liquid's CLEM. In the top left-hand side, our blue Protoss is going to be Storm Gaming's MaxPax. Game number 1. Best of 5. Semi-finals. Hero in the finals. Waiting for one of these guys. It always comes down to these three, doesn't it? It always feels like it does. Well, here we are once again. What's up, Growing Mime? Thank you for the 46-month resub. Appreciate you as well. Thank you so very much as we get ourselves into an opening game. And genuinely excited to see what happens between the guys here. As like I've said before, it's a fun matchup. A lot of people were excited to see it, and now we get to see it on all these lovely new maps as well, as we're able to get this underway. Trucks coming through, SCV coming up. The probe is going to be scouting down to the bottom right-hand side of the map initially as well, so we get that started. Probe will nibble at the SCV. Reaper is just on the way through. So Reaper coming about, Orbital Command coming through, the Cyber Core is building, and the Nexus is coming up as the next step of this. A couple of SCVs will try and get after the probe there. Reaper is going to come through the bottom. Just going to get a cruise in as the command center comes up. Factory on the way in from CLEM. Just going to get that building. Nothing too surprising just yet. Excited to see what sort of builds MaxPax comes out with. Are we going to see Robo Bay kind of builds? Are we going to be seeing any sort of, storm from him? Is he going to do that at some point? That's obviously a question we've got to ask ourselves as well. As that probe will get patrolling there, just nearby this pylon. And yeah, next is coming through, Gateway in production. We get the Adept and the Warp Gate continue to come online. Just swinging along for a couple of moments here right now as the factory is going to be done shortly. And 2 more gateways, so it's going to be the 3 gates to begin with. Some pressure play perhaps from MaxPax. And then going into the tech structure after the fact seems to maybe be the idea we're aiming for, as this Marine would love to get that Adept, but the Adept just gets away for the moment. About a pop, a couple of Marines coming over. We do see the Adepts just going to come across as the Hellion will be there, and a couple of Adepts will play a bit of back and forth as well. Adepts will make a shade, the gateway in the bottom left hand side, so we're going to have again more of this pressure building up, and then the Twilight Council as the next step of this. So we're going to start going into the Twilight Council as the follow-up. These Marines and the Hellion right now are chasing forward though, and they are going to go in after that Adept, and that Adept taking some serious damage. It's hurt, man. It's going to go down, so that's a cleanup. Any unit you lose right now feels costly when you're trying to warp in more units and trying to make something more of what you've already kind of, got here. We actually keep this Hellion alive for a moment. Marines can get in the bunker. Obviously not exactly ideal position. Stalker will go down. We're going to pull the SCVs. Marines do eventually jump in the bunker. A couple more Marines still going after the gateway. After the Adept, but that is going to be pretty much about it. So I would say not too successful for MaxPax. He got a couple of workers. He got a few units traded out as well, to be fair. I don't think it was worth kind of committing to 3 gates for early, I mean, obviously now on his way to that blink, but that's not done for a while, and there might be an opening for CLEM to get across the map. This, funnily enough, might be a little bit better. We need the Cyclone to finish and really come down and help us out here. That full shade up. The other few SCVs coming around. The Cyclone locking on. Not quite able to stay there for too long, though. A couple Stalk shots still hitting some Marines. Cyclone taking another hit back in the other direction. Would've hits a Stalker. The Marines are still going to be there. Cyclone with a good lock on as well. Doing a great job. And yeah, that blink continuing up on the side of MaxPax. So bringing that blink up and into play. The robotics facility in production as well. Success TV's lost. I mean, obviously MaxPax keeping this scrappy and keeping this aggression going here on Tidal Citadel to open our series. Tank now around, and that should make it a lot more tough. However, we've just now finished Blink, and so maybe we have opportunities to get to the main base now that weren't there before, though we are lacking high ground vision. So no high ground vision is an issue. Cyclone lock-on was good, but we didn't maintain vision, so we do lose the lock-on eventually. As we do still play chase away, and oh my god, this time the Blink gets you away from the Cyclone damage. That Stalker has been about to die 2 times over, but it survived both times. Good job, Stalker. Very nicely done as a mule drops down into play. Tank popping through, barracks in the engineering bay coming up. We are going to see that Rex trying to relocate just a little teeny bit. As we continue to settle down, the siege tank and the stim coming through. The few Stalkers again pushed away by the Marine tank Cyclone as well. That one is going to be knocked as we do have the Marines continue now. The siege tank still building through. We're going to see that gateway taking a little bit more damage. The Stalker's still stepping on up. Thunder going to take a few shots as well. Actually, siege tank here in some trouble. Clem getting forward for the repair. Not quite soon enough, though. How much can we punish these Stalkers? They get into the main base. They're going to get some SCVs. How many of them die? There's also pulling Clem back as MaxPax has gone Temple Archives. He is heading into Storm. So he's heading into a position that is going to be nice. But man, he's lost so many Stalkers, and that worries me. Because I feel like now Clem is going to come across the map, and Clem is going to have a very good time against a pros player that's lost a lot, that doesn't quite yet have Storm. I mean, Clem is going to be on Stim just about as we get into the other side as well, so that will likely be a factor too. Factory finishes up the reactor, the Sentry and the Immortal still stepping forward against Impact Combat Shield, and the +1 coming up. The Cyclone locks on. Stalker will take a few more shots of damage. Impact and Combat Shield are part of this as well. As we have the upgrades all coming over. Army to the upper left-hand side. Stim combat and +1 coming through. The medevac loading. The Marines coming up. The Marines coming back over again. The upgrades continue to come about as well. So just get that settled. Take a few more moments to calm things down. Army coming about. Prism is going to fly into what the main base. Couple of Zealots will unload there. So MaxPax is again doing what he can to buy time to fair. He's got Storm finished now. I thought Clem was going to be more kind of aggressive at kind of getting across the map. Has not been the case. A couple of Vikings will be there to push the Prism around. The Widowmine setting up. These few High Templar. Oh, going to get a Storm, and some of the units do take some damage. They just about run out of there. Making their way out for the moment. These Zealots will recall, so we're trying to maintain units. We'll lose a couple of them as Clem stims in. Recall on cooldown. Maybe Clem can get a bit more aggressively across the map now, although at this point I don't know how much he wants to. It's taken him a long time, and the longer it's taken him, the more units that MaxPax has to play with. At this stage of the game, I think we're just going to be having to head into the later stages, and more importantly, some tech units from Clem. The Ghost Academy on the way is definitely something necessary to begin with. So we get that started. As the Marines come stemming up, there's Zealot going to be there. Medevac still building along. And those Marines will stem once again as we come in for some damage. The Ghost Academy does complete. The concussive shells and the armor upgrade coming online. We add on the Ghost. The Zealot goes swinging at a couple of refineries in the back lines here. Cyclone, Viking coming through. Zealot will go down. Just going to be seeing the concussive shells and the armor upgrade coming up. We have the Ghost on as well. Sentinel lands plus 2 attack coming by. Robotics Facility and the Nexus both coming up as we just have Prism coming by as well. The units will take a step out over to the left. Well, game set. I mean, game really does set a little bit considering all the chaos and the momentum we had going on initially. This will now be actually Thermal Lance coming up as well. So MaxPax looking to get Colossus alongside the Storms he already owns. I'm a 3-base Terran, but already establishing a 4th as well. MaxPax, the one thing he's not been able to do so far is expand super quickly. Like, he's not taking crazy bases. This is pretty well controlled at the moment. There's a couple High Templar pulling back over. The 2-2 coming around. The Ghost and Marauders coming up as well as the extra barracks come up. Command Center comes into place. A strangely peaceful game. I'm so used to yesterday CLEM's games being like super hectic, busy, absolutely non-stop. Obviously this is anything but in comparison. I mean, we're going to start picking up the ante again now. Just a few moments of calm as that bunker is surviving for a while. That missile turret is getting that Colossus kind of low too. Put one Storm out toward those units over there. This position is kind of interesting. The High Templar is just going to drop a Storm on the Ghost, and Clem just does not see it. Pulls the Ghost back way too late. Could have EMP'd everything there so much earlier. And now you lose 3 of your Ghosts, so just Clem getting caught up, not responding and not multitasking well in the slightest. Zealot Archon going to clean up on the right-hand side. Another Storm or 2 coming down right across the center here. And that is going to be Clem, I think, in some trouble, because he just... I mean, especially losing the units on the right side. Like, the left was not exactly going great, but then to lose the units on the right as well, a little bit of a miserable experience as 2-2 and ship weapons continuing to come online for the moment. Do knock down the Prism, so if there's one thing at least Clem does win in that regard. Obviously we'll keep needing to add on Vikings as we just saw them in action, because the Colossus count is growing here from MaxPax. He knows that. He already saw the Colossus on that left side was striking quite heavily. Right now Clem just trying to survive to 4 bases, but MaxPax is able to get up to a 5th behind this at this stage. And he's still feeling okay about attacking in. Decent EMP to start us off here. Is that going to be good enough? The Colossus are taking a lot of damage. The Colossus will die. So the Colossus is gone. What do we do next? Do we have any EMPs left for those new High Templar that are arriving? I don't think so. Planetary Fortress is going to finish up. SCV repair has just about been enough to keep that online. Clem running through that Storm. Can't run through a second, though. And that will force him to step back and not be able to give chase to this army. I love that second Storm. Just placed in a good position to basically say, right, well, if you want to chase after me, you're going to lose units, because you're going to be having to run directly through this, and that's going to be damage that, again, after the first Storm, he probably can't sustain or maintain, so... Fire gathering to the 6 o'clock. Dark Shrine still coming through. We add on 2 more Colossus, 3-2 upgrades. Going to give you a slight upgrade lead. As Clem, though, gets a 5th command center start, extra Ghosts on the way, and I mean, he survived that last attack, which gives him a bit of life and a bit of hope here compared to maybe what we were looking at otherwise. Because things were looking a little bit tricksy. This Fuselage just going down, not going to be able to do much of anything. On the left-hand side, we attacking his MaxPax. Uses the High Templar to feed back the Ghost. We still have an EMP coming down. The Archons get deleted. There are 2 High Templar with energy left there approaching, and we EMP them both before any Storms come down. Probably could have had a Storm right here and just zoned, but he didn't go for it. I'm thinking like a Storm like right here in the middle of this base in the upper area. I feel like he could have had that before the EMP came in. Anyway, we're still going to bully our way onto position. Next Storm comes down, Clem. Are we just going to attack through it at some point? We're going to lift the orbital. It's just going to go down, though, so that's the 3rd base gone. And Clem bullied into the corner here. Archon Colossus will play cleanup. And that is going to be, I think, the game, because I just don't know if Clem can fight back out of this at this point. 2 Colossus in the back are hitting structures. That's not helping. It's actually giving, Clem a chance to kill everything and actually survive. MaxPax is a 90 Pro Protoss player, though, to the 49 SEV Terran, so he's got a lot of money, and right now that's all he's really needing. Colossus on the way, +3 armor upgrade coming up. We got the extra Stalkers going as well. Shadow Strike coming through, Prism Speed and the +3 armor continuing to come into play, Zealot Colossus all building as well. The army gets out into the center of the map, so moving into the middle, +2 ship weapons, the 3/3 upgrades. Clem hanging on in here. I actually thought he was going to have to leave the game after that previous fight, but the last little bit of it, those Colossus going down, etc., gave again just a teeniest bit of hope for Clem. You know, do we think he's okay right now? No, absolutely not. But like I say, a little bit of hope is a little bit of hope. That is what we're taking for the moment. Colossus trying to get through. A couple of EMPs going down. Storm onto the Bio Army. Vikings gathering up. The +3 attack upgrade not far from being done. It's another nice storm toward those SCVs. The Bio pulling back a little bit further. Vikings trying to do that thing. I mean, we are just getting bullied. Clem's running out of space to kind of kite to as well. So while he did a good job of not dying a couple of times, he's not really doing a good job of getting into any better of a position. My MaxPax is again rich. 96 probes. He's now a 6-base Protoss. And I don't think, like I say, there's really much coming back from this as Clem. GG. MaxPax is going to take the opening game of this series. And semifinals starts off with a little bit of a Protoss favor, with game 2 coming up in a couple, with a chance for Clem to bounce back. I feel like this game started well for Clem. I actually think he had some good moments early on, but then, yeah, kind of just a couple of fights. That the real fight that was notable was when we had the kind of the split. MaxPax hits the left side 3rd base. Clem wasn't really ready, and because he's so consumed with trying to defend against that, that right side loses 4 ghosts and a bunch of bio for absolutely no reason. Completely unnecessary set of losses. That is obviously extremely expensive, and yeah, just I mean the ghost count going down as well obviously completely reset him ghost-wise in a moment where he could have probably done with some more EMPs in the very near future, and that's just not the moment he could take a loss like that. As ready is called from MaxPax, waiting for the same note from Clem, and if it comes, then we shall go into game 2. Ready, perfect. Let's go into game 2. Magnetic North is our second map here as Clem looks to bounce back in this semi-final matchup against MaxPax in the WardiTV Team Liquid Map Contest Tournament. In the bottom left-hand side, our blue Protoss player is going to be up 1-0 in this best of 5. It is MaxPax. He takes on Clem in the upper right, our red Terran from Team Liquid. Cracks in the gas coming up, getting the gas coming up. Take a few moments, probe coming online. He just gets settled in. Oh, a little bit of excitement here. Yeah, and thank you everyone for joining us for this edition of the Team Liquid Map Contest. It really has been a great week of games. Obviously got the semis and the finals still to wrap up here, but it has been a ton of fun. Again, if you've enjoyed, don't forget to support. Hit the follow, hit the like, hit the subscribe. All of it goes a long way. It takes a couple of moments. Get those numbers up. Helps us massively. Do consider doing so if you are enjoying. And again, don't forget to come and join us again over the next few days. We've had great viewership this last week, and I know we've had a really fun tournament, new maps and stuff, but we have great games a lot of the days. So we actually do have all week long, again, more and more action still continuing to come through, so you can continue to look forward to all of that in the form of our competitions. And we'll be live every day this week, Monday through Friday. Adept in the Warp Gate, continuing online, the assimilator in production. Let's get settled in for a few moments here. Hey, what's up, Straxy? Oh, sorry, Stractazy. Thank you so much for the 4-month resub on the Prime. Thank you very much. In as we get action really starting here with the Reaper going in after a couple of the probes. Stalker going to fire back. Reaper will take a few shots, get a few hits in initially. Try and get a little bit of something. For the moment right now, nothing too crazy. Cyclone and Marines coming in as the follow-up to this at the moment as well. So we just bring that up into play and we get that going. We're going to hit the Reaper back the other directions, just getting a couple of opportunities there, get some connections going. Again, those couple of Marines building up also right now as we just have the Reaper still coming over to the sides. Tank and Marine still producing on through. We just have the Blink and the Warp Gate coming up, the Robotics Facility coming up as well. Those Marines will continue to produce through. Yeah. But, I mean, just a Siege Tank on the follow-up. Wondering if CLEM... I mean, obviously, it does feel like right now he's going to push a little bit aggressively at the very least, so we'll see what happens there. Marines want to settle down. Blink is on the way, halfway done. Robo Facility coming through. Adept will get the Shade going. And CLEM does collect those units ups again. Pretty hefty with all of that right now as well. And we've seen those few Marines coming about. Siege Tank and the Cyclone coming through. We just have the push forward. The tank is going to get sieged very nicely in the front. Okay, can we get rid of the... I mean, it's a double pylon power on the Robo, so that's probably not going to go down. But we can take down one, and that's still going to supply block MaxPax. So it's an easy, quick pick. The Adept coming in from the other side is not going to last long. Blink finishes. Oh, we do get a good tank shot off before the Stalker's Blink, which is actually huge. Now the Stalkers are super low coming out of this fight. That gets a lot of value, and don't forget he's reinforcing. What I will say, though, is the Immortal arrives. Pop the barrier on it early. Okay, because we killed so many Stalkers, we really need the next Siege Tank to show up from CLEM. If you can get another Siege Tank here, I think he's going to be able to do very well, because there's not enough Stalkers to kind of jump on it easily. And that Immortal is... You know, its barrier gone and so on is obviously kind of a big factor. There we are, going to see the tank getting a shot off now. And CLEM is just not able to get it far enough forward, though. MaxPax taking an aggressive stance to say, no, you don't get to come any closer than this. So CLEM will be denied access to get any further forward at this current point in time. Marines, the Vikings join up together as well. Stalkers come through. Marine Viking tank going to shoot. A couple Stalkers take shots. And we try and get down this ramp. It's so scary when that tank is just 2 Immortal shots from going down. Gotta be super careful with how you're approaching this. Gotta be super careful. Marine's gonna shoot. Tank shot is good. Hitting the Immortals a couple of times once again. A little bit more being done there as the Stalker set up for a couple of the Marines. Look for a little bit extra right now. Thankful siege, we get settled in with this position now being brought up. So it took us a long time to get back in this position. Oh, the drop! The double Immortal drop and the Stalkers blinking on the other side. We avoid the Liberator firepower, and we do just get rid of those siege tanks. CLEM did not pull back to protect those tanks at all, and that's actually going to be very costly for him. Just as he got back into a great position here, this is going to become very tough. We're going to be seeing our Stalkers and the Immortals continue to go through. Just going to be continuing after those Marines. Viking tank Marines continuing through. Just going to see the extra Stalkers warping in at the moment. I think Aggressionov is on the other side as MaxPax comes back the other way. finding so much continuous aggression or continuous defense is always great. And keeping these Immortals alive is huge as MaxPax comes firing into this natural, and CLEM is getting wiped out a little bit. Or at least it felt like he was, but the Stalker count runs low, and CLEM actually finds a very good defense that went way better than I thought it was. Holy goodness. Resources lost. It's going to be a little bit favoring MaxPax, but man, I mean, we're actually going to recover. CLEM is going to survive. I thought CLEM was in a lot of trouble there, but he lives on through. Storm now on the way from MaxPax. CLEM is on his way to Stim in +1, and the bio player gets to go from here. As the few Marines and the Viking continue to gather up still. Just going to have all the reactors on the production tab as well, one from each structure at the moment. And Missile Turret, Marine Marauder continue to come through. Stimpack Combat Shield and the +1 all building about. The Viking will be there. The Observer will go down. As those High Templars gather, the Storm's still about to finish. That means that MaxPax has the next layer of tech ready before CLEM is really able to do anything else just now. Stim about to finish up here. MaxPax is still lurking right out there in the middle of the map, so CLEM must be super careful not to be kind of caught off guard. We're just chasing down a Zealot right now, but yeah, he needs to ideally try and figure out where the hell his opponent is at more than anything else at the moment. Will actually be cancelling the warp in because the army is stepping forward. MaxPax is still right there. We're going to get the first storm off. CLEM not watching for a moment or two. Tanks taking some initial damage there. Obviously the bio as well. CLEM does run back out of this. A couple storms used, and CLEM having no option other than just to play the retreat there. Now we're going to see the bio actually going to get under the prism, so that's going to be dead reinforcement warp ins for a moment or two. That's going to be a little bit of a stopper on this pressure. We do split against that storm and just decide to dive through it with the Marauders. Couple more Zealots going down. The Zealot Archon still stepping up. That Archon still taking a lot of hits here as the Immortals are still gathering. We are going to see the 2 siege tanks going to get cleaned up on that side. A couple of Widow Mines coming in as well. Another storm coming into place as the Bio army continues to split apart. Ghost Academy coming up. CLEM looking for the next stage of this game. Surviving on the 3 bases right now. And this game too is still ongoing. This did feel like a very tricky spot for CLEM, but he is surviving once more, and this time it's surviving in a position where it does feel like there's maybe a bit more hope, although you gotta love MaxPax's switch on the way through. Robo Bay, second facility coming online right now, is obviously going to do a lot for you. So you're going to get your double Robo production and that switch into Colossus, and that's going to accompany the High Templars as we saw happening in the first game as well. I will come about. We are going to be seeing the Stalkers coming over as well here, just having our Zealot Stalker and Maul all joined together. Let's do Robo Bay, the probe coming about, Cannon and the battery coming online as well. Extra few warp-ins coming about. Zealots into the main. Going to settle for the moment. Probes going down. I'm just going to be seeing the Zealots putting some work in, so that SCV count is taking some hits. Have a couple Ghost Marines, Vikings coming about. The armor upgrade coming through. 16 dead SCVs. And the bio will get there to clean those last couple of Zealots up as well. So a little bit more cleanup at the end, plus 2 attack and thermal lance being brought on from MaxPax as that tech continues. Vikings will go after the Prism. That's going to be another nice catch. Prisms have been denied nicely from CLEM. That's the second one. Sorry, the third one he's killed in this game. So he's actually been great at Prism denying. Just needs to kind of get together with all the other portions of this game, get those fights together for himself, and get into some better scenarios. He has got a lot of Ghosts now coming through. Just needs to also make sure you've got the Viking count against the Colossus. There's a lot of balancing to do when it comes to kind of your composition right now. You've got to figure out what's my opponent working with, what do I need, and, you know, as a response to that as well. I see the storm coming down once more. Bio going to turn around. Gonna get everything else together there for a couple of moments. More scan coming up. EMP lands on a high Templar toward the front there as well. It's just going to be a nice little catch. Slowing down some of the storm ability. MaxPax is maxed out. CLEM is sitting on the 180-ish supply, so he's trying to hold to get maxed out, and obviously hoping the defensive position helps him as well. What MaxPax can do is obviously, move and rotate around and hopefully kind of outposition CLEM somewhere. Going to see a storm coming in here, and that's going to hit a lot of those Marines initially. Storm on the right side going to stop CLEM coming toward the Protoss army as well for a moment or two. I think overall we should be kind of okay. The last storm from that High Templar goes down. Ooh, the army doesn't really push very far forward here from MaxPax. He's going to take a few steps up towards the top. Bunker going to be open for some attacks. SCVs begin going down. We take a big stim. We're looking to get on top of this army there. The Zealots, though, showing up as well. They have something to say. They're saying, hey, what's going on as we get involved? Vikings will land. Can CLEM take a really good fight at the end here? The Archons are going to melt to the EMPs, but the Zealot reinforcement wave is going to probably be a bit too much. If he could have just jumped on those tech units with the Archons disappearing quickly, Immortals on their own and exposed, then maybe CLEM could have found some value at the end. I mean, he does and still kind of find some value. But don't forget, MaxPax is also rich. He's a 5-base Protoss. He's not being harassed or hurt in this game. And while CLEM is a 4-base Terran, it's not terrible for him. It is still a situation here where CLEM is... I think he's been down on upgrades. He's about to catch up. MaxPax just has money in the bank to spend as well, despite also already having a 20 supply lead. So just waiting to see where that goes. I mean, CLEM is still around and in this, he is still alive for the moment, is how it goes. So, alive and kicking right now, as we just have the Marines that are going to show up over on this side, going to go in and try and get a little bit more work done as well. Not a bad little drop, going to jump toward the main base. This keeps MaxPax a little bit busier, right, and does what you need to as CLEM, which is just stop him from controlling all of the fights and forcing all of the fights on the other side of the map non-stop. You really need to make sure that that doesn't keep happening. And that's exactly what we're starting to get toward a little bit right now, at the very least, which is, a little bit of stoppage in that regard. Libs and Ghosts are on the way through. The +3 attack upgrade coming up as well. Ghost pulling back. The Prism going to get up to the top side. Units from MaxPax looking to make a little bit of a push forward. CLEM has so many ghosts, but he actually needs to make sure he can still kill the Colossus as well. First Storm coming in from a bit of a different direction than what CLEM was expecting. Let's take some damage on that. 10 SCVs going down. The Zealots in that mineral line. Gets a snipe. Looks for some EMPs. Really wants to get the EMPs on that cluster of High Templar. If you knock those High Templar out, maybe there's a bit more of an opportunity. Zealot in the main base still active too, as CLEM has been struggling to obviously maintain his economy again. A game in which he has just been the bullied one, which is not typical for CLEM, but he just had that early game that did not go great. He didn't do enough with his committed push, and from there MaxPax has been able to keep control, but has not been able to break through and close it out. Most importantly, so CLEM has been able to, like I say, at least keep himself very much so in this, as that was the EMPs he's been looking for, where now the Storms are gone and he can actually chase a little further. The Vikings will get the Colossus as well, and CLEM actually gets a pushback. My next question is more so a question of where does CLEM go from here? Now, this was a good moment or two, but what about long term? Do we need a 5th command center? He's flying one out to the left-hand side now, so he does have it. This base flying over there, so yep, that is a 5th base. And if CLEM gets to that, and they're sticking around, then I do still kind of like it, right? I mean, the 5th base is kind of the big difficulty, and that's obviously going to be another place for MaxPax to maybe attack in. But as stated, the game where CLEM's army is better than it's ever been. There's more ghosts involved. The Viking count is cozy. I think we're in a position where we really can genuinely make this a reasonable play. I love the sensor tower as well. Let's make sure we know where MaxPax is trying to approach from. This lineup of bases here on Magnetic North gives you, really good sensor tower opportunities. And what I mean by that is you can just see that, they can set up in a good line and just be in a good position. There's not like a lot of funky entranceways into these bases. So the sensor tower really tells you the majority of the story that you need to know. And that's obviously nice and important as the army's still stepping up. Archon will go down. The Dark Shrine in the back of the Natural coming through as well. Add a couple High Templar. Add the armor upgrade. Add the Nexus. as we go by. 3 gates in production currently, as a Fusion Core and the Liberator, Marine Marauder, all coming up on the side of Clem as well. Bringing that by for now. Couple of EMPs. High Templar's actually again with that energy then. We're actually chasing with the snipes. More EMPs, but we somehow missed the High Templar that steps forward for the Storm despite a couple of good EMPs at the front. MaxPax does get that Warning Storm off and is able to use it to keep Clem a step or two away from how close he was getting to that army. So make sure that that doesn't become more of a factor than it needed to be. Try and come up that right side. Planetary Fortress obviously helps these positions. A lot of these bases choked up, which is why you're not seeing these big commitments in. You're seeing the pokes and the prods, but you don't want to go too much further. I'm looking to get in from the left, and I don't know if MaxPax has seen that. Hits the snipe on the High Templar that was looking for a Storm, and now Clem comes in from 2 sides. He splits away from Storm 1. The High Templar in the back, and now they get EMP'd. MaxPax's army is going to die. It's gone. It's dusted, and Clem's going to take a massive army supply lead as he waited and poised himself. And finally, MaxPax up this right-hand side, a position we've not really seen him in, and why? Because it is exposed. As you step up here, Clem has an easy flank on you. Whereas over here, you're able to much more control kind of where Clem is coming from and control these ramps a bit more. He gave Clem the option to flank as he tries a new position on the map, and he gets completely decimated in that fight. MaxPax will go to the drawing board in terms of rebuilding now. Clem has just sat back and played defensively and let this moment kind of really come around. He's made sure just to not die throughout getting here. And now MaxPax in panic mode. He's trying to send Zealots all around the map. There is a base bottom right under fire. There's a lot of Zealots that are chasing that. Oh my god, massive EMPs on the High Templar all over again. The Colossus have no chance here either. There's not enough to protect them. So the main army of MaxPax is still in a ton of trouble. Robo Facility goes down, but only after the new Colossus spawns into its death anyway. MaxPax is down 70 supply, and Clem turns this game around. Uses the setup on the map to just play defensively, wait, and eventually when MaxPax gets a bit too far forward on one of the positions he's attacking, the surround comes in. The High Templar is stuck off to the right. They can't storm initially, so that becomes a problem. The Colossus are weak to the flank as well, and MaxPax is unable to make it work as Clem draws this game 2 back and looks to tie up 1-1. The Zealot Stalker still coming through with a couple of units up in the skies. I mean, at this point, there's not enough showing up that's good from MaxPax. It's Zealots, it's Stalkers, it's loads of cheap units against a very techy Clem army. And that is going to be GG. Well played. Alright, 1-1. Clem is going to tie it up, and he gets the tie. That did feel like it was going towards 2-0 of MaxPax. Not allowed to happen. And now we get ourselves reset over to a Game 3 with everyone having the chance to make some grabs here. It's going to be Celestial Enclave for a map number 3 as this semi-final. Heats up a little bit. Hell yeah, I think we deserve it. Dropping our lobby links down. Should just be a moment or two as everyone joins us here. I've accidentally kicked someone from the lobby, so I'll have to rectify that before we before we resume. I just want to try and move one of the casters down. The options changed last second. Aye. Alright, MaxPax Clem, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. We are good. Ready, GL Edge. Let's say 30 seconds and start. Perfect. This game was the proof we needed to conclude 2026 will be a Protoss-less year. Yeah, I'm loving the balance is all over the chats right now. It's great. I've stopped reading chat because it is just a balanced warfare out there. But thank you guys for still being there and fighting through it. If you're fighting the good fight of maintaining your, staying there despite the balancing, complaining. Crazy. Glad you can contribute to the community. Yeah. You know, Uthermal's PayPal runs out of money. He's not a sub anymore. Bam! The balance whining begins. Unbelievable. Yeah. This guy really behaved because of the sub badge, I think. Actually unbelievable. Alright guys, let's go into game number 3. It is a 1-1 for the moment. And thank you for joining us. We had just had, during that game, we just had 650 YouTube viewers. We've got like 15 to 1700 Twitch viewers. Viewership is crazy right now, so thank you again. It's really kind of, I just keep mentioning it because it's amazing, because it really has been a situation where we've had a lot of struggling viewership recently. So, yeah. Nice to see it bouncing back a little bit, which is awesome. Alright, let's kick off into our next game as we go into game number 3. Thank you, Captain Hare, for the gifted sub to you. Thermal! Yeah, and Cyril for the raid. Oh my god, you guys are here in Cyril streaming as well? Crazy! Hello guys, welcome. It's 1-1 between MaxPax and CLEM in the semi-finals of the WardiTV Team Liquid Map Contest Tournament. Thank you, Palkin Tokaju, for the resub of 66 as well. Appreciate you guys. I hope you guys are doing great. How are you all doing? Let's get into some Game 3 action at Celestial Enclave. Clem looked like he was going down 0-2. He played a super defensive setup to stay alive and bring himself back into it. And now here we are looking for ourselves a Game 3 to see who will take the lead onto match point. Hero is looking to play in the grand final, so the winner of this takes on Hero in the next series, best of 7, to round out the tournament. Hope you guys are feeling good, and hope you guys are ready for some SC2, because it's been a great event, and the games are heating up a little bit. Now, that last map, definitely a difficult one to attack in on, and I do think we actually have a similar situation here, where this map may be a little bit of a difficult map to attack in on, right? The 3-4 base setup is very, very defensive, and really allows you to kind of sit back and relax a little bit, and we've seen that a lot. I do think it gets very fun towards the 5th base, because that actually really makes you draw out and go different directions. And what's nice, the nice saving grace to that a little bit is the 4-base setup is typically including the half base that's an in-base expand, essentially, or pocket expansion. So it's not really like a true full 4-base economy. It's more of a 3.5 base economy. So there's a little bit of a difference in that factor as well. So Cybercore and Nexus both going through. The probes are producing, and we get settled down as the command center goes. The reactor in the factory coming up. Again, the Adept coming over. The warp gate is coming into place. Just going to see the Nexus coming up on the natural. And our first few moments of Game 3 looking very nice and regular just for the moment. The Adept will continue to chrono boost along. A couple of probes are moving out from the main. One of them will be... I actually know. They're both just going to the low ground early. I was going to say, is one of them going to scout? No, we've got an Adept to come and scout. Already coming across the map. Would have been a very late probe scout. I was just confused where those probes are going, but I guess Nexus is not far from being done already. Alien, Marines, and the Starport continue to come online. We do have the Twilight Council and the Gateway coming up, so no surprise to see MaxPax playing Twilight Council, looking to get us into a position here where we can go and, you know, get ourselves a blink, kind of play from there, get that blink going, get everything set. You have the Adept going to shade up, the bunker fills with a couple Marines, and the Adept continues to settle down for the moment as the Marines continue on the barracks, and the Starport is going to be coming through, finishing up, and getting a medevac in production as well. Couple of hits, the Adept trying to get up toward that ramp, not able to find too much just yet. So you see the Marines and the Hellion together. We'll get in after the Adepts as well. Still got that blink coming through. Robotics facility, the next step of this. Adding on a gateway. And actually doing a pretty good job of chasing that Adept force back across toward the center of the map. So that gets chased all the way over this right-hand side. Hellion is still getting some connections. Adept does shade to safety for the moment, at least, with blink not far from being done. And MaxPax prepping up 2 gateways plus the Robo. Has played into Storm a couple of times now, so wondering if we do see any kind of straight to Robo Bay plays, because that has been a little bit more of the popular choice overall rather than playing straight to Storm. Obviously right now it's just Blink and we're waiting for that to finish, but a couple minutes from now we should have an answer to that question. And do you think it's going to be an important answer, because it gives us an idea of, again, what MaxPax wants to be looking for, what he feels like he can be doing in this game. I'm dropping into the in-base expand. Going to use the mine to zone, and that allows him to get a pylon freely. The push up the left-hand side does not go well. We get a probe, we get a pylon. It's not a bad moment or two. Obviously, everyone's expanding outwards first because, again, that's the proper full base, so it gives you the proper two-base economy. It's the faster kind of third base on the in-base you can take if you want to take like a half base, but you get it up super safely, so it doesn't, become much of an issue. And then you can maybe take an accelerated fourth base because you've been so safe on the 3 base as well. So you really get a combination of options on that. Stalkers that warp in the Prism. Actually going to use that in-base expand to get straight clean access into the main. That's going to be a chunk of SCVs going down. So good play from MaxPax as he gets straight through. 4 or 5 workers going down off the very start of this. The couple of Marines still dropping the SCVs, looking to pull around the tanks. Will arrive and fire a few shots off on those Stalkers as well. And the Stalkers still get bullied back the other way at the moment. More Marines coming through, still trying to see what else they can do. One Stalker going down again. Nexus and a couple of probes building up. The barracks online, a Viking and a Marine coming by. Liberator will be siege just to the side there. The Stalkers end up blinking back over to the left once more. It's a nice position to keep playing from. This Liberator just going to cover the third base that will eventually mine. So just a little bit preemptive, a little bit early, guys. Give it a couple minutes, and maybe that'll be a bit more effective as the charge comes through. The stim pack is coming up, and still got Stalkers moving around as well. Oh, Liberator really does just want to stick around here. He is really preemptively trying to deny this. Stalkers should just be able to blink in and kill it right. Or just walk in. Is Blink on cooldown still? I was going to say, I think that's a little bit too soon for the Stalkers to step forward. Does lose only one Stalker, but yeah, just unnecessary. Didn't really feel like you needed to lose anything at all there. Blinks in for this siege tank, and Clem's defense, I mean, the bunker is off to the right side, so it's in a bit of an awkward place. Viking goes down quickly there. Good target fire out of MaxPax, who is just going to start microing backward. Your Stalker's going to threaten the main. There is a siege tank still there. That gives you some good coverage against those. Couple of low HP Stalkers going down at the end. A lot of losses in the last couple of seconds of this from MaxPax. He also is very uncharacteristically floating a bunch of money. Actually got a warp in off eventually, but was floating a lot of money, missing some warp ins perhaps. The Stalkers in the main base now being cleaned out as well as everything else. And that bio army is still looking to try and get through the Stalkers though, bullying nicely, and becoming an issue for Clem, who kind of needs this stim pack to come in some point soon to really help him with these bio units against these Stalkers, because right now he is getting bullied hard and he just doesn't have the range or the damage output to push them back quickly enough that it's meaningful. 3 more warp-ins, and what's scary now is charges finishing, so we're getting to the point where maybe we can fight against Stalkers because of stim, but we're maybe not going to be able to fight this army if a few Zealots start getting in the front, because that's going to be a very tanky front line that's going to become very difficult to move through when you're Marauder heavy because you're trying to deal with Stalkers. The stim allowing us to chase a little bit here, and we will see a little bit of micro, but not all of it perfect, so some Stalkers do go down. Clem takes another chance. There is the Zealot warp, and like I mentioned, that's going to be an issue. Love the target fire on a Stalker. But again, the tankiness of those Zealots might let you continue fighting here as MaxPax. 12 SCVs killed in recent history. It's 20 overall in the game. Resources lost is actually very even, but MaxPax is outmining Clem with the third base finish, with the fourth base build, and doesn't even take the in-base expand, wants to just move out to the next base along because he's got no fear right now. He's in full control of this game, and it's showing. Robobait coming online as we do see that a little bit of splash damage finally being teched on into. Again, you show up here, but the Stalkers will get a free getaway in the Prism. Every SCV Clem loses is so expensive right now because it's the state of this game where we just can't really afford to be losing even more workers. You know, we're already behind, we're already trailing heavily. We need to try and get better set than this, and it's just not happening. Bio getting there, Zealots still getting chased back the other direction. Continue to regather, +2 attacking the Robobait coming up. As you can see, the Bio still trying to move down. The Zealots want to charge forward. So they're going to make the best go of that they can, basically. Concussive of Shells is halfway completed, but Clem's just going to say GG. I mean, he is being bullied heavily here, and he leaves the game on equal army supply and so on and so forth. But I don't really disagree. Like, you're barely getting your third base up. You can't really fight. The Zealots are becoming a problem. You are in trouble, and Clem knows it. And so MaxPax is going to take a game 3 and take a 2-1 advantage in the best of 5. MaxPax a map away from closing out and moving to the finals here. against Hero. Can Clem bring this back? As this series has been kind of a funky one because we've just not really... I feel like every game Clem's struggled to get through the early stages. And when he just about survived the early stages in Game 2, he was able to drag himself to a late game where he was able to do well, playing super defensively. But he's not having a good time at all early, which is so unlike Clem. And yes, MaxPax is a great early game player as well. The Blink Stalkers are something he uses like nobody else does, right? But it's still just so strange to see Clem struggling in that sort of a phase of the game that you would otherwise expect to be so manageable for him, and where we just, you know, typically do see Clem doing absolutely fine so much of the time as well. Ready and GLHF. We've got everybody, so we can start game 4. Clem down 1-2, fighting for a non-mirror matchup final. MaxPax looking to play Hero in the finals if he can win one more game. Can he do so? Again, he leads this 2-1. Again, Hero sitting in the finals, his 4th TLMC finals. I talked about this already, but it's actually wild. Clem's never been... Clem and MaxPax have never won this tournament. Clem lost to Cure last time around. MaxPax lost to Hero a few tournaments ago in the TLMC finals. So a real story for whoever makes it there as a chance to actually win this event for the first time ever for themselves. While Hero will obviously be looking to win his 4th and really just, I mean, put himself in dominating position. I mean, Cure won the last one and went up to 2 wins, chasing Hero down at 3 wins, but Hero might look to get a doubled up number on him here if he wins today. But that's for the future. For the right now, we have ourselves the bottom left red Protoss player MaxPax is taking on the blue Terran top right Team Liquid Clem to get into the 4th map of this series. And again, guys, just in case you don't know, this is the newest version of the patch. It's a hotfix. Everything is, you know, everything is live. It's, you know, it's not replays. The patch is live, etc., etc., etc. So all of that is the case. Get into game 4. We've got the engineering bay. We've got the barracks both coming online. The gateway in production as well. Bringing that straight through already as the SCV heads over to one side of the map here. Just going to go and patrol. We already engineering bay blocked. Now he's going to try and block the 3rd base location. And just try and make this extremely difficult for MaxPax to get an expansion down in the early stages. So MaxPax is going to struggle to actually get a base down. Clem actually gives up on that right side, and MaxPax will get it. Because Clem's checking to see if he expands to the left instead, but that's not being the case. So now we know what is up and what is where. Yeah, the engineering bay will sit there for a little bit. We'll just see the bunker going down too. The bunker up on the high ground, put into the front, the engineering bay and the factory coming online as well. The SCV turns away from the 3rd base for a couple of moments, stepping away just for now. And factory about halfway done. We got that reactor coming through as well, so continue to bring that up. The warp gate's still building. Nexus and the Stalker coming online as our command center will finish up. Not finish up, but start up in the main base. I find this probe with the Reaper on the map too. And Clem will continue to try and hold some map control here early on White Rabbit. That factory, as it finishes, we'll see what we want to start building here perhaps. Give us a bit of an idea as to what our goal is going to be. Moves back around the top side, starport and the command center coming over as well. A couple of Marines and the Hellion will continue in about. And that will make its way over and again just take a chance to try and show up. Actually shades right into 2 Marines and a Hellion. Can't feel like that was ideal. The Reaper is pulling back from the 3rd location. And the Hellion should have the kill here to get rid of that Adept. So yeah, unfortunate shade. doesn't really even provide you with that much information or anything, right? Just, you kind of knew those units were around anyway. So, yeah, really not much of anything on that one. Again, Blink still starting up, the robotics facility coming through. Again, our gateway and a couple of probies still coming online. Flipping a couple of Marinis coming up now. Orbital Command in the barracks coming through. The Reaper is going to bop the Stalker around. And, I mean, Stalker's not really made to be fought with these kind of units, so it's not surprising to see us running away for a moment or so there. The Robo Facility is about to complete. And Clem's about to arrive with a little Widowmine Marine drop into this base. Remember that these bases are very split apart. That does make some of this defense a little bit awkward. Going to unburrow, reburrow. We're just draining battery energy right now, so we're happy with that. SCVs will have to surround these few Stalkers. They do not have Blink, remember, so actually if they get surrounded by SCVs, they're in trouble. Some extra Marines showing up with the high ground, and that might help. Reaper on the main base. Chaos kind of around the map. We lose the Widowmine here, but we might lose a couple more probes as well. Marines still stepping forward. Defense at home from Clem is fine for now. That Stalker super low goes down as well. Marines take a chance to turn onto a couple of these probes. And now these Marines still stepping up, still trying to chase those Stalkers down. Still trying to clean this out as one more Stalker warps in the back. Prism on the way through. The Marines really do want to go after that Stalker as well. Don't think there's much else we can really do here. Medevac going down. The other Marines trying to do their thing. Prism building. And this is a cleanup from MaxPax in the end. Resources lost, again about even, always a decent tell of where we're at. 6 probes down, 4 SCVs down. A few Stalkers that were lost from MaxPax obviously do eat into his ability to be aggressive with the Blink. But like I said, he also got a few, units out of Clem too. We are already on 2 siege tanks. That actually feels very good to really deal with Stalkers at this point in time. So, to the point where Clem obviously feels good. He's actually starting to move forward a little bit. These armies might miss each other. Prism and the Stalkers to the right side, Clem through the center. And they're absolutely going to miss each other, whereas obviously MaxPax aiming for the main. Clem is going to have a tank spawning soon. I think he's I can only imagine his goal here is probably to just use that tank defensively. Couple of Marines, Medevac shortly available, and you just head down the map. And as MaxPax, you've got to decide what you want to do here realistically. Do you want to recall? Do you want to go back home already? Do you think Clem's just running into this main base right now with these units? Or what do we think's happening? I don't think he thinks they're going to be there, because otherwise these Stalkers wouldn't have been here. We're going to recall 4 Stalkers in the Prism into this third. But one more Stalker already went down. Tank's in a good position. The only thing I'm afraid of is we're pretty sieged up heavily to the left, and the Marines obviously focus on the right side, so we might want to bring that tank down just to collect everything together a little bit. Like I say, my concern is more than anything just that, I guess as charge finishes, but charge is not finished yet, that maybe, charge coming in would be a little bit problematic, and you can jump on those tanks easily. Obviously see the Stalkers join up. We're going to go for this here. Marines are busy fighting against a bunch of probes. Tank fire is spread. Viking doing some good, decent work. Continue to damage. We do have to focus fire onto the SCV building the bunker. And a few more Marines showing up. These Stalkers are running out of room to micro to, with Marines and a tank showing up on the other side. And so MaxPax is just not getting out of this troublesome little positioning. Clem's reinforcements arrive. Stalkers keep on going down. We're going to try and warp in a Zealot. I mean, again, it's nice to have a tank unit in the front, but it just ain't going to change much. This base is going down, and this ain't a third base. That's your natural expansion. There is no third in this game. Clem will fire his way through to a 2-2 tied up situation here, and we are going to go to game number 5. We are going to go the distance. We are going to go into our final map, which is Mothership. Mothership is getting some representation thanks to these games continuing through. Love to see it. Mothership for a game 5 deciding map. Very exciting. I'll drop the lobby link down, guys. And just before we go into game 5, if you are enjoying the games, again, a little bit of a shout out because we've got ridiculous viewership right now. Do not forget to check out following the channel on Twitch, liking and subscribing on the YouTube. It's quick, it's easy. Both those options are free, and they're one of the best ways you can support the channels. See when we go live in the future. Come back and support more just by watching. It's always super appreciated. Thank you, Bamable1, hitting us up with a 29-month resub on the Prime as well. My other quick shout will be to, again, if you enjoy WardiTV tournaments, obviously this is a sponsored by Monster Energy, but typically we're running a lot of tournaments and putting up a lot of prize money for StarCraft 2 players to play in, or putting up a lot of prize money for StarCraft 2 players to win, especially in the off-season. If you want to help us do more with that, do consider checking out our Patreon page at patreon.com/WardiTV. 100% of any pledge on Patreon goes directly into StarCraft 2 tournament prize pools, and we will even cover the transaction fees. So even though Patreon takes a Patreon cut or whatever, we will make up the money. So if you guys donate $10, that $10 will guaranteed become $10 of StarCraft 2 prize money. So do check that out, patreon.com/WardiTV. Appreciate it if you check it out. As again, we just look to try and run as much StarCraft 2 as we can. In the top right side, we kick off Game 5 of the series. In the top right corner, the blue Protoss player is going to be MaxPax. In the bottom, our red Terran is going to be Team Liquid's CLEM as we get into game number 5. Deciding map, who will advance to the finals to take on Hero? Will it be MaxPax for best of 7 PvP? Will it be CLEM for best of 7 TVP? We wait to find out. Very exciting. Very, very exciting. Like I say, kind of almost typical MaxPax CLEM games where they're a little bit weird, they're a little bit strange, it's all over the place. A lot of it even comes down to early aggression because these two are so good that the slightest of things does kind of just tip the game's balance a lot of the time as well. Fascinating experience to watch. It's such a different vibe to so many of the other TVPs we've had in this tournament as well. Again, Mothership, our map. 3-player map, a very big map as well, pretty sizable. So it's a pretty big factor when you consider, pretty big factor when you consider the kind of games you've been seeing. Just that the size of this one may give us a little bit of chance for something interesting to happen at some stage. Cybercore coming about. Nexus on the way through at the command center and at the factory. Cybercore will be finishing very shortly. Let's just have a couple probies getting into the assimilators. Those probes hanging out in the main base. Obviously, the factory is going to be done very soon here. Of this Game 5 develops early. Just gonna have ourselves the bunker. A cheeky little marine sitting inside of it. SCV pulling up into the main base. Starport dropping down. And our 1-1-1 setup continues here for CLEM and in the early stages. Because of the rotational symmetry, would this map favor MaxPax to spawn more than CLEMs? Honestly, not really. This map is big enough that a lot of the rotational symmetry advantage, like, we've not really talked about rotational advantage on this map because it just doesn't really seem to be there. Like, the map is big enough that you can kind of just take different bases, that you can kind of, like, it just doesn't, it's not like a lot of 3-player maps get kind of pushed together because of the way that the base layouts work. And so you naturally end up being like, aha, I'm going to walk into your natural super easy, or I'm going to walk past your exposed main base, and that's amazing. It's just not really the same thing on this map. I mean, you could argue maybe CLEM likes it because he can go from the top right to here. He can drop into the main more comfortably. Whereas MaxPax more naturally kind of arrives on the natural before anything else. But it's far enough away that I don't think it really matters as much as 3-player maps, as far as 3-player maps go. So, funky opening as MaxPax opts for the Stargate, and a real live Oracle in this matchup is just not something you see every day. This is a, yeah, this is really not something you see every day in the slightest. As Viking, Cyclone, Marines all settle down. And a couple of SCVs coming about. Depot on the way through. The Oracle pulling up to the top. We do have the Adept shading forwards. And a bit of Viking Cyclone on the way. Oracle going to take a little bit of energy. And that Adept still trying to just shade through and look to see a little bit of what's going on. Cyclone gets the lock on, is going to hit the Adept And play a little bit of defense there. Clem gets to 2 more barracks. A lot of that kind of early game aggression we've been talking about is, like I say, so far not really very visible in this one so far. A little bit more stepping up and out. We do have the blink halfway done. The Nexus and the gateway building through. Marine tank racks engineering bay coming up as well. Last impact starts from Clem. We get that underway. We do have the blink building up. Nexus Forge and gateway coming by. Very slow going game considering what we've seen between these two up until now. As the few Stalkers will begin to march down to the bottom right hand side of the map here. So Stalkers heading to the bottom right. Marines and the tank gathering up together. Upgrades all coming through, and the hallucination flying into the main base gets denied pretty quickly. So got a little bit of info there. As MaxPax expands up to the top. So again, just that third base is going to be far away from Clem. There's not really an easy way for Clem to get there and abuse it or anything because of his spawns. So that kind of element is kind of part of the reason why you start seeing kind of some of these longer games on this map, because it's designed in a way that kind of negates that rotational symmetry, but then it's also designed in a very defensive manner, right? So it's a bit of both, as there is a stasis there. Clem's trying not to walk into it. He's stepping forward with hold position, sends a couple Marines in, and that should be a defense. Couple Marauders, obviously really nice to actually push those Stalkers back a bit more comfortably. Marine's going to go to the right side. Actually going to get a drop up the map, which I like. The Oracle is en route to intercept it, but it turns, so medevac of Marines will get over there, and without being seen, that's obviously kind of nice. MaxPax on his way to charge, but also Templar Archive, so it's going to be Storm from him once again in this Game 5. I'm about to finish up Stim, so getting to the point here soon where I should have a couple of opportunities. That's actually a really good defense right away. That medevac going to go down instantly. Great shutdown from MaxPax. Shuts that down with ease. And that's going to be Clem running in just to try and get a couple of probes. He tries to use that distraction and move onto the map. Obviously, it's not going to be that good of a distraction with how quickly it got cleaned up. I tell you what, though, Clem's army supply is massive. 53-5 to 23. We're nowhere near Storm. So right now, I wonder if we could maybe get a little bit more done. A few more units continue to gather together. Oracle takes a few shots, still just got the medevacs pumping out here from Clem. MaxPax is at the point where his army supply will start catching back up. I was more worried if Clem was going to be able to very quickly find something going on here. Really the case in the end. There's just a little gateway coming up over here as well, so you see a little bit of aggression coming through. You see the bio jumping onto this pylon, and that is going to be a little bit of a cleanup there, so Clem is pushing forward. Looks to try and challenge this fourth base position, gets a few Widow Mines set up. There are units warping in from that gateway on the far left side, so it's going to be a bit of aggression. Clem going to put himself right in the corner. Might be looking for a lift up and a get out of here kind of plan. I was thinking maybe jump into the main base, but I think he might actually just have to leave. MaxPax does morph all of his High Templar into Archons. Clem begin to unload. There is reinforcements. He should be okay against those few Zealots. He has a bunker as well if he needs it, as he actually just stands and fights there for a moment or two. Finding the pylon in the corner. I don't know if it's kind of fighting pylon time. Clem is going to lose one medevac. It was empty. The other medevac's going to be full of the units. As I think we just recalled into the main base, but it's just a few Stalkers. These Marauders should handle those quite well. So Clem, with the opportunity to knock down a bunch of these Stalkers so far. MaxPax is coming the other side of the map, though, so MaxPax wants to hit Clem where it hurts, right in the face here. There is that bunker. Clem's just going to run past behind it. He's going to get the SCVs there. Zealot warping is going to keep Clem from doing much else. I don't know if Clem defends this right now. He is going to have SCVs pulling into the Archons. It's a chaotic fight. The Prison Micro is going to help a lot. It's SCVs from the other side as well, but Clem is losing a ton of workers. as MaxPax's army is just made of Archon Immortal, and those Archons and Immortals are putting in work. Widowmines do connect. That Prism is so low. Meanwhile, the units on the other side do find a very pretty position against a few Zealots there. But I just don't think it matters. Clem has got basically no SCVs left. He had to pull all the SCVs to survive. And our dream of a PvT final disappears before our eyes. It's going to be PvP still, despite what they said about the Storm. Clem is going to not have enough. MaxPax still sitting on the front of this base. GG's. MaxPax 3, Clem 2, and is going to be MaxPax hero in the finals today. GG's from Clem. I actually felt like that position was good for Clem, and then the warping in the main base just completely shuts down, and Clem just doesn't have the units to fight Zealot Immortal Archon on the other side of the map. So that becomes an unwinnable position. GG's, and we get rounded out. Alright, so it's a PvP to wrap us up, guys. I know what a lot of you are thinking. Wardy, I'm gone. But it should be fun. I mean, if there's ever a PvP that's a lot of fun, it usually is MaxPax versus Hero. So we'll get into that in a couple of moments. Thank you so much, Merham, for the 82-month Tier 3 resub. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. Alright, we will jump onto the NA server and get ready to go over there. What's up, Jeff? Thank you so much for the 100 bits for your favorite matchup. Hell yeah, thank you so much. And what's up, Commoner Bow coming in with the Prime sub as well. Thank you so much for using your Prime on the channel. Guys, if you have been enjoying, do not forget to hit the like, the subscribe, hit the follow buttons. Like I say, we've got tons of viewers. Take advantage of it a little bit and ask you to click the buttons and support the channels and obviously help us to keep on doing StarCraft content. We are going to get some videos started though for for MaxPax and Hero here. We'll get that going in a couple of moments. I will run ads and get things started up. Give me a moment or two, guys, to get this underway. And we can get this going. Oh, I need to select the maps. It is going to be best of 7 as well. It's hard to pick the maps because everything's being played so evenly. What haven't we seen today? We've seen most things today. We haven't seen Winter Madness today. I'll put that in the pool. Really seen much of that or that, I feel like. I mean, hard to really pick any others. I'm just going to pick some randomly. Ooh, who has better seeding? Hero, right? Because he won his group. Yes, Hero has the better seed. Alright, videos are underway. Beautiful. Do I have a discount code for Monster? No, I do not. Alright, video should be on the way in a couple of moments. Get that started in a moment or two. Get rolling. And kick this off. Awesome. Alright, over MaxPax, do Veto 1 map and then start to pick. I get this ready to roll. He's going wild. She's just seen the result downstairs. She can't believe it's PvP finals. She's super excited. She loves a bit of Protoss. This was the finals of the Team Liquid map contest, or the WardiTV TLMC Tournament 10. Hero did sweep MaxPax 4-2 in that series. And like I say, Hero's looking to become a 4-time TLMC Tournament champ, while MaxPax is looking to become the champ for the first time. And this best of 7 going shortly, guys. Just waiting for, like I say, a veto to come through. Oh, MaxPax veto is one of the least played maps in the freaking map pool already. Yeah. I know what the second map's going to be, though. I know what we're going to do. I can already tell. I know what Heroes... Yeah, I knew it. Man does not want to play Talisman. Sorry, Talisman. We tried. We tried, Talisman. Vetoed every time today. Unlucky. Imagine not having won a TLMC. Yeah. Idiots. Imagine not having won a TLMC 5-0. No one has won a TLMC 5-0 apart from you, Thermal. Isn't that a stat? The only 5-0. I mean, we don't even do best of 9 finals anymore, but because we just knew it was never going to happen again, you know. First map is going to be Satellite Years. Second map, Mama Ship for this one. So some PvP on the 3-player map will be coming through. Not dropping a map in the entire players as a record. Oh, was that when you went like 4? Was it? What did we do, like best of 7s as well? I'm gonna have a look at this bracket now, Mark. The gold old 1 win, 3 draws in the group stage to scrape through into the playoffs and then go 3-0, 3-0, 4-0, 5-0. Damn. Isn't that a result? That is really a result. Huh. That's funny. I forgot. Yeah, we used to do the TLMCs as like best of 2s, so it would be like each player would get one map that they pick, basically, or something to that effect. That was back before I did these like 10 best of 3 days. Like 10 best of 2s was the play. People loved the best of 2s. Imagine having a best of 15 in the first couple of TLMCs. That was actually a thing long before me, because they used to do that because Base Trade TV used to run the TLMC tournament, and before, so that was always the format. So when I first took it over, that's just what we continued doing. Yeah, that's just what we continued doing. But yeah, we did a couple, and we started to change the format up. Having just a best of 15 finals on the final day was a bit silly. It was one of my least favorite things to cast, because it was also all maps played, and the one time Innovation played Sue, and Innovation's just like wrecking Sue, and it was just like 12-3 the final score, and it's like this was just a mismatch, and it was a mismatch after 3 games, never mind 15, you know. Jeez. Jeez. Alright, I think our players are both ready, so we can go into our finals here. MaxPax Hero, best of 7, guys. I know it's some PvP, I know it's a mirror match to wrap us up, but we've had an amazing tournament, so let's hope for banging finals. Let's hope for some awesome stuff, and let's see what happens as we play these new maps one last time in the TLMC tournament. Obviously, you'll probably start seeing a bunch of these in some of the... You'll start seeing a bunch of these in the probably some of the weekly cups and so on as well. Some tournaments will start to integrate them, and obviously eventually a bunch of these will go onto the ladder. Do not forget, you can vote for these maps if you want to see them go to the ladder. The link will be tl.net/TLMC, ! maps in the Twitch chat if you want that direct link given to you. Make sure you vote for your favorite maps and help them get to the ladder, as it is a best of 7 grand final. And it will start in the bottom right corner with the blue Protoss player. This is MaxPax. Up against the red Protoss in the top left-hand side, we have got here on Satellite Years the red Protoss player Hero. Couple gates coming down, similar coming up. And we are going to be seeing Hero going for the no wall opening here on the PvP, so something we have seen him do previously in this tournament as well. MaxPax is going to go for the low ground gate. Hero turned this into a wall off eventually, just did not feel the need to have it immediately. To just have the probe coming through. Just going to move around, again, a couple of gates gather, and we'll see what the build will be, because obviously this is a map that has that ramp into the natural. Hero's already throwing a gate down or something down across the map, so he's going to look to get aggressive against MaxPax's expansion. So MaxPax looking to expand, and Hero looking to say, no, 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 you don't. And looking to make sure he can deny that and just stop him from getting there early. There's going to be a Stargate that he throws down. Interesting. I wonder what kind of thing he does with the Stargate. So Stargate versus Stargate. It's not unusual to see MaxPax play the defensive Stargate when he looks for this expansion. Probe nibbling at a probe. We do see the Stargate coming up from both sides, like I say, but that one is proxied from Hero, and he is going to expand, so he is looking for something here. Let's try and get something going. Nexus and the battery continuing to come through. Phoenix on the way on both players. Just see that warp gate still coming up. We get that online and bring that in. The Twilight Council is already building, so actually you're going to see a little bit of Phoenix on Phoenix, but then with the fast Twilight from Hero, he's going to be moving away from this pretty quickly. So, yeah, looking to get in toward a blink or so in the next little bit of time. As the couple of probes, the Phoenix, all setting up that warp gate coming through. Adept just shading up in toward the main base, trying to have a little look to see what in fact is going on here. Phoenix takes another step out toward the map. You see the Twilight Council still coming online. The Adept is coming over, and yeah, just continue to shade around for a couple of moments right now. Blink producing from Hero. As MaxPax continues into Phoenix, there's this very kind of scary moment where, like, maybe he could potentially, oh, that's so cool with the hallucinate Phoenix as well, trying to make it look like you've got more than you do. There's a very real scenario here, right, where MaxPax is going to keep making Phoenix, but if Hero gets up to enough Stalkers and all MaxPax has is Phoenix, MaxPax is going to end up in quite a bit of trouble. Phoenix joining up, robot facility coming online. Phoenix get up to the top, just gonna see the couple Stalkers. Just gonna get there, the Phoenix gonna go around the other side. Observer just does not want to watch Phoenix doing things apparently, but Phoenix are doing things. Inu's just like, I love this white space and this Adept that shows up. A big fan. Blink is building. We are going to have that finishing shortly. The Phoenix coming through for a couple of probes early. And we are going to see the Stalkers and the Phoenix giving chase to the rest of those. Phoenix, like I say, we're so close to Blink. The Immortal is very important here from MaxPax. You need the Immortal. You need that kind of bulky defensive unit to really help you out against those Stalkers. That is a bit of a necessity as the Phoenix come back around into the center. Again, Twilight Council, Forge, and Gateways all coming up. Immortal and the Oracle still coming by. The Charge is coming online. Nexus and Probes coming through too. That third Nexus is set up as well. Up on the top side of that, the Phoenix still moving about for a little bit. Immortal coming over as well. At the Oracle, at the Blink. Stalkers get underneath. They're actually going to get rid of a Phoenix. Very nearly going to get two. In fact, they do get two. Still love that. If you're a Hero fan, knocking down some of the Phoenix count here. Taking that away from his opponent. More Stalkers still warping in. Actually going to walk directly into a stasis ward there, unfortunately. Let's get a chance to go in after a couple of probes, knocking some of those down. 4 workers falling so far. Again, Nexus about to finish. Temple Archives and Gates coming up. We have the charge on. That's halfway done. That was a lot of probe kills. That is going to equalize the worker count here more or less right now. Stalker's trying to hit some of the Stalkers. And the Stalker's actually taking a beating. Immortals doing some good damage there. Force Field comes down, keeps those units back. 7 probes going down so far. And +1 blink in the Nexus coming through. Temple Archive is about to finish from Hero at that charge upgrade into play as well. Phoenix will get chased once more. Stalker's getting there to push them back. +1 the blink. Coming in from MaxPax eventually. Hero's already hitting charge, and he will be able to use that to kind of empower his army here, I imagine. But I think that that's going to be a pretty big factor. Just going to be seeing the Stalkers getting underneath. Phoenix coming through. I don't think Phoenix should have much more use date on them sometime soon in this game. Then they're just going to kind of get to the point where they're not really used for much else, as we do have MaxPax. Getting that Dark Shrine coming up, the Stalkers, the Blink, and the +1 all still building in. The Nexus comes online, Gates and the Robo facility coming through. We just get all of this finished in, and we just have ourselves the Robo on the front of the Natural coming online as we speak. So just getting that coming through, getting that set up. Sentry warps in, we're going to energy recharge it. +1 and the Charism coming up as well. Add the Stalkers, add the Dark Shrine. And Dark Shrine about to finish. +1 attack coming online here. The Stalker's still setting up. A lot of units from MaxPax. I mean, overall, he's also on a +1 attack upgrade, so after everything is said and done, MaxPax has put himself in a very good position. Can he take much of a fight over here? Gonna try and make something happen right now, as we do see the Stalkers and the Archons coming along the other way. More Warpins coming straight in for now. Prism gets into the main, looking to see what we can do. Let's see the Prism getting right up to the top left. DT is going to be there. A little bit of annoyance as well. So MaxPax with some harassment while also trying to be annoying at the front. Does lose 2 DTs at the front and actually gets jumped on by Hero, Stalkers, and Archons. Actually takes a bit of a bad fight for a moment, but Hero needing detection in the main base because the Dark Templar is getting busy at the moment. Stalkers do play cleanup. Again, +1 and Archon coming over. We have ourselves the +2 already started from MaxPax, so looking to try and maintain that, looking to try and keep that going. A lot of value still being brought in right now. +2 in charge coming up as well, as we have the army coming back over that right-hand side. Phoenix is going to be denied a moment or two. +2 in that charge coming up. The Gates and the Nexus coming about. Have the cannon on as well, and we will see this army just pushing forward. Stalkers coming in. And we are going to keep chasing down for a couple of moments. A couple of those Stalkers getting hurt right here. 3 more Stalkers building. Hero with now suddenly the supply swinging in his favor, and he's going to come, zooming across the map. And I love that he's got these Archons. They are big, bulky, aggressive units that are going to do lots if they can get in reach. At the same time, for the same reason, you kind of love the Immortals of MaxPax, and maybe even a bit more because they have a better chance of actually getting involved. We're going to break forward, letting those Archons get through and splash a little bit, so putting some work in right off the get-go. You're going to see the Archons able to hit a couple of those Immortals down, and now the Stalker's sticking around too. As you pull the probes in as MaxPax, the Archons really do work overtime. Phoenix gets rid of the Prism at the very least, and we will defend as MaxPax, but it comes at a cost of 16 probes. Both of his Immortals dead as well, so his tech reset. And just in general, going to find himself in a bit of a hole as a DT does not do too much on the other side. Hero's still down in an attack upgrade, but that does not really matter just yet, it seems. Stalker's coming back over. 1 Stalker down. Units are still pressing through. The Stalker Archon gathers together. Just going to be seeing a few more shots coming in. A couple Stalkers dropping. The units going back the other way. Again, still good job from MaxPax because he actually makes himself an opportunity here to even equalize supply a little. Hero's Warping will push him back further ahead. That +2's got to be putting in some work, right? I feel like the armies are close enough in numbers that the +2 should be able to be somewhat impactful. You know, a lot of the time you say, the upgrade, but it gets offset by the numbers, you know, and then, you know, the amount of units or whatever. And just be seeing our Stalkers coming back over to the right. Fairly lengthy opening game of this PvP as the 12-minute mark hits. It's fairly lengthy PvP, isn't it? Especially when you see aggressive kind of positions at the start. Obviously, the Stalker's still setting up. Zealot Archon trying to get through. The Stalkers get pushed the other way. The Oracle is about to finish, and the Stalker's there still getting forward. Bunch more going down. Hero's actually down in workers, so over time here, this is an issue. He's a 3-base Protoss against the 4-base MaxPax, and well, he's had moments that have looked good for him. It's getting to the stage now where Hero probably does need to go and truly win a fight and kill a base after, rather than win a fight and then back off. I think that's the issue that we've had so far, is that we've not really had that happen. Stalker's trying to come along, Immortal Archon trying to get away. Archon's put some damage in, the Stalkers will take some shots here. So a few hits coming in across the board, a couple of probes going down. DT's on the other side again, a distraction, forces the recall from Hero. And Hero is in no business to be recalling home and resetting his position on this map. He needed to go. And all of the advantages of MaxPax truly are kicking in now. He's had +2 for a while, but now he's caught up on army supply, so that's even more meaningful. He's obviously had the extra base come up, and now he's had the economy kick in. He's caught up on supply as well. His DTs have done a great job of continuing to harass, and I don't even think that you could argue there's much of a... There is a tech army advantage from Hero, like 7 Archons, 4 Mortals. But that doesn't matter if it keeps being forced back home and you keep having to fall back in a game where you kind of, like I say, are running out of time to make things happen with a somewhat equal supply in this game. Stalker's being chased away. We do see the Archons coming through. So Prism goes down. It's going to be a grab. Still got the +3 attack upgrade as well. Add a few more Stalkers in. The Stalker's coming up from Hero as well, as we do see this. Prism will go down at least. That will be the end of this little bit of Prism DT harassment. Hero can still win a fight because at the end of the day, his army composition is better. He just needs the right kind of a fight, the right sort of a position. We need to kind of figure that out and get that going here sooner rather than later. Extra Stalkers coming in, +3 attack, and the Shadow Stride coming up as well. The Observer still stepping over. Gather units into the center as well. Obviously, the power of these Stalkers is their ability to kind of blink back and kind of take trades over time. That's a Stasis Ward really looking to get something done here. If these units keep pressing forward, they're going to walk right into it. It's a line of Archons that get caught in the Stasis. So they get stuck. That really holds Hero from doing much else, as MaxPax would love to get to +3 attack. Well, Immortals are going to be there. The Stalkers get chased around the other way. A few more Scorpions off to the right side. We still push forward aggressively. The Stalkers putting the work in. The Zealots going down. The Probes pulling into this as well, but I don't think they're going to have a great time. Like I say, the tech value of this army of Hero is just huge. It being so Immortal Archon heavy has been what sustained him, and has been what allows him now to push into this position, force the probes to be pulled, and look to get game number 1 of this grand finals into his favor. It's been actually a pretty darn good game of PvP to start us off, as MaxPax is doing anything and everything he can to hold off Hero and to keep him back, but I think the reality is that this one is going the wrong way, and Hero is going to be getting the first game of this series. MaxPax has to type out GG. Hero gets the opening map win, and he's 1 map up in the best of 7 grand finals right now. Hey, Ellie. Baby, are you excited for PvP? Is that what it is? Would you like to do doggy cam? Yes, but you need payment. Okay. Guys, Ellie's going to do doggy cam, but she says she requires 1 sub a minute, so she will only stand here providing the money flows. Her words, not mine. Ellie, I think you need to at least put your face on camera. No face cam until first sub. Oh, you know, she's demanding, guys. I don't know what to tell you. She's demanding. She is demanding. Ellie doing the selling out stream? Yeah, she's very hot. Well, she's actually just getting loves. I don't know if she's really doing much of anything. Good job, Ellie. You chill out there. We'll pretend you're doing something. You can look at the camera, Ellie. Hey, we're gonna go say hi. There you go. There you go. Good girl. Oh, lovely. Hey, what's up, THUGJK? Thank you so much for the Prime sub. Ready. Alright, Ellie. Good girl. Great job. Great job. You made 1 sub. You can have 2 treats later. Okay? You can have 2 treats later on, okay? Like, okay, deal. Get me out of here. It's hard work. Oof. I demand dog camera time. I mean, I would put her on more if she showed up at all. She literally usually doesn't care about me until I have food. And in this case, I can only imagine Helen's busy. So she's like, attention, please. Pay attention to me or something. Bottom of the map, our red Protoss player is Hero. Top of the map, our blue Protoss player is MaxPax. Our last time seeing Mothership in this TLMC. As we get this underway, game number 2 of our series, best of 7. All my favorite observers are at the bottom of the list, gosh darn it. Couple of simulators coming through, gates coming about, Nexus starts from Hero. That, my friends, you might notice, is a Nexus first. So Hero with a little bit of a greedy and different build. MaxPax goes the wrong way to scout as well, so he's going to see this really late. The risk is going to pay off here for Hero. He's going to get away with it early. And that is amazing for him. What a great start. That's going to turn out to be a pylon to the top side. The Cyber Core coming up. Take a couple moments to get settled down. Sorry guys, the FPS will be low for 1 second. Alright. MaxPax is gonna throw the robo down, but he's not on the right portion of the map for it, so... I mean, it's hidden. So it's hidden, it's not nearby. So that's not ideal. He'll check the top left. Obviously, like I said, you can still use it. It's just not going to be a super nearby robo facility. That was the intention. I imagine it's like the intention if he's there, and if he's not, then he'll just use it as a hidden robo still. So, yeah. Is this the 3rd gate down Mothership? 4th? Yeah. Mothership was the least played going into today. So it was in all of the map pools. And because Talisman was also in all of the map pools, Mothership had a pretty good shot at being seen. It was quite often later in the series, so it kind of needed like a couple of players to go back and forth on their scores. But yeah, it's made it in a few times today to get it caught up with all the other maps being played. Stalker will hit, the Adepts go the other way, gonna shade and threaten forward. MaxPax's Immortal is on the way, Sentry coming through, and Hero starts to get his defense ready. Batteries coming up, Stargate on the way. see the couple of units pushing at the front. Stalker going to take some damage. Just going to be seeing the battery recharge in a little bit. A couple of units coming down. And again, Prism, Warp Gate, Gateway, continue coming through. A couple of units just going to continue through as well. Prism about to complete. Those 3 batteries still coming online. We've got the Void Ray coming up. Add on the Warp Gate as well. Continue to bring that in for the moment. Void pulls back over to the side, a little bit of a cancellation, a little bit of this, a little bit of that. Do have the Void and the Warp Gate continue to come through still. Let's see, Void Ray, a big part of the defense here. MaxPax pushing in. Loses the pylon powering the Stargate. Oh no. We're so close to the second Void Ray, and that would have been absolutely huge to keep that online. I mean, the Void Ray chaser right now, we're going to nearly get the Immortal. Insane to lose the power to the Stargate, because that should have been Void Ray 2 finished, and now obviously Void Ray 3 kind of like, you know, well underway as well. So that's a major delay. Heroes, Void Ray super low, does get the battery on it now, needs to be healed up. Void Ray 2 pops out, but obviously because this is part of the wall off on the low ground, it's going to be in some trouble as well. Awkward situation as Hero tries to play defense right now. Man, that Immortal is so freaking low. We do lose that. Void Ray doesn't get far enough back. Oh, I don't know if Hero's going to have enough to kind of hold on against this, man. It's not even about the Immortal anymore. It's about those Stalkers. Their numbers are getting crazy, busy, and hectic. It is definitely becoming a little problematic right now. Void Ray will go down there. The Stargate will take a few more shots, and I just don't think, yeah, with the Stargate going down, I don't think we ever get enough up that can defend against this. Hero tried to do something a little funky and different, but it is going to start coming down here and falling apart. It's, yeah, I think we are going to have ourselves a GG, and we are going to have ourselves a Game 3, with it being 1-1 in the finals. Best of 7, tied up for now. Alright, Mothership was a Nexus first. That was not meant to be anything more. GG's. So 2 maps down. What was our first map again? That one. We're going to go to Winter Madness for map 3. West, Central, West. Alright, get ready to drag players up, and we should be able to go swiftly. Quick game, no reason to slow down, no need for ads for once, unbelievable. Ready GLHF, 3, 6. Looks like enough to me. Alright, let's go. Game 3 coming through. Winter Madness for our third map then. It's like I say, tied up 1-1 here. Let's see what we get. Let's see what we can do. Get this underway. In the bottom right hand side, we're going to have ourselves the red Protoss player. This is MaxPax. He obviously gets the aggression going to tie the series up. In the top left, our blue Protoss is Hero. Can't imagine we're going to try and sneak a cheeky little Nexus first anymore, to be honest. I imagine that one's kind of out the equation now. So maybe something a little bit more normal for Game 3 here on Winter Madness. Chrono boosting, gates on the way. Some of those coming about, a couple of gates coming through. Yeah, we have another gateway coming about right now as we settle ourselves. Sniper core coming up. Probe nibbling at probe. Sniper core on both sides here at the moment. And just patiently waiting for some excitement here in this game 3. See what we can do. Hey, what's up, Bexvart? Thank you so much for the Prime sub. Appreciate it. Thank you so much for priming this up. Appreciate you. Thank you, thank you. Hell yeah. Thanks for supporting the channel. Like I say, I appreciate everyone. It's really been an awesome week of streaming. Excited for the next few days still as well while we wrap up TLMC today. Obviously, new tournaments throughout the next few days as well. Going to be awesome. Hopefully you guys are looking forward to it. Should be great. Should be fun. And yeah, thank you so much everyone for watching and supporting this week. It has really been great. Come back for the rest, come back next week. We got so much more awesome StarCraft still for you guys. Every day we're filling the world with more StarCraft 2 games, so yeah, come check us out tomorrow, and like I say, every day for the rest of the week as well. Oracle coming up, the Warp Gate coming through, and a Stalker, a couple Stalkers going on the other side. Sentry and the Stalker coming up together as we just see the Adept trying to shade up and not going to quite be able to just yet. Adept will shoot, Azal taking some damage. And our Warp Gate coming into play. Prism coming up as well. It's going to be seeing that Oracle getting active, going to go after a probe or so. And we just have a couple of units continuing through and looking for a little extra here. As the Stalker's going to push. Stalker getting chased back the other side. A couple of Depths joined up together. Void Ray is going to be well on its way from MaxPax as he looks to play defensive against the hero aggression. Has the Oracle already shown up? And Sentry and Stalker together will do very nicely to actually put that down very quickly, so nice job there. Well done. What's up, Bleep Bloop? Thank you so much for the 5-month resub on the Prime. Appreciate you, as first Stalkers do poke and don't do too much just yet. Oracle activating, 3 probes going down. Gonna see a couple more Stalkers continue to come through right there. The Stalker's still coming up, the battery's coming through, the probe and then Void building as we speak. Well, Stalker's gonna set up and then Void Ray in good position to actually get some shots on those Stalkers right from the get-go, so not a bad beginning here. Let's just see the Pylon taking a little bit more damage. It's gonna be taken down. That's a good start for Hero, because that depowers a gateway, that depowers some production. Trying to keep on fighting. Good job of the Stalkers just holding back with the Prism and getting away a little bit. There's a higher energy battery still available on the natural, so that will be a factor as well here. Those Stalkers actually need to take a moment to back away. Need to try and get themselves to a little bit more safety. We'll try and fight. Voids are going to activate. That means you've got to absolutely get out of there. Cannot afford anything else right now. Gonna continue through. Stalk's gonna shoot about. A couple of hits coming by. Not gonna be seeing now the rest of this coming through right there. And MaxPax is still trying to break on through this position. Those couple of Void Rays obviously holding tight, and I think this position is indeed going to be held, as Hero will not make any further steps just yet. I honestly don't think we're getting very far at all as Hero at this stage. I mean, the Void Ray count is good. The Stalker count is not looking scary enough in the slightest. And let's just see the Stalkers continue to chase over to the sides. The Prism going to get hunted. And yeah, Pylon goes down. Hero's a one-base Protoss. This game is more than done. MaxPax with the defense for a 2-1 lead in the best of 7. And MaxPax is a couple maps off from being a TLMC champ. What's up, Trans552? Thank you so much for the 6-month resub on the Prime as well. Appreciate you, and thank you for priming this up as we head into our 4th map here, which will be Ruby Rock. This one, I think, has been one of my favorites. It's been good, it's been solid, and it's been a fun one to watch. I've seen it kind of mixed in a bunch of matchups. It's been a lot of fun to watch. It's been very cool. West Central for map 4. And Hero looking to tie the series, while MaxPax looks to create a chance to get onto match point already. Ready GLHF, no hesitating. Where's the dog? Dog's gone, man. Dog didn't get enough attention. She's like, what, you're only gonna constantly stroke me, but not look at me and do it with one hand and then look at the screen? No. She was not into that at all. It was just not good enough. Going to Ruby Rock, map 4, away we go. On the top left-hand side, the player who's taken the lead of the series. Our red Protoss is MaxPax up 2-1 in this best of 7. Hero in the bottom right, our blue Protoss. Game number 4 of this one. I like this map. Yeah, I think I like this map too. This map is, I think this is one of those maps where I think I like it, but it's just nice and standard. Like, I like it as a new standard option, you know? Which is absolutely great. That's the kind of thing you want to see. I want some of these maps to just be like a nice standard option. You don't need every map to be super crazy or anything, you know? Gathering. A chance to get up to the top and just see what's up. It's 2 gateways each, so we do see the first opening part of this just going to be fairly expected. What's up, Trance? Thank you so much for gifting a sub as well. Going out of Blaze Fort, and not just any old sub, it's a tier 2 sub as well. Thanks so much for the generosity, mate. It's very rare we see a tier 2 sub, so thank you so much for being so generous to gift one out. Going out to Blaze Fort. Thank you so much. I really appreciate you. Thank you for supporting the stream. Thank you. Probe chasing probe. Once again, we are out on the map, and it's MaxPax this time with Pylon and a Stargate into the bottom left corner. I kind of love it, man. Kind of love it. Stargate coming through. A very interesting choice on this. Also do have a couple of gates, adepts, the robo facility coming about. Stalker and the Stargate coming through, the Wolf Gate coming about. Those adepts are going to step forward as well. I'm just going to be seeing themselves getting after and picking off the Proby for a couple of moments. Just going to be able to take that down. See the adepts coming over. Oracle building. Hero is a one-base robo player right now, so he's going to go one-base robo with this at the moment. Get that settled. Adept's going to shade through. That was not a block, so MaxPax is going to be in to kill some probes, and Hero will be able to get after those adepts, but only after losing multiple probes, so MaxPax gets what he wants out of this adept play. Full workers go down. It's a nice little start, and remember that we've got the Oracle coming soon as well to maybe capitalize on a few more workers here. Try and get a little bit extra done. Stalkers with the Oracle a little, and the defense against the Oracle at least is good. Another Oracle on the way up, building its way through, as the Warp Gate is going to be done in a couple of moments' time. Those couple of Stalkers still trying to get forward there as the Warp Gate comes into play, into position. Again, that Warp Gate's about to be done. The Oracle still building by. And we head ourselves over to that right side with the Oracle as well. We're just going to get there. That probe gets picked off. Now see the Prism. Let's try and get to the other side and create some opportunity. Defense against the Oracle is great. Let's see if we have enough defensively from MaxPax, because obviously his tech structure being out on the map means he doesn't have what you might usually have is like a little bit of a helping aid here. Is building a robo at home. We'll be able to get that on the way through. Stalkers join. Again, the robo facility coming up, gates coming through. The Stalkers will hit the gateways. And the gateway already taking some shots, so some damage being dealt for a couple of moments. First gateway goes down already. Just going to knock that straight down. As you can see, that gate, pylon. Stalker's going to be able to get the Adept, so able to make a little bit of a nab. But hey, Simply Too Crafty, thank you so much for the 2-month resub on the Prime as well. Appreciate you. Thank you very much. More probes dropping. The Stalkers are going to be right there. We are going to see that Stargate still coming over. Well, still comes down, try and buy a little bit more time as Hero continues to try and poke at the front, trying to do what we can for the moment. Prism is halfway, the probe still building, and of course MaxPax again, more and more defensive options up for himself. You wonder if Hero is thinking about expanding, and that's exactly what he does. It just kind of becomes the natural kind of expectation, right? Because you've got that expansion position ready, you're kind of containing, you're not really making much progress here against someone who's got the Prism, who's got the Immortal. Want to make sure you do contain, obviously force field if you can, force the Prism if you need to, like the Observer just trying to kind of pick up on that info, right? So you can see what he's doing. You want to make sure you don't let him out of this base freely, because the more that you contain him here, the much happier you're going to end up being. So that is the goal right now from Hero, is to keep this contained. I like this a lot, actually. Send just the sentry over on that side. He's going to weigh, he's going to force field, and that's going to force the Prism to pull back defensively. The Observer moves forward, and that's a good force field again. Gets two Stalkers as they were slow to get into the Prism, and they will both go down. So Hero actually able to make a little bit of a grab there, and he is going to take a little bit of an edge with that play. Nicely done. Still from afar, Hero's expansion about to be done. Just an Immortal coming up at home. Got the couple of Stalkers still warping in. MaxPax adds one more gateway. As Hero lets up, I wonder if MaxPax just takes the expansion. Obviously, he threw a gateway down just now. Obviously, that could very easily just be a case of, like, it's the only thing I could afford at that point. But maybe he just throws an expansion now. He has the natural given to him. Like, Hero's just happy to have the Nexus up and start saturating that location. He also wants to make sure he's back to comfortably deal with Prism play, because you don't want to let that start doing way too much for no reason at all. And that so far has been well denied, as MaxPax is in position with the probe, so it looks like the expansion will come down, but I mean, the longer we wait, the longer you wait. He warps in two more Stalkers, so maybe he's not going to throw it down. I mean, he's coming across the map. Looks as though he's going to commit to the fight. I don't love it. Now he throws down the Nexus. I mean, he could have done that so much sooner, because the Prism was still being watched here by these Stalkers. The Prism can't even get here to help. Hero is making a daring move. Hero, what are we doing? Hero making a very daring move, considering the fact that he knows where this opponent's army is roughly, and then MaxPax knew where his army was. What are we doing, Hero? I mean, he's going to cancel the Nexus and then what, just recall home himself? He wants to run into the main base, but the units are there. Because the Prism is pinned, maybe he knows he can force field his opponent out and then he can just get this Nexus and be happy. That felt so risky, though. He lost two Immortals to do this. Like, he already had the much better army. He was in a very comfortable position. He gave up two Immortals to do this. That obviously feels very, very scary, no? Oh, we're going to kill the Prism as well, though. MaxPax, that goes down, and that's going to be an issue as Hero gets a major kill, so that's going to be absolutely huge. Love to see that. Stalkers and the Immortal continue to come about. The Oracle will drop a little Revelation down. Oracle. It's going to sit overhead. Stalkers gather up. We take a few steps forward as we step over a couple stasis wards that we've placed. I mean, right now, Hero has... I mean, I guess at this point, MaxPax is forced to be all in, because he doesn't have a chance to really re-expand. Big stasis ward, that's what MaxPax is hoping for. So you yeah, maybe you just try to commit at this point and then you just go for it. That stasis ward is definitely going to help. You do have the ability to prism units up to the high ground as necessary here. So we start with that. A few stalkers still coming through. And MaxPax is just going to say he doesn't have enough. That fight is going to go absolutely not well enough for him. And that's going to be GG's. We are tied up 2-2 in the PvP, and our finals is getting pretty darn feisty as we get ourselves a map 5 featuring the beautiful and wonderful map that is Old Republic, to see what the tiebreaker scenario will be. Again, it is best of 7, guys, so first to 4. 2 more map wins to get a win out here at this point in time. If our players about, we should just be pretty much ready to go straight away. So, got Old Republic ready. Players are set. Let's do it. Counting down. Old Republic, like I said, 2-2. Winner of this map gets onto match and tournament points, as we get very close to wrapping up what has been, again, a very sick event over the last 6 days. And Group A, which started off with a ton of fun, MaxPax was part of that, went 2-2, just scraped through that group. 2nd place, but only by map score. Pretty big deal. In the top right-hand side, our blue Protoss player here is going to be MaxPax. And in the bottom left, our red Protoss is going to be Hero. Been a good mixture of builds in this PvP. We've had the proxies, we have Proxy Rover, we had Proxy Stargate. We really have just had a little bit of everything so far. It really has been a good mix on this one. Let's just have Probe going about, like to get going. Cybercore building early. Those probes just blinking through. We do see our Adept and our Stalker coming about. Stargate coming over as we try to get settled. Stargate building, Adept on the way at that warp gate. Zell going to try and go in after the probe as well. Let's just see the pylon going to be taking some damage. Pylon taking some shots. Warp gate's coming through. Stargate's producing up. And reasonable damage being done. Probe going to go after the other probe. Yeah, the Stargate's coming by. It's going to be obviously, if we end up truly Phoenix versus Phoenix here, it's always fascinating. When MaxPax plays Phoenix versus Phoenix, he's arguably, I think, the best Phoenix versus Phoenix player. Just wondering if Hero can play good Phoenix versus Phoenix too, so here's a good challenger to him. It's going to be an Oracle first from MaxPax. See what comes out of Hero very shortly. That Stargate is close to being done. Thank you, Virik, for the 14-month resub on the Prime as well, as we see a little bit of Protoss aggression, a little bit of skirmishing right now. One Adept just chasing, and the Stalker just going to get hunted for a little bit. The Stalker going to be hunted. I think this one's going to go down, and MaxPax will be -1 Stalker. That's going to go, say, we can shade after it if we need to, if nothing else. See that Oracle activating and chasing after the Stalker as well. Stalker taking a few more shots. Battery cancelled. Phoenix on the way. Warp gate about to be done. So yeah, it's going to start becoming kind of a Phoenix affair. Already 2 Phoenix up to the 1. This Hero, so he's got a slight Phoenix lead. See if MaxPax can play back from that. He actually gets 5 probes out, the Oracle just diving through, so not bad to get a a handful of workers right off the get-go. Stalker's just pinging, probe just pinging the battery. Taking a teeny bit more damage. Now a few Phoenix up to the top as they head in. I mean, Hero is going to see the Phoenix. He has to be very careful here. Is he going to be able to take a better fight? Nope. Takes the bad connection straight away. And, yeah. Now he's going to turn and fight. Doesn't even go 1-for-1. Honestly, like, trying to challenge MaxPax and Phoenix versus, like, no matter what scenario it is, like, it always feels like MaxPax just wins the Phoenix trade. Every single time. MaxPax just does so much better with the Phoenix. And whoever he's playing against is the TLDR of it. Pretty darn crazy. Pretty darn crazy. Things coming through. I'm just going to dive in because there's just significantly more here. There's Stalkers to help against the Stalkers as well. Phoenix will get some lifts off. There's more Stalkers coming in from Hero. He is trying to switch into the Blink. MaxPax obviously trying to make something of this right now. I mean, using the probes nicely, going to get those Stalkers stuck. We'll be able to kill one more, so we only get one of them home. It was an okay defense from Hero, but you also are down in workers, and you had to pull all your probes in there to help out as well. Adept will still shade. The gates coming up. Blink building through. Oracle on the way. And the Stalker still trying to chase the Adept down for a couple of moments, as well as the Phoenix come out across the map. Stalker chasing Adept, a couple other Stalkers coming through. And we'll get rid of the Phoenix here over the next couple of moments. Just going to be aiming for one. Just trying to get it. Would be nice if you could just, reduce that guy. It's only a couple on the map, I guess, but... I mean, hey, you never know when that Phoenix lift might be coming in a key situation. Hero needs to be careful. Do not want to walk headfirst into a stasis ward. Blink done could hallucinate high ground vision if he wants it. So we will blink for the Phoenix kill. They actually end up getting 2 more probes, so again, exact example of why it would have been nice to get rid of that already. Hero's not in a position to go about losing workers, and that is not fun either. Stalker's in a stasis, so they're not going to do much. They didn't blink into it, so blink is off cooldown, so the moment we get free, we should be able to blink away, but depending on how MaxPax positions, he could still take advantage of that a little bit, and he is going to also try and take advantage by moving into a Dark Shrine here. Hero will start the robo, so detection is available to him. That part should not be too problematic, as the Stalker step over, probe goes down. Stalker's able to get there and nearly grab a kill. Robo facility currently halfway done. Just join up. Blinking +1 coming through. Dark Shrine in the Nexus coming over. Robotics facility will be building as we speak, so getting that rolling. Again, the blink not far from being done on the side of MaxPax. Here's going to try and come up here. Equalish army supplies. Deny the third base would be nice. The Phoenix is going to go for one of the Stalkers lifted immediately. We will target that Phoenix down. Gives the Stalkers obviously a lot of chance to do some damage. The hallucinated Stalkers need to start trying to tank a little bit, and they do start to do that right now, so they will go down. Both the hallucinations fall. The rest of our army is already so low, though, and MaxPax is looking confident and comfortable to push through, no problems. Great defense from MaxPax. Third base is held onto, so he will finish that up and play catch-up. He is down a few workers at this stage, but he's got other advantages, such as the +1 attack upgrade, the investment into a Dark Shrine that can be very useful throughout the game. So he's made investments that are going to put him ahead outside of some of these other kind of ways and numbers. That's obviously very important to see. Stalkers come through, a couple of shots. Stalkers get pushed further back. Continue to fight right now. Thank you, Chipper, by the way, for the 19-month resub on the Prime. Appreciate you, and thank you very much. Now some Stalkers around the bottom side as they're going to poke through. A couple of hits coming about. The Pylon and the Stalker's taking a lot of damage. And we're actually going to take a chance to step through here as Hero. Blinking down, looking to get on top of those Stalkers and MaxPax. A couple of DTs are looking to slink into the mineral lines, and that's exactly the sort of investment and why it's such a good investment, because now you start dealing damage and Hero does not really have the numbers to peel back and deal with it. You've got to go and kind of, deal with this attack at the front, but then the DT is slinging its way through your mineral line. It's just not a great situation at all. Still trading Stalkers on Stalkers right now. Continue to try and punch up. Another couple Stalkers go down. The fight actually goes well for Hero, at least, so despite the DTs, he does focus on this fight, and he does manage to get a very good trade for himself. Also, despite the fact that he's down a +1 attack upgrade, Zealots are trying to chase the DT, which is slightly comical, and is still allowing this DT to run around in circles, essentially. He loops around, gets another pro. Finally, some Stalkers show up, man. Hero lost a few more workers there than probably intended, because, yeah, that DT should have probably been dealt with a little bit earlier than it was. Just a teeny tad earlier, Let's do attack building on the Forge. The charge will build. The +1 is built up as well on the side of Hero, so we try and bring that through the Dark Shrine. The next step from him is additional probes come about. So again, the cannon is coming online as well here. Hero just heads right off to the top of the map, looking for that fourth base. Needs to stop MaxPax from expanding quickly. He needs to try and get a little bit of control on this one if he can, and obviously cancelling this Nexus would be exactly that for now. Prism into the main. There is a cannon here, so the DT can't exactly do too much. Just one DT at the very least can't. Maybe a warp-in would allow you to. Zealots onto the natural. As Hero hits MaxPax's base, going to go for the battery at first and may open up the mineral line. Hero is still trying to push through. Actually has a 20 army supply lead currently. He's got units up in the main base as well, so Hero is just everywhere. MaxPax blinks onto the Immortal here. That probably means that this army needs to get the hell away, because I think that Immortal was the one thing that was keeping you very safe and strong. Fusel's leak back down to the natural. They thought about it, decided not to in the end. A weird little situation. Just so many units up in this main base, and then the recall comes in. We knocked down a pylon that unpowers a lot of the gateways as well, so MaxPax missing production during all of this. But Hero lost a lot of units too. 25 probes killed. MaxPax loses the economy advantage that he had. And now is also, he's on a +2 attack upgrade. You can see Hero's going for the armor upgrades. They're trying to match +1 attack into +1 armor. And he'll be 1-1 against +2 attack, which I prefer the +2 attack, but okay, at least we're going to have at least a second upgrade from Hero. It's something. He starts his own 4th Nexus, so tries to be the player to take the expansion lead, where he was the player that was the expansion trailer in the past. So just trying to, flip this one a little bit. Portal coming up and online. And still producing through, the Stalker warping in, the units still gathering together out the front here as well. Units chasing up, and we'll have a +2 attack upgrade already on the way in. We get the Immortal producing as well. Oh, I like this from MaxPax. Prism into the main. He needs some pressure. He needs some aggression. He needs to do something right. Gazell's trying to get in position to protect the cannon, but then, yeah, it doesn't really do enough. Looks like there's an observer there anyway, as we do see the fight breaking out in the center of the map. MaxPax still not really good enough army supply overall. You can see that that's been very clearly shown in the fact that Hero is dominating this army. The Stalkers have to blink away once more. The Prism backs off. But Hero just has the numbers right now, and he is going to keep on pushing. I don't think he's got a reason to slow down as he approaches MaxPax's natural third, unless, I mean, what could he be missing? Detection to deal with DTs is probably one of the few things that stops him from kind of pulling back here right now, but he's got the Observer at the moment. And you see this fight breaking out a little bit. Oh, I thought he had the Observer. Maybe he didn't, actually. And he's actually going to start getting turned away. He blinks in after the Prism. I thought he shot down a DT already, so I assumed the Observer was there, but apparently not. And so, yes, it will be detection that kind of starts to push you away, and then everything else will come through too. His own DT was causing some trouble. The Observer of MaxPax had to go back and help deal with that, as he's been just dealing with kind of issue after issue throughout this as well. Hero 40 supply lead, though, and that's just so difficult to overcome at this point in time. +2 attack coming up, cannons and the Immortal coming online, the Temple Archives and the Immortal building as well. The Temple Archives not far from being done. Get the cannon going. +2 is still going to be a big part of this. Also, the Immortal coming up, cannons on the way, Stalkers being built. Just don't see where MaxPax catches up on the supply from is the big issue. Remember, his 4th base was so delayed, so that mine has been so heavily halted compared to what you want it to be. Very, very difficult as our army tries to move up. His Stalker's just going to get jumped on. So Warpins coming through. The High Templar are going to warp by. Stalkers, Immortals, and Zealots all slinging it into this base. I just don't think we've got anything else to say. Pylon goes down, so you can't reinforce directly into the fight as MaxPax. A couple of Archons in the back aren't changing anything. GG's. Hero goes to match and tournament point. He's one game from closing this out. So can he get it done? Or will MaxPax tie us up again? Because it has been that kind of a series. One player takes the lead, the other player ties it up. They then take the lead. The other guy ties it up. Now Hero takes the lead again. Let's see what happens. As last time they played in the finals of a Team Liquid Map Contest tournament, it was a 4-2 scoreline in favor of Hero. So it is once again maybe looking to be exactly that. If he can win Game 6. Lobby link is up. Players will be ready soon. And we are moments from what could be our final map of the competition. Go as soon as our players say ready. Ready, GLHF. Ready, GLHF. And Game 6 starts right now. MaxPax is so far ahead early game. Yeah, I felt like MaxPax had a great start too, but I don't know what the point was that actually Hero turned it around on. He had I think it was when he dealt with the DT in the main and he actually was able to hold on the front. Like, that was a really good fight from him. That really helped him to turn it around for sure. And he actually took some very good fights from that point on, which obviously was a big factor too. It was actually a very interesting situation that he played out of. Bottom right of Risen Memory for Game 6, potentially the last map of what has been an awesome competition all week long. In the bottom right corner, the red Protoss player. This is MaxPax. He takes on the blue Protoss in the top left corner of the map. It is going to be Hero. What will our builds be for Game 6? Will it be double gates? That is the expectation. Gates coming about, assimilator coming through, a couple of nibbles coming down as we get our assimilators mining. We drop a cyber core down there as well. Probes coming around, cyber core's coming over. Now let's just come in as we take a couple of moments. That probe is going to nibble at the probe. Probe checks over. Chasing another probe around. Stargate on each side. Oh my god, well, if there's ever a Game 7 on the table, this feels like it. Stargate, Stargate! Isn't this just MaxPax's best dream right now? I would imagine so. Adept can chase the other Adept can push back. Stargate is a moment or two from being done, and like I say, we'll see if it's going to be Phoenix. Phoenix right from the get-go. Both players throw the expansion down. Oracle versus Phoenix. So Hero goes Phoenix, MaxPax goes Oracle initially. The Adepts are going to shade their way over. The Stalkers and the Adept join up together as well. That Adept has already taken some damage. The Oracle and the Warp Gate still building by. And we are going to see the couple of Stalkers looking to poke in toward the upper left. They're going to run straight toward this base and hit the pylon a little bit. Now the Adepts are going to finish. We're just going to go after, I was going to say go after the probes, but then, I mean, the Phoenix shows up. We're going to lift one of these Stalkers. We're going to recall them. Yeah, I mean, the recall home, no problem at all. This is now an Oracle out, so if the Oracle can sneak by, that's amazing. Let's see what the Oracle can do in the end as the Phoenix come up on both sides. Otherwise, Twilight Council still coming into play for these first few moments. So just getting all of that up and rolling. Get that set. Phoenix move across. And Twilight Council about to complete. The gateway and the probes will build on through. We add the Phoenix on as well. Another little nice little addition, obviously, just keeping those numbers going. Hero is going to keep building Phoenix while MaxPax is going to go into the Blink. So it's actually MaxPax dipping out from the Phoenix versus Phoenix Warfare. And it'll be interesting to see if Hero can capitalize on that. We saw MaxPax play like this earlier and show us kind of the ideas of what you want to do, get an Immortal up and so. Phoenix want to be a little cautious, perhaps, as they. I mean, I think we should just send back the one that is basically about to die. Do you kill 8 probes during this? I mean, the Adepts put in work. There's just no need for that Phoenix to go down. We could have just sent it back and just let it, wait and regenerate a little bit, get some shields. Like, he did not need that to chase down the one Phoenix in the end. Does kill the Oracle. Hero 5-worker lead. But again, his opponent's on his way to Blink, and yeah, the Robo Facility has to come down. We have to start prepping the extra units here that are going to be good specifically against the Stalkers more so than anything else. Robo coming up. A couple probes of the batteries coming through. The Stalkers will continue over as we'll take the chance to step across. The probe moving by as well. Add that Blink on. Again, probes pylon coming online, the battery and the Robo Facility coming up, and another couple of probes through as well. As the Stalkers take a chance to move in toward the natural expansion here for the moment. Immortal will Chrono Boost. We do have the Phoenix stepping up, the Stalkers pulling back, and extra Stalkers on the way in right now. The Immortal still being added up as well. Just load up Stalkers. take a few shots. We are going to be seeing, I mean, this is obviously a big moment for defending here as Hero. Oh, the Blink Stalker's just enough. There's the Immortal showing up. That's huge. One of the Stalkers still caught up. A lot of the probes, a big part of helping to hold that off, and that might just be the defense we need. MaxPax throws another gateway down on the front doorstep, though, so he's going to keep going with these Stalkers. I mean, no one should be surprised by that, I don't think. Stalkers firing. A couple of the Stalkers getting lifted up by the Phoenix. We'll try and do our thing. Phoenix obviously not in super high numbers anymore. They have been targeted down throughout this. Yeah, losing the Immortal's a bit brutal as well. A lot of these Stalkers are low, though, so I don't think we're far from defending still, because if we get a new Immortal out, a lot of those Stalkers are 1-2 hittable. Just need a little bit of buffer as well. The charge just finished, huh? No, he cancelled charge. I was going to say, if that charge was finishing, this would be very scary for Hero, because then there's a few Zealots. There's not really a lot for Hero to kind of bust through Zealots. A new Immortal on the way. I honestly think we're looking to be kind of fine. The Stalker count is regrowing, but it has had to regrow, which is the issue. Couple Immortals going to get to the front. Going to see the Phoenix coming around. Let's see if Phoenix getting chased. I mean, at this point, obviously the Phoenix are not in high numbers. You're not super reliant on them. It's a lot of units. I mean, MaxPax is still just sending it. Hero is getting information with these Phoenix, so you've seen, you know, okay, expansion, for example. These two Adepts are going to tank a bunch of shots. Those Immortals are just going to die. Well, the first one does. And get a Zealot in front, but man, that first Immortal just really stood there and took the brunt of that damage. You're going to go Glaives from here. I mean, I guess Glaives will help you. I guess the idea is we're just going to go for a big attack, and you're going to get the Glaives up to deal with the charge lots, and the Immortals are going to do their thing against the Stalkers. But then we really need to look after these Immortals if we're going to commit to the attack. Because right now, anything you lose is going to make you that much weaker in trying to make things happen. Immortals shooting, Stalkers taking damage again. Glaives coming up, +1 coming about, Dark Shrine coming over. Phoenix will come by as well. Stalker blinks back the other side. Immortal. Coming on through. A couple Phoenix coming back over. Resonating Glaives and the +1 still coming up. Again, Dark Shrine is building. The Immortal coming through. As you have the Zealot and the +1 building. The Immortal going to get jumped on. Going to take a couple of shots. I mean, we just got to keep these Immortals alive, and it's just not happening. Dark Shrine coming up so we can get some Archons as well. Maybe for this big old shove. And it is going to be a big push shove that we're going for soon. A few Warpers coming through. The Prism's going to get shot down, though, before anything really happens, so... Uninspired for Hero, just trying to make things happen and not really finding much of anything. Obviously, he finally gets rid of this gateway, but man... I mean, he's got to go with his army, is what this comes down to. He's got the DTs moving out as well. I mean, the Warping attempt on the other side was... I mean, like... I don't hate the idea of it, but I hate that he's just stood there, like, with Stalkers underneath him. Like, that feels like it's never working. He continues by, still Zealots up to the top. A couple of cannons will build as well. I love that we have a couple of Phoenix that still find a bit of value here. Hero does start to expand, by the way, and he's going to let these DTs running around put some work in. Observer starts to Chrono Boost out. Cannons are finishing in the mineral line, so MaxPax is going to be a little bit prepped for this. And he's going to have to start bringing army back, though, just to get units where they need, you know, units kind of joined with the Observers. Actually go after the pylons as well. Hero actually doing a great job. 12 workers. A pylon or 2 going down, right? Disruption for sure. So far. I mean, now Hero also has cleared the way for him to get across the map. Maybe because he gets across the map, he can actually force a fight. That's kind of a big deal, no, if he can force a fight, but he turns around. I actually think he should have gone. Look at these army comps. 4 Immortals. I mean, it's 24 Stalkers, so that's kind of scary, but I think, honestly, with the 4 Immortals, I would have liked him to go. Maybe he doesn't want to go with no DTs left and no Archons. Maybe he just feels as though he did enough to just be okay on this 3rd base right now, which, to be fair, probably kind of true, right? I mean, the worker count equalizes, so now it's 3 bases each with equal workers. Hero's on his way to a +2, starts up playing. Maybe this is actually just fine to play a longer game. Like, maybe he's just okay. Maybe he does not need to rush this. Because we were kind of having, you know, as I was kind of suggesting that he maybe should initially. Archon finishing again, Blink and the +2 still coming online. We have the Stalkers back over to the top left-hand side just for now. One Immortal, full fall. And making good use of these Stalkers so far. MaxPax is definitely... I mean, how many Immortals we killed? 4 Mortals this game. And it's not really like the... I mean, obviously, the first a couple of Immortals been some bigger fights, but I feel a lot of these have just been very good snipes, very efficient snipes from the Stalkers. Some force fields there to try and get some extra kills as well. Doing a Immortal coming up. The Adepts are going to be there, firing some shots. Next around, Stalkers warping into the sides. It's kind of weird because these Adepts don't have a lot of value later in this game, but then how do you really use them? He's trying to make use of them as something broad. I mean, hey, this would be a good fight for them, apart from the fact that the Zealots, that the Archons in the back. Initiate around, he's going to get another Obs pick off. Mortal going to get lifted up here as we are going to take a diving fight, so we get rid of some of the Stalkers here. Hero to initiate. Has that +2 advantage, remember, so that's one thing he's kind of, you know, held on to, is that timing window. And hey, the Adepts right now are actually shredding the Zealots out of here. The Archons of MaxPax are stuck right in the back. Similarly, the Immortals of Hero are stuck right in the back too. I feel like no one knows whether they want to be pushing through this choke or not, because both of them are kind of moving forward, moving back. Adepts actually shade by, going to try and go and create some distance and some wraparound on this. Now we're kind of catching these Archons on the tail end as well, as MaxPax's retreat is being caught. Now we're deja vuing that TLMC tournament finals from a couple of years ago, because it was a 4-2 victory for Hero over MaxPax then, and it's getting very close to a 4-2 Hero victory here today, as MaxPax's army has just gone. Wow. Credit to Hero, he played very well in this game, and he made a lot of decisions I don't think were easy, because he decided to slow it down at certain points. I felt like he had to attack, and he decided not to. GG's. He played some great PvP. This was a good PvP series where we got a real good mix of different builds, different scenarios, some later games playing out, and all of that goodness. Guys, that was the WardiTV Team Liquid Map Contest Tournament. If you enjoyed, again, do consider supporting to support for free. Come back the next few days. Come watch more StarCraft 2 with us. We are here daily with StarCraft 2 content. You can like and subscribe on the YouTube. There will be a new YouTube VOD up in a couple of minutes. I'll be putting that live just as the stream goes down. If you want to watch more on YouTube, that will be up soon. I think it's Hearthstone Rogue today, so fun little series there. Do subscribe. Like I say, the YouTube has like 50% of viewers on YouTube don't subscribe. So let's try and change that. Let's get some subs going. The sub count going up helps the channel so much. So check that out on YouTube. Obviously on Twitch, do follow. Again, we are going to be back tomorrow with WardiTV Mondays, and we've got a bunch of events through the week, Monday through Friday, so again, tune in for all of that. And if you're feeling really generous and you want to support more tournaments, you can check out our Patreon page at patreon.com/WardiTV. And of course, you can do all the usual Twitch things, such as Prime subbing, gift subbing, regular subbing, donating, and so on and so forth. Thank you so much for being here, guys. It has been an awesome week of StarCraft 2. It's been a lot of fun. We will obviously continue to run as many events as we can coming up. And I hope you guys have enjoyed. When are the new maps in the ladder? Probably a couple of months. Usually it takes a couple of months, so I would guess something like that. And yeah. Awesome. Thank you so much for watching, guys. I appreciate you all. I hope you all have a great rest of your night. And I'll see you guys next time for more StarCraft 2 action. Thank you once again. Thank you to Team Liquid Map Contest for having us. And thank you to Monster Energy for sponsoring the whole thing as well. I'll see you guys next time. Go vote as well at tl.net/TLMC. Vote on your favorite maps. Thank you so much once again, guys. And I'll see you tomorrow for WardiTV Mondays 55.